Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku mastered dark magic and fell for Ochako? Part 1. This story is Voodoo Deku by Stillwell03. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Life is never fair for some. Izuku Midoriya learned this hard reality at the age of 5 when he was diagnosed quirkless. On the day he was told this, his mother thought it would be best to bring him to a local library. "Alright sweetie, go through and pick out whatever book you like." "Thanks mom." Izuku walked deep into the library to find something to try and get his mind off the sad news he was given just a few hours ago. For as long as he remembered, Izuku wanted to be a hero and save people just like his favorite pro All Might. Now he has to accept the fact that this may never happen. As he pulled himself out of his thoughts, the young boy found himself in a different corner of the library than he's used to. While trying to find his way back, a giant book nearly hit him on the head to make him jump 10 feet. "What's this?" Izuku looked at the book to begin reading the title. Voodoo for Beginners. He began to open the book and read inside. He found a little of how to make voodoo dolls, ways to use magic, and even how to read cards to bend the future in his favor. Suddenly, Izuku's dark future became a little brighter. "Izuku sweetie, where are you?" Izuku closed the book and held it above his head to show his mom. "There you are sweetie, did you find a book you like?" Izuku nodded and showed her the oversized book. Inko looked at the book and was a bit skeptical. "I'm not sure this is the book for you honey. Please mom, I want to learn from this book." Izuku looked at his mother with puppy dog eyes, hoping she'd say yes. Okay. But I don't want you to be turning our neighbors into shrunken heads or anything." "Thanks mom." They checked the book out, with the librarian even offering to give the book to Izuku since it's one that doesn't leave here so much. That night, Izuku began learning everything he could from the book, hoping to become an expert at voodoo magic. "With this, I may be able to become a hero yet." 2 years later, ever since Izuku obtained his opening to the world of voodoo, he began to dabble in anything related to the dark arts that he could to become a hero. One day, his childhood friend, now turned bully Katsuki Bakugo, had been picking on a kid for some unknown reason, with Izuku not enjoying it one bit. "Hey, leave them alone." Izuku came over with a small bag of things he found while looking for some ingredients in a voodoo spell. "Well, if it isn't Deku. Get out of the way, or you're next." Izuku put the bag down and grabbed a doll out of his pocket that looked like Bakugo. "What are you gonna do with that? Make a tea party with it." Bakugo began to laugh until Izuku pulled a hair out of the ash blonde to put it on the doll. "You really wanna fight Deku? You don't know what you're dealing with." Izuku used the doll's right arm to sucker punch to the left. Ow! Bakugo seemed to be moving on his own, with Izuku making the left now move to the right. "Ow! Quit it Bakugo. It's not me, it's gotta be Deku." They got up and prepared to attack Izuku. "Anyone want a shrunken head?" Izuku pulled the head out to make the two run in fear of the dried up thing. Bakugo quickly found himself fighting the little boy alone now, with holding out the palms of his hands. "I don't need those extras. I can fight you myself." Izuku took out a needle and warned Bakugo in advance. "Beware Kachin, what happens to this doll happens to you. So what will happen when I stick a needle in it?" Bakugo ignored the warning, with Izuku poking the doll's backside to make Bakugo jump 10 feet in pain. "OOOWWW. Wanna see it happen again?" The blonde finally pulled back, swearing this isn't over yet while doing so. "Didn't think so." Izuku turns around for the kid to run in fear. "Ah, he's a freak." The greenhead held his head down in sadness as this is said. "I just saved you and you call me a freak? That hurts in here." Izuku points at his chest before grabbing his things and leaving for home. When he gets inside, he says hello to his mother before heading into his basement with all his dark arts stuff inside. He placed his bag down on a bench while reading from a book he obtained in his travels. Okay, a lizard tail, eye of a newt, hyena hair, and last but not least blood of a lamb. He places everything in a cauldron with it glowing green. "Alright, let's see what we can do." A small puff of smoke happened with the pot not boiling anymore. "Dang it, and I thought that was gonna be mo*****. Boom." Izuku was cut short by a giant explosion, with his mother rushing down to see what happened. Izuku, are you alright? Cough cough, yeah mom, just a bit of a miscalculation somewhere. The cauldron started to glow purple for Izuku to see and rushed to grab a skeleton necklace he obtained in his travels. I'm a voodoo magician. What is that? The small boy looked at his mother and smiled. A tool I can use to control the dead. Quote. Please don't make the dead angry at us at least. Oh please, you think I'm going to do what some bad voodoo magicians did? Inko didn't know what to say, so she just went upstairs to leave Izuku to his work. Time skipped to Izuku's third year of middle school. Over the years of Izuku's knowledge in the arts of voodoo, he began to dabble in many other parts of dark magic to aid him. After the little scare when Izuku was 7, many avoided him except for the occasional girl asking to read her future through cards and some going as far as to make love potions for. Because of this, Izuku obtained the nickname, Hex, for what he can do. Alright kids, time for you to fill out career papers for your future. The teacher came in with a giant stack of papers before throwing them up in the air. But who am I kidding, you all want to become heroes. Everyone began to chant and use their quirks with Izuku working on learning a new spell he just learned, completely ignoring his surroundings. Oi teach, don't lump me in with these extras. Looks like the small dog wants to bark loudly again. Izuku was not paying any attention as Bakugo goes on a rant about how he's going to be the best and how he'll be the only person in the school to ever make it to UA and become a hero who will surpass All Might. That's right, Midoriya is also attempting the entrance exam. Everyone was scared seeing their local Hex master taking an exam for heroes. Deku. Bakugo slammed his hands on Izuku's desk and nearly broke an amethyst. He had to keep his work somewhat safe. Could you not do that? You almost broke my crystal, keeping people here from being posses. You better drop out of UA's exams right now. A shitty loser like you doesn't deserve to be at UA. And what makes you any better? You're loud, obnoxious, rude, ableist, and you really need to wear stronger deodorant. I can smell you a mile away. Izuku states this while waving his hand by his nose. Alright, the both of you, settle down. Bakugo went back to his seat with the day continuing as it normally would. End of the day. As Izuku began to pack his things away, Bakugo grabbed one of his books with his two cronies behind him. This ain't over, Deku. You better drop out of UA. Someone like you is just gonna embarrass himself the way you are. So why aren't you? You think you're the best, but you can't beat me when I have the doll in my hands. Why not settle for something else then? The comment made the ash blonde attempt to torch the book in his hands out of anger before Izuku used his shadow to grab it. Keep your hands off what's not yours. Gotta run, boys. I got places to be, people to see, and also meet a person about a new set of cards since you wrecked my old setto, and try not to break the crystal. You could be possessed by an Oni or worse. Izuku began walking out with a pep in his step while heading to the local gypsy shop. He knew the owner when he was looking for a place to buy pure crystals and other objects to keep his dealings with the land of the dead a little less dangerous, and had asked if she had another set of cards a few weeks back to do tarot readings. Being a kind old lady, she willingly accepted and told Izuku that she'd give him her old set that she had. After thanking and giving her a little cash for the replacement, Izuku found himself walking back home. While doing so, he found himself under a bridge while hearing something behind him in the sewers. Good, a meat shield to protect me from that bastard hero. The boy stopped to look over calmly at a man made of sludge. Didn't your mother ever tell you it's not good to roll around in sewage? Must be why you don't care about stinking like a rotten fish. Izuku calmly walked away with the sludge villain attacking him. Don't mess with me, Ki. The villain suddenly found himself paralyzed and unable to move. I think this smell suits you quite nicely. He turned back around to show tissue paper shoved up his nose and a vial of something in his hands. Don't mess with me, buddy. Before Izuku could say anything else, the manhole cover flew open to show his favorite hero come out. Have no fear, for I am here. Izuku turned around immediately to watch All Might stop the villain with a Texas smash with the wind pressure coming to meet him. Sorry if I startled you, my boy. Oh, no trouble, All Might. It's not every day you get to see the #1 pro in person stopping a villain. I consider it an honor to be so up close and personal when seeing that. Izuku states this while taking some of the sludge villains off his shoulder. Would you like me to help you clean this up? Why, That would be much appreciated, my boy. As Izuku helped clean the sludge villain up, he began to chat with All Might about how he was diagnosed quirkless and that he still wants to be a hero. He also stated how he learned the art of voodoo and other forms of magic to help him in this to impress the pro a bit. Before they were done, Izuku decided to ask a question that has weighed down his mind for years. All Might, do you think I can become a hero? All Might thought of this and understood Izuku's talent. From what you are telling me, I can see you have the drive and the skill. It would be an honor on my end to be able to have someone like you on my side as a hero. I do believe you can, young Midoriya. Izuku's eyes started to shine with a smile on his face. They finished cleaning the villain with All Might jumping away smiling at Izuku one last time. Izuku began heading back home one last time after a bit of a jumping clap of his heels. While on the way, his mother asked if he could pick up some things at the grocery store for Izuku to see no issue. He took a little detour from home before noticing smoke and fire in the area. Like any other person who lets curiosity get the better of them, he darted to the scene to notice the pros fighting the same sludge villain that nearly attacked him earlier. I thought All Might took this guy away. While trying to think of a reason, he notices Bakugo in the sludge villain and realizes that the pros couldn't do anything. Looks like they need some help. Maybe someone on the other side can do something. Izuku pulled the voodoo doll of Bakugo out to free him by redirecting his explosions downward to get the two in the air. After, he began to make Bakugo spin a little, breaking the villain's control over him before getting to the ground near the pros. Once the sludge villain came back down, a giant fist made of shadows appeared above him. The massive fist punches downwards to splatter the villain all over the place. The pros suspected nothing and believed this was just Bakugo's handiwork, but the blonde knew better. The only people that knew this was done with help was him, Izuku, and a skinny blonde that watched this happen with Izuku pulling out the doll. On his way back, Izuku was stopped by the skinny blonde who seemed to know him. Young Midoriya, wait up. Izuku looked back, giving a confused smile. I'm sorry, but who are you, my friend? Ah yes, you don't know me in this form. You see, I'm All Might and I have a request for you. Quote. What's your request, All Might? Wait, you're not gonna think I'm not. The blonde was a tad confused with Izuku correcting him. I've seen things that make people believe that it's smoke and mirrors, you being the pro isn't that much a surprise. All Might corrected himself while asking a question. What can you do with that magic of yours? I can use magic to fight using the spirits of the undead, tell the future of someone, control and manipulate someone with just a piece of their hair or some fabric of a material of theirs. Basically, it's easier to tell you what I can't do rather than can. The blonde held his mouth open a bit before coming out of his state of disbelief a bit. What did you want to know this for? All Might took a deep breath before answering. My boy, do you wish to hold a quirk? More than anything, sir. Don't get me wrong, I love what I can do. But I became a pariah because of the lack of a quirk. All Might nodded before asking this. When you saved the boy from the sludge villain, what was going through your mind? Quote. I don't know. I just saw that someone was in trouble and wanted to help them. You've answered as a true hero would, my boy. All Might pointed at Izuku while proclaiming his next part. Izuku Midoriya, you truly are a person worthy of the mantle hero. Because of this, I deem you worthy of my quirk. Izuku smiled at this as All Might walked towards him. Training begins tomorrow at Dagoba Municipal Beach. Be prepared to work harder than you have in your life. All Might left with Izuku walking into his home with a bit of a smile. Izuku, how was shopping? It was nice. Izuku placed the perishables and things his mother couldn't put away because of her stature where it belonged before heading to his room with what still happened fresh in his mind. All Might wants to give me his quirk. Wait, how is that possible? Izuku came to Dagoba Municipal Beach bright and early as All Might had requested to see the sad shape it was in. What was once a beautiful beach he would play on when he was younger, now became an illegal dumping site for people. He didn't think about this long with All Might showing up not long after him. So I'm assuming this has something to do with the beach. Correct, young Midoriya. We have 10 months until the beginning of the entrance exams. I want you to clean up the coastline of this entire beach within that time. Once you do, you should be ready for OFA. Izuku took a look at the beach before loosening up his arms a bit. I'll have the whole thing done by that time. He immediately went down to begin lifting a large fridge. He struggled at first, but was able to carry it after getting a good grip on it. The small boy began placing it on the corner of the sidewalk with All Might pointing to his pickup truck. He quickly went to grab some more things to get the truck filled before the duo took it to the local dump. All Might took the liberty of explaining his quirk while they rode and how he can pass it on to others because of it. This started to make a little more sense with the young Voodoo user before getting to the dump. Izuku lugged the stuff off before being given a bunch of papers by his teacher. Starting today, you will do this routine in hopes to become a more suitable successor of the quirk. When you do, I will give you OFA. Any questions? Izuku glanced over the workout parts and shook his head. Seems simple enough. I've done a little of something similar to this on my own. Good to hear it. And like that, Izuku began to work as hard as he could to become a worthy candidate of OFA. He managed his studies and training rather well. He had a bit of trouble getting his study in his dark arts in, but he managed in some way. He did marvel at how well put out the whole thing was. The blonde hero went so far as to place even the amount of sleep he'd get in to kinda impress the green-haired boy. Once month 5 hit, Izuku was about halfway through his own personal goal with fatigue from the constant abuse now sinking in. He began to struggle with a large washing machine to make his mentor notice. What's wrong, kid? You've lifted heavier things in your time training. What's the hold up? Izuku began panting as he kept trying to lift the washing machine. Now I get. You overworked your body and now it can't keep up. All Might tried to get Izuku to take the day off at that point with him ignoring his offer. If I want to become a great hero, I need to become stronger. I had to deal with being behind everyone for almost 10 years, I'm not giving up that easily. The determination in the boy inspired the pro to help him even more. You remind me much of myself when I was younger, my boy. So let me help you out by tweaking your regime a bit. Izuku nodded as he finally got a second wind to get the machine up to carry it to the truck. Day before the exam, Izuku looked at the beach that he'd been working on for nearly 10 brutal months to finally see it clean. Nicely done, young Midoriya. Not only did you do what I asked, but you went the extra mile and cleaned the entire beach in a shorter time than I expected. Thank you, sir. It feels good knowing I did something like this too. Izuku smirked in satisfaction as All Might turned into his buff form. Have satisfaction in this, young Izuku Midoriya. Unlike many, you had to earn this power with your own 2 hands. All Might pulled a hair off of his head to hold it in his hand. Now, eat this. Come again. To obtain my power, you need to ingest my DNA. Now, eat. The way that sounded was a little off, but does it have to be hair? Just eat the hair, damn it. Sigh, why do I feel like this is gonna taste like rancid fish or something? Few hours later, Izuku began walking into town with a bottle of water in his hands. I drank like a gallon of water and I still can't get the taste of his damn hair out of my mouth. Tastes like warm garbage. Izuku shivered, remembering when a spell he did went wrong and exploded in his face. He unfortunately had his mouth open for him to taste what was meant to act as a sludge to immobilize people made out of common trash people throw away. To say he's not happy he knows what the taste was would be an understatement. While walking in a library, he noticed 2 people inside. One was a girl with vines in her hair, the other was a blonde that seemed to be constantly trying to make smart-aleck remarks. Oh please, if that man was truly something impressive then I wouldn't have been far superior than him. The blonde seemed to be getting on the girl's nerves with her about to shout. She didn't, however, and just went to another side of the library. Izuku walked over to the man with him, laughing so loud for nobody to be able to concentrate. Hey buddy, you mind keeping it down for people that are trying to read in here? Oh please, like you're truly worthy to tell me what to do, you ignorant little pest. And what's with that ridiculous necklace you have? Are you some kind of emo kid or something? He started laughing at Izuku's pendant to communicate with the dead before pulling a hair out of his head with force. Ow, you're lucky I only need one for this. Izuku walked into the dark arts section to see the girl from before. She seemed to not know any of the books and began looking at some. I take it, black magic isn't your cup of tea. The comment made her go a little stiff before praying for forgiveness. It's okay, not many read what I do, so be at ease knowing that it was only an accident to be here. Izuku heard the blonde shout again with both him and the girl to get a little angry. I would wish Monoma would stop that. You know him. Sigh unfortunately. His name is Nito Monoma, and we go to the same school. I do not affiliate myself with him so much, but he seemed to find me here. Izuku thought of this while grabbing an empty voodoo doll he had. Have you ever seen what voodoo can do? Izuku placed the hair on the doll while grabbing some needles out of a bag he had. So what's your name, miss? Izuku grabs a few things of fabric as well and adjusts it to look like Monoma the best he could. I go by Abara Shiozaki. Izuku Midoriya sweetie, your friendly neighborhood witch doctor. Mind giving this a try? He says handing her a needle. Shiozaki looked at it and decided to jab the needle in the doll's butt not thinking it would work. Yow, she heard Monoma shout with a bit of surprise on her. She tries it again by jabbing the needle in its back now. Ow, what the heck is going on? She gave the needle back to Izuku, fearful of what he could do while he smiled at her. The ability doesn't only stop at inflicting pain. I can also make them move on their own and say whatever I whisper into the doll's ear. Izuku whispers something in the doll's ear while making it kick like it's in a chorus line. I'm a pretty princess. Hear me shout. Here is my frills and here is my stout. When I get so mopey hear me shout. Kick my lights in and knock me out. The act made Shiozaki giggle a bit at the little scene. I've had enough of you, now out. They begin to hear Monoma get kicked out with Izuku placing the doll in his bag with some satisfaction. So is it only voodoo and black magic that you do, or is there more? I dabble in a bunch of the magical arts. I'm also known for my tarot card readings. Shiozaki began to have her eyes light up with Izuku pulling out his cards. Would you like your future read, Missy? Shiozaki nodded with Izuku setting everything up. Alright, let's go with seeing the future for short, long, and any luck in your future. Izuku began flipping the first card to see the future it holds. It seems something in your future will turn out greatly in your favor. Now for the long term. Izuku flips the next to see what it is. A long struggle for you. Perhaps one with a certain goal in mind. Shiozaki began to understand this. Actually, I plan to take the UA entrance exams tomorrow for the hero course. What a coincidence, I may see you in UA then. You're taking the exam. For recommended students, but yes. Izuku flipped the last card. Seems like a pure life you will have in the future. Perhaps one of chastity or one of kind content and maybe even motherhood. This is a very debatable one that I can't see as direct, but take it as you will. Shiozaki smiled at this while thanking Izuku for his reading. I hope you do well in the recommended exams. Thank you. Likewise in the regular for you. They left to the opposite ends of the library before grabbing what they wished to and heading out. On his way home, Izuku grabbed a package he obtained at his local post office to see it was one he was waiting for. Now let's get you home. When he entered his home, he said hello to his mom before going downstairs to open the box. He opened it to find an assortment of different vials with some being poisons and venoms from some animals. You were what I was waiting so long for. Izuku pulled up a little 6 ounces bottle of pufferfish poison. I've been having problems with my dead raising, so you'll do nicely. As he said this, Izuku's crystal ball started to glow with a spirit from the other side trying to talk to him. What do we have here? As the vision became clearer, he discovered an image of a brown-haired girl about to be stomped on by a robot. The area didn't look like that of a normal area and seemed fake. He couldn't see much of this other than the girl about to die signaling this as a warning. The image then moved to that of what seemed like a dome area with several different areas in it. In the center held a man with hands on him with several villains coming out of what seemed to be black mist. The vision signaled closer to a being with a bird's beak and its brain on display. Something had felt off with this thing however, with Izuku seeing chains on it. No, the ball went dim with the young boy shaken up by his last sight. Someone's tampering with the dead. I must find out who. He glanced over at a few vials of spells he had with stopping himself. You dive too deeply into this, Izuku, you will go mad. The vision of the girl was more clear, which means that one is going to happen first. Handle that first, then worry about the dead. Izuku placed his new vials on his racks before going upstairs to get a little soft training in before tomorrow. The day of the entrance exams finally came with Izuku being a little nervous. He stared at the gate of UA with a little excitement and concern. Well, today's finally the day. Izuku did a final check of what he had with some potions that he thinks he may need. Just remember the girl Izuku. When the exam for you ends, you should be able to dart over to watch some of the final parts of the normal entrance exam to hopefully notice the girl's predicament. Izuku started to take a step, but started to trip and fall on his way. He expected to taste pavement, but didn't for some reason. Sorry about that, I hope you don't mind. I used my quirk to stop you from falling. Izuku looked over to see a girl with brown hair in a bob cut with a permanent blush on her face. I'm Ochako Uraraka, it's nice to meet you. Izuku was released from what seemed like him floating before bowing to her. The pleasure is mine, Miss Uraraka. I appreciate the help before. Izuku pulled a card out of his hand to give to her. If you're ever in the need to look into the future or what the other side wants to tell you, I'm your man. Izuku started to walk in while giving one last bit of information. Be careful of debris and giant robots today, it could save your life. Ochako didn't understand this as she just simply walked in, not giving any of what Izuku said any merit. As he left, the green-haired boy's heart started beating twice as fast. He felt this and smiled in satisfaction. I couldn't get that well of a sight for the girl, but now I know for a fact. She's an angel of true beauty for me. Izuku went to his testing area while thinking about Ochako. I wish for you to be mine, my sweet Ochako Uraraka, but I'll win your heart the normal way. Izuku walked into the building and began to make his way to the recommended students' testing site. While inside, he began to be told that he will have a test that suits his abilities in mind. Since Izuku was more a spell and hex type of person that would be better as a support or relief hero, he was given a task of going through a fake city and obtaining fake people from robots who were rampaging. Thanks to a little otherworldly help, Izuku was able to find the fake civilians in record time. While walking back, Izuku had grabbed one of the teachers to talk to them about the test for the regular examinees. Excuse me, sir, but might I be able to sit in to watch the regular exams? The man Izuku stopped looked as if he didn't sleep for a week, along with a face that screamed he was a hobo. Care to explain why? Izuku looked at his necklace before answering. Let's just stay. I have a feeling something is about to happen that I want to see. His cryptic message was a tad annoying for the teacher, but he agreed to it on the condition that he would remain silent while watching. This didn't bother Izuku with him following the man. As they walked through the halls, the teacher spoke to Izuku. My name is Shota Aizawa. I'm a teacher of the hero course's first years. Very nice to meet you, sir. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa began to remember the name from the recommended students list. You're the kid that All Might recommended. Yes, sir. Izuku states in confidence as they near the monitor room. Remember, keep your lips sealed and watch. Izuku makes a hand motion as if he was zipping his mouth before they enter. Aizawa could have sworn he saw Izuku's lips actually sewn shut but decided not to pay this much mind. As they do, they begin to see the test starting with everyone entering into the fake city. In it, they see the examinees start taking down the villain robots one after another. Izuku takes note of a few that caught his interest. One was a man with blue hair and engines on his calves. Another was a redhead with the ability to harden his body, and the girl he met in the bookstore that one time. The examinees seem to be doing well this year. A teacher states this as they watch everyone do the best they can. While this goes on, Izuku finally finds his brown-haired goddess, as he calls her, to see her use a gravity quirk. Let's just see how they handle what will come next. A small rodent-like creature says this while slamming his paw on a button for the ground to shake. I knew these tests were different, but I never imagined them to be like this. As he thought this, a giant robot that seemed to look familiar to Izuku appeared. Now comes the moment I want to avoid. OOOWW. Izuku looks at the monitor where the sound came from to see Ochako stuck under a boulder. Everyone seemed to be running away, leaving her behind, with many of the pros sitting in calmness. Out of concern, Izuku taps Aizawa's elbow to ask him a serious question. You have some kind of safety measure if the robot is about to kill someone, right? Aizawa remained silent, watching, with Izuku not happy with the answer. As its mechanical foot began to move above Ochako's body, Izuku began to do the only thing he could. What the? One of the pros by the name of Vlad King watched as a pair of what looked like demonic shadow hands grabbed both the robot's leg to rip it off and its neck to snap its mechanical head off. When it fell, the hands shrank down smaller to grab the debris off of Ochako and sit her on a boulder with her leg elevated. Thank you. A hand gave her a thumbs up before they disappeared. Everyone in the monitor room was confused and a little freaked out with this, with Aizawa and All Might in the room noticing Izuku's skull necklace was glowing a purple color with the eyes an eerie green. The boy left not long after the time was called with the door opening. As he left, Aizawa decided to stop him to ask what he just saw was about. Hey kid. Izuku turned back to see the teacher stop him. You did that, didn't you? Kinda. Didn't mean to interfere with the exam, but I wasn't going to let someone I thought was a nice person die like that. Aizawa thought about this while he spoke about what he did next. Just what did you do? To be honest, I don't think you're the type of person that sees things through a different perspective than a logical one. Even if I told you, you'd think I'm lying. Izuku left with Aizawa being now more confused than ever. Outside the gates, as Izuku neared the exit, he noticed Ochako standing outside looking a tad down. What's the matter, little missy? It's nothing. Izuku noticed that she had tears in her eyes while trying to comfort her. It's okay. Cute girls like you shouldn't cry. One of the shadows gave her a tissue as she said what was troubling her. I almost died today if it wasn't for someone doing something to save me. Even if it didn't happen, what kind of hero would have to be a damsel in distress? I don't deserve to be a hero. But you aren't a hero, you're aspiring to become one, sweetie. Even if you were, heroes make mistakes like you and me. I'm sure All Might made mistakes when he was learning to be one, like you. We all make them, but learning from them is what really matters. Ochako blew her nose in the tissue before putting it in a garbage can beside her. Thank you. You're a nice person. Midoriya, right, I aim to help when I can. Izuku bowed, with a shadow taking off his witch doctor's hat, to earn a smile and laugh from the brunette. Thanks. I guess I'll see you at Ua, maybe. You know, I can read fortunes if you'd like me to see if anything in the future leads you to that. Her eyes started to sparkle as she heard this. That's so cool. I always wanted to learn fortune telling. I used to watch the Disney Princess and the Frog every day as a little girl. The witch doctor guy was my favorite Disney bad guy because of his wacky magic. Izuku held his arm out for her to grab it as they entered into town to a little cafe. As they entered, Izuku ordered a coffee with Ochako ordering a hot chocolate. Izuku pulled a deck out for him to explain how this works to Ochako. Now, pick 3 cards and we will read your future depending on what they say about it. Ochako nodded and held the 3 in her hand without looking. Now, what would you like to learn from the future, my dear? I might want to know of the possible passing of the test I just took, if I achieve a personal goal, and also, maybe if I find a nice person or not. Izuku understood as he shuffled the cards Ochako picked and lifted them up to answer the questions as she asked. The first question will be for your exam. Izuku flipped the card to see what it meant. An unforeseen positivity in the future. Any doubts you have will be cast away as you discover an unseen meaning to something that had occurred. The next for Izuku to flip was a personal goal. This one means that you will achieve it if you remain on the path you are on, but do not be afraid to see other possibilities to enhance this goal's success. As Izuku flipped the last one, he noticed something off with this one and flipped it back over with a tint of red on his face. What's wrong? Nothing. The card just said that you must keep kind to your heart and you will find someone who is by your side. Do not cast aside your feelings due to fear of holding your other half down. Ochako didn't think much of this act as she only smiled. Thank you again for being so kind to me. Not to worry, Uraraka, it's not always that I get to speak to a cute girl such as yourself. This comment made Ochako blush as she attempted to pay for her drink. Izuku stopped her by saying he had it and that her satisfaction with her fortune was enough payment for both. She began to leave with Izuku flipping the card he held down over again to see him and Ochako kissing in it. This damned card will always haunt me, won't it? In Izuku's deck of tarot cards, his lover's card was rather abnormal. When someone saw inside it that had a true and pure love for another, they would see if that person and them were meant to be by them kissing or facing opposite ways. I may hate myself later for this. Uraraka, didn't you say you wanted to learn fortune telling? I could teach you and you can practice by reading my fortune. Really? That's right. I could also teach you a little more about some things for the spiritual world if you'd like. Ochako couldn't say yes fast enough with Izuku writing down his address. If you come this weekend, I can show you a little of both. What do you say? Sure. After meeting you and surviving what just happened, I could almost believe I have some kind of guardian angel or something on my side. Ochako left with Izuku smirking at her comment. I'm not a guardian angel, sweetie, but a friend who knows some fun little tricks. He took a sip of his coffee by the shadow holding his cup. Till we meet again, my darling little angel. The first day of UA had finally come for Izuku. Thanks to keeping in touch with Ochako, he discovered that the two of them are in the same class. The fact she was in the hero course alone was something that made her jump for joy, but being with her friend teacher was something she liked even more. As they neared the entrance, Ochako noticed something on Izuku's shoulder. What's with the cat? Who? Butters. Izuku pulled the small black cat off his shoulder to smile. He's my familiar. I can cast magic through him and plane shift to him if need be. That's right, Uraraka. Nice to meet you in person. There was a silence until Ochako shouted. It talks. Why yes. You should know by hanging out with my master enough that things are not always what they seem. I am also male, Uraraka, not an it. The brunette didn't know what to say and just continued walking with them. Once they got to the main door of the classroom, the three marveled at just how big it is, with Izuku grabbing the door as if he was not fully surprised at the size. Get your feet off that desk this instant. It is an insult to our upperclassmen and the people who made it. Izuku walked in for some guy with blue hair arguing with Bakugo about his feet being on the desk. The duo walk in with the blue-haired boy noticing them. Hello, my name is Tenya Iida from Sume. Iida stops when he sees two things on Izuku that he wanted fixed immediately. Why do you have a pet in school and are wearing a hat indoors? Not to mention that the hat has a skull on it. Get rid of both this insta. Iida found himself unable to speak with Butters throwing some black slime at his face. I have a name, thank you. Mine is Butters, and to be fair, he's more of an animal than me. Butters says in a deep voice before pointing at Bakugo, who stands up in anger. What you say, you stupid caowww? Bakugo looks behind him to find nothing before looking to see Ochako with a voodoo doll. You're right, Midoriya, this is fun. The two smirked at Bakugo as Butters goes to pull the slime off Iida's face. There we go, you can speak now to apologize and I got that stupid peach fuzz off your face. You can talk. Yes. Got a problem with it, stiff. Iida shakes his head no as a man that looks like a human caterpillar makes his way inside. Good morning. My name is Shota Aizawa and I will be your homeroom teacher for this year. Aizawa says this in a calm, careless tone while pulling out 20 gym uniforms and a miniature one for Butters. Put these on and meet me outside. He walks away with everyone grabbing a uniform for themselves. Before heading to the locker rooms, Aizawa picks up Butters and puts him in the cat-sized uniform and walks off with the cat. After changing, they head down to the field with Butters annoyed that he's being manhandled by someone who looks like he needs a tranq dart to the butt. Excuse me, sir, but what about orientation? Ochako asks this with Aizawa answering as if he could care less. UA allows us to add or subtract things from our curriculum if we choose to. To make it simple, I can run my class however I want. Aizawa explains, rubbing the sides of Butters' face causing the young cat to start to purr. Aizawa grabs a ball out of his pocket to give to Bakugo. You scored highest on the entrance exams. What was your farthest throw in middle school? 67 meters. Try using your quirk this time. Bakugo got into the center while stretching his arm out. Anything goes as long as you don't leave the circle. Bakugo pulled his arm back before shouting. Go to hell. The ball went quite the distance with Aizawa holding a phone up to show that it went 705.2 meters. Now Midoriya, that power of yours. Aizawa handed a second ball to him with Izuku standing in the circle smiling at the ball. You know what to do, boys. Izuku tossed the ball to a shadow hand that grabbed it to make everyone notice something abnormal. The ball went a distance with a shadow darting across the sky with it like some kind of thing out of a supernatural show. Butters finally got out of Aizawa's grip to head back to his master as the distance was shown to be 806.9 meters. The tests that the normal academics show are illogical now. Today, you will be doing 8 fitness tests to show where you stand beside your peers in talent. The person in last will be deemed to have no talent and be expelled on the spot. Silence was heard until everyone shouted, "You're gonna expel one of us. Wait, but that's not fair. We worked hard to get to where we are, you can't just expel us like that." Ochako stated this with an argument as Aizawa explains the truth of the world to her. Do you think natural disasters are fair? What about villains that kill people? The world is full of unfairness. Our job here is to make you all push past your limits and become the heroes of tomorrow. Now I want you all to give it your best and remember our school's motto. Go beyond, plus ultra. The tests had gone underway with most being a cinch for Izuku. The 50-meter dash was rather simple for him by having the ability to teleport to where his shadow is to obtain a score of 1 second compared to Ida's that was just a few seconds longer. The strength test was one that Izuku got second even with the help he got from his spiritual companions and OFA. It may not have been a big gap, but it was enough that Izuku was second in this department. Every other test Izuku did rather well with gaining second by a margin for most. The only ones where he actually had a distance from the leader were the ball throw since Ochako was able to get an infinity, and the sidestep with some kid named Mineta getting first. Once every test was done, Aizawa held up who was in what place on the screen. Izuku was second yet again to a girl named Yaoyorozu with Bakugo now fit to be tied. Ochako pulled the voodoo doll to show him for the hothead to back away knowing not to mess with her. Pack your bags Mineta, you're not expelled, but you'll be sent to general studies. No, Mineta started to run to plead on Aizawa's leg before stepping on Butter's tail. OWW, everyone glanced at Butter who was now beyond angry. Before anyone could react, he transformed into a panther to grab Mineta and shake him around like he's a chew toy. Butters, you know that he's gonna give you gas. Put him down, you have no idea where he's been. The giant cat spat the midget out while turning back to his normal form. Kid needs to learn self-preservation and stop with the porn. Makes him smell and taste nasty. Mineta got up with Aizawa motioning to the school after handing transfer papers to him. Syllabuses are in the classroom, grab one before you leave today. Also, Mineta's place will be given to a student we have transferred in officially tomorrow. She'll be around shortly. With that, their teacher left for the teacher's lounge with everyone trying to get to know each other a little better. So Midoriya, how can you do that fancy magic trick you did? You mean the shadow thing? I have my own skills. Izuku stated this while taking out some mouth spray for Butters who was having a horrible case of bad breath. My card. He passed everyone his card with it stating how he's a master of black magic, future telling, and potion master for those that want to dabble in that kind of stuff. So you're some kind of magician Mido? A pink classmate called Ashido asks with Izuku correcting her. Witch doctor sweetie, magicians do parlor tricks. I actually show results. Bullshit. Izuku looked over at Bakugo while grabbing a potion. Have any of you ever seen a person transform into a dog without a quirk before? Everyone shakes no before Izuku splashes something on Bakugo. He begins to transform into a small Pomeranian that was barking up a storm. And that is what the animal incarnate does. Uraraka. They keep walking with Bakugo attempting to bite Izuku's leg for it to fail by being picked up by their new classmate Kami. You look totes cuter in this form. Bark bark. Bakugo kept barking while a guy with red hair that went by Kirishima asking something. How long does this last? An hour, give or take a few minutes. Everyone went into the changing rooms before heading home for the day. However, Izuku was stopped by one of his classmates asking for something. You want your fortune to read Kaminari. The four began walking while speaking. Yeah, I know it's lame, but I wanna know if I got a lucky lady coming into my life or not. Izuku rolled his eyes at this comment before motioning him to come with them. 5,400 yen, that's outrageous. My future readings always come true. Your choice. Kaminari thought about this before agreeing to pay. Alright, let's do it in here. They stop in front of a cafe where Izuku, Ochako, and Kaminari sit in a booth. So you wish your love life to be seen. Since it's just this, I'll do a different method. Izuku pulled out a crystal ball from his bag to place on a stand. He concentrated with it turning purple to have them begin. Alright, place your hands on the bottom of the stand and clear your mind. The lightning user did this with the image becoming clearer in the ball. I see something. You do. Yes, I see you with a girl. She hot. Butters smacks Kaminari for this comment. Get your mind out of the gutter. Izuku went back to seeing what he was. She seems to be on good terms with you. The first time you met has already passed with her thinking nothing of you off the bat, and the same for you with her for the most part. As time will progress, you will become good friends for the most part. She will see you as an idiot though and cause you harm when you do stupid things. Ouch. Anything hot under the collar from what you see, I can tell you right now, no woman will like that train of thought without needing a crystal ball. Ochako answers this with Izuku continuing. You will help her out in the future with her image of you changing as you do. So long as you show her what kind of man you are, she will admire this about you and see past your stupidity. But I do see a lot of pain inflicted on you. Keep an ice pack on hand rather often. The crystal ball stopped glowing with Kaminari taking his hands off. I paid you that much cash for this. What the hell, I want a refund. You can't even say it didn't come true. Give it a month or two before you ask for the refund. I'm sure you'll find this girl. Kaminari agreed with getting up. When he left, Ochako asked him about the fortune. So did you actually not see the girl, or did you hold that from him? It was Juro, but I also saw that if he pushed it, she'd think he's a creep and that his future with her will never happen. Ah, so you were helping him by giving small bits of their relationship. Precisely. They started to get up with paying the cafe for a drink that they had before heading home. Hey Midoriya, can you tell me who's in my future? You know, like a boyfriend or someone like that. Izuku went red while answering. Well, I could, but I could also keep that a secret since it could be better for you if you wait for that answer. Ochako thought about this before agreeing. I guess you're right, I'll see you later then. Ochako started to walk away with Izuku shouting something for her. Make sure you bring a set of clothes to change into tomorrow to school. You and I are doing a full moon reading tomorrow. Ochako agreed with Izuku letting out a sigh. You will be the death of me if you continue this, my angel. But that doesn't exactly sound like a bad idea to me. Let's go, loverboy, your mom's probably getting worried. Izuku and Butters began heading back home with a bit of a pep knowing the first day ended rather well for them. The next day had rolled around with it being rather normal for the most part. During the mornings, classes were rather normal compared to any other school, with the heroic classes taking place in the afternoon. Izuku had found himself at a table with Ochako and some of their classmates. Iida had asked about his fortune-telling from overhearing it from Kaminari and wanted to see what his would hold. I see a woman in your future. She has dreadlocks that are pink and is very obsessed with her work. She will make you look like a fool when you two face off in the near future, but you will also find yourself constantly being drawn to her. She'll not see anything in you until you state an interest and prove to her that it is worth her time. What is her name? Izuku looked at the crystal ball. He had to only see 2 letters. Something with an H and an M. I told you this was BS, man. He can't see jack. Kaminari states this while starting to walk back to his table. Well, I did wish to learn of my future. So whether this is a waste of my time or not is still up in the air. Anyway, here is your payment and thank you for taking time out of your schedule to do this, Midoriya. Iida gives Izuku his payment with him smiling. Much obliged, Iida. Keep on the lookout for that pink dread girl. Izuku says this with the engine user nodding before grabbing a thing of orange juice from a vending machine. This one was one I actually told the entire truth of Ochako. Sure you did. Ochako looks away as if she didn't believe a word he said. As they ate, a familiar face came up to Izuku that was happy to see him again. It is nice to see you again, Midoriya. Shiozaki, how nice it is to see you as well. Ochako looked at the two before asking. You both know each other? Yes, I read Shiozaki's fortune a little before the entrance exams. Am I to believe the first fortune I said was true? The vine-haired girl nodded with Izuku smiling. So this is your friend that can do that strange stuff. A girl with gray hair came over to notice the crystal ball on the table. Whoa, you have a crystal ball. Yes, would you two like to sit with us? Both girls nodded for Izuku to hold the chairs out with his shadow. How did? You'd be amazed at what I can do, honey. Izuku takes some of his food to eat with Bakugo arguing with someone again. That boy doesn't know when to give up, does he? Ochako pulled out the voodoo doll to whack it on the counter a few times for the blonde to fall unconscious for unknown reasons to everyone around. Much better. Ochako placed the doll in a bag while eating some of her lunch with a big smile. Swo gee wood. So what can you do besides fortune-telling and voodoo dolls? Reiko asks, curious as Izuku asks a question. You ever talked to the dead before? Some are kinda chatty Cathies, others are a little moody, but some are ones you don't want to piss off. All three girls stayed quiet as Izuku pulled a pendant off his neck. This is proof of my ability to control some members of the dead. I don't anger them, and they help me. That's so cool. This is definitely like the princess and the frog now. Except I'm not gonna be pulled into the realm of the dead if it breaks. I don't control them with this, I communicate and keep all my payments square with them. So what are some of your payments to the members of the dead? Izuku shrugs his shoulders while answering. They vary from spirit to spirit. Which reminds me, Butters. Izuku asks for the jet black cat to walk on the table to Ochako. What's up, Butt? Cat grope. Butters grabs Ochako's chest as if he was trying to grope her before getting hit in the head by said brunette. Ha, better you than me, meow. That hurts, damn it. Why did you touch me there then? Question mark quote. Repayment. Both Izuku and Butters say in unison with Reiko moving a little away from the talking cat. Among the spirits, some aren't really the most ethical and have 6 senses of tastes. One of which told me that if I want his help, I need to have me or Butters grope Uraraka. What a stupid request. You think we don't know that? Izuku handed Butters a piece of pork sausage as an apology before they continued eating. After lunch, the members of Class A had sat in the classroom waiting for their teacher for the door to open. I am coming through the door like a hero. Whoa, it's All Might. He's in his Silver Age costume too. Moreau doesn't take much for this class to be happy. All Might began explaining what was going to happen with this class being battle training for many of Class A to be excited for this. He quickly pressed a button for 20 costumes to come out with being told to change and meet All Might down at Ground Beta. They did as the pro commanded with heading to their respected changing rooms. While changing, Butters began to place on a similar outfit as Izuku's for Kirishima to ask. So what exactly is up with the cat? Why does everyone not use my real name? Butters shouted with Kirishima realizing what he did. Sorry Butters right. The cat nodded as Kirishima corrected himself. So what's up with Butters? Well, he's a familiar of mine. Easiest way to understand. He helps me with spells like my own personal assistant. Izuku finishes putting his costume on to head out to the field with Butters on his shoulder. He pays me in chicken scraps and belly rubs. I think we have a good partnership if I do say so myself. Okay then. Kirishima went back to changing as Izuku and Butters were some of the first out of the changing room. As they all came upon the training ground, they were met by their teacher who was complimenting them all on their costumes. Midoriya. Ochako came over to notice Izuku and Butters in matching suits. You two look so cool. Wish I was a little more specific with what I wanted. Ochako held the back of her head while Izuku noticed she was wearing a skin-tight bodysuit. This is a little embarrassing. Well, it's not that embarrassing. Oh please master, you're getting a nosebleed. Why don't you admit that you're Atra MMPH? Butters was silenced by Izuku covering his mouth. What was he trying to say? Oh nothing. He was just saying how I find your idea for a costume rather interesting. Ochako smiled at this, completely oblivious that Izuku was rather flustered seeing his angel in an outfit that leaves not much to the imagination. All Might explained after this that it was a 2-on-2 with it being classic heroes versus villains. Each team will have a time span to either protect a fake bomb, or disarm it by touching it. Each group and matchup would be done by lots, which they picked shortly after this explanation. Izuku and Ochako found themselves together with them facing Bakugo and Todoroki. Well, this will be fun. Izuku looked over to the two with a smile on his face. You're gonna die, Deku. Young Bakugo, I admire your tenacity, but now isn't the time for it yet. Villain team has 5 minutes to prepare before the heroes go in. Good luck. Everyone that wasn't in the first round went down to watch as Izuku and Ochako began to prepare. So any idea on how to win? Izuku thought about it while bringing out a few vials of a potion. Drink up. Ochako looked at the potion before opening it to smell the contents. Ew. It smells like nail polish remover. It's a potion that makes you invisible. Neither Todoroki or Kacchan has a quirk to tell us where we are. So my objective will be to stall them while you go after the bomb. Now I like the sound of that. They both obtained the all clear to enter in with Ochako floating up to the top before drinking the potion. Ew. That's so gross. She started to gag before seeing her clothing and body were becoming translucent before not seeing her body itself. This could work. Meanwhile, Izuku walked in with a bit of pep in his step while Butters was on his shoulder. He pulled out his necklace to speak to a couple of shadows. Find the angry lad and the guy with 2 different colors in his hair, boys. We got us a match to win. They dispersed with Butters jumping down to walk beside Izuku. So how do you plan to take them down, Izuku? Kacchan is easy with this. Izuku showed the voodoo doll for his cat companion to smile. Maybe we can get him to go after that Todoroki kid with it. Wait, I just had a fun idea. Izuku pulled the doll up to his mouth while whispering something in its ear. I'm nothing but an overly angry twat. I'm gonna lose this shitty challenge to prove this. Butters looked at his master with a deadpan look. He's gonna kill you for having him say that. They kept walking before a shadow warned them to back away. This worked with Izuku nearly getting blasted by Bakugo's attack. Deku, you bastard. What the fuck was up with that comment? Just to get you riled up, Kacchan. Bakugo came at Izuku for him to dodge easily before giving a 3% OFA punch to his face. The angry blonde finds himself thrown to a wall while seeing Izuku smile. This is gonna be fun. Bakugo growled at Izuku before charging at him trying to blow him up. However, Bakugo felt like he was being held into place by something to only see shadows hold his arms down. I was originally planning to use a potion to trap you, but these guys said they wanted to hold you down while I do this. And what's the? Bakugo was cut off by Izuku kneeing him in the face with 5% charged in his leg. This wouldn't hurt as much to knock him out, but Izuku took the liberty of having special plating in certain parts of his costume just as a precaution if all mights are now his. Quirk wasn't strong enough to take someone down as easily. Bakugo was knocked out with Izuku trapping him in the tape before heading up the stairs to where Todoroki was. Once he got in front of the door, he looked to the side to speak. He's waiting inside for us, isn't he? How did you know I was there? Ochako states while looking at herself to know she's still invisible. I work with the dead, I can see things that you think I'm crazy to see. Izuku passed a second potion to Ochako to have it look as if it's levitating in the air. When I have his attention, go over to the bomb before drinking it to place your hand on it. That'll make you visible again so we know that you've won the match. Right. Izuku stood in front of the closed door while taking a deep breath in. Surprise motherfucker. Izuku kicked the door in to spook Todoroki a bit before sending a massive ice attack at the green-haired boy. Butters took the liberty of attacking with his actual size by breathing black fire. That cat can breathe fire. He talks and turns into a giant panther, are you that surprised? Todoroki sent another wave for Butters to take it down again with Izuku going to his side while throwing a potion on the ground below his feet. You missed. Wasn't aiming at you. The contents started to bubble up and trap Todoroki in some strange black liquid. What is this stuff? It smells disgusting. Like it, humans make quite a bit of trash. That potion was made as a trap using the garbage we accumulate on a daily basis. You all set over there, sweetheart. Yup. Ochako starts turning visible again to show her hand on the bomb with a thumbs up. Hero team wins. Izuku pulled out another potion that he poured on the sludge that was over Todoroki. It began to shrink before disappearing into nothing. What did you just put on that? It's a potion that pulls scum off things. Kinda like how bleach pulls stains off stuff. Fortunately your costume is a generic look where I can't worry about colors running. Izuku, Ochako, and Todoroki walked down with a stretcher taking Bakugo to the infirmary until he woke up. The MVP of this match is young Midoriya. Can anyone explain why? I believe I can, sir. A girl with black hair in a ponytail answered with going over what they knew. Midoriya had a thought-out plan along with means to avoid problems. Bakugo was unable to control his personal emotions, which led to his downfall. Meanwhile, Todoroki was able to manage to some degree but inevitably failed due to the lack of ability to counter. Uraraka was the one who succeeded in touching the bomb, but her role was more sneaking in with following Midoriya's orders. Everyone was a little shocked as Yaoyorozu was right on the money. Nobody questioned this as the matches continued on, with most happening rather normal for a first day. As the duo went inside the house, Inko came to welcome Izuku back home. "Izuku, how was school?" "It was nice." Inko glanced over to smile at Ochako. "It's nice to see you again, Uraraka." "Oh, thank you, Mrs. Midoriya. Also thank you for allowing me to stay." Ochako bowed with the short woman smiling. "I sure wish my son would agree to date you. The both of you would make such an adorable couple." Both teens went red as Butters walked in to hop on the sofa near Inko. "Don't mess with their heads too much, Mrs. M. They need all their concentration when it comes time tonight." "All right, I'll get dinner ready while the two of you do what you wish." Izuku led Ochako down to the basement where he had all his books, potions, and spiritual artifacts. "Whoa, so cool." Ochako walked around while seeing everything Izuku had. "Please be careful of some of the stuff in here. Not everything is safe to mess with." "Wait, why do you have rattlesnake venom?" "For a special potion." Izuku took something out of a cabinet and offered it to Ochako. "When we're doing the reading tonight, wear this. It's a special outfit made with unique fiber and can act as a defense against any wayward spirits who wish to possess you." Ochako grabbed it while looking at the outfit strangely. "Looks a little revealing to me. Sorry, but this is the best I could do." Ochako went red with Butters sitting near a cauldron that had a skeleton hand come out to pet him. "Seems Frankie is happy to see you again." "Right there. Oh, that is godly." Izuku grabbed a few books from the shelf for Ochako while she looked at the titles. "Crystallopathy for Beginners, Spirit Veil and You, Potions for Better Lives." Might as well explain what we're going to do. We will be starting with a little crystal ball reading, since the spirit veil, or the shroud that keeps this world and the spirit world apart, is less apparent for us to speak to the dead. We will also learn a little of how to make small potions for us. Nothing big, just a few to help maybe with slight skin issues, give your body minerals it's lacking, also some to help with sleep or vitality. We're going to be doing that tonight. Yup, full moons are always the best time to do things like this. Shows the best results for us to know where we're starting. I can almost guarantee he's also showing off to you, Uraraka." Izuku glared at his feline friend who held his paw up like he was flipping him off. "Meow motherfucker." Izuku immediately hit Butters over the head while opening one of the books up to begin with Ochako. They began going over some of the basics of what the spirit veil was, with some info on how to read a crystal ball with a few demonstrations by Izuku. He had also taught her how to make a voodoo doll in case someone needed to be taught a lesson by her standards. Ochako was absorbing all this like a sponge to find more marvel in the spirit world. She eventually asked about how Izuku can use shadows the way he can for him to explain what he did to obtain this capability. Eventually, a few hours passed in a blink of an eye, with Inko calling them to dinner. Since Ochako was a guest, she decided to do something to fit her tastes. She wasn't a very picky girl, so Inko decided something simple yet tasty for all three to enjoy. "So when will you do this moonlight reading?" "When the moon is fully up in the sky, we'll start. Until then, we've been going over some basics for a few things." Inko looked at Ochako worried while asking, "Will I have to explain to your parents why you're raising the dead?" "I don't think so. That's a relief. Last time Izuku tried to raise the dead, he made someone's pet rabbit come back with the taste for flesh. You try and do something good for someone and it turns into making the zombie apocalypse almost happen." Izuku states this with sarcasm while Butters eats from his bowl, which had some pieces of what they were eating along with a fish bone for him to gnaw on. "That rabbit did taste good." "Of course you would say that." Since the thing needed to be put down, Butters turned into his panther form to eat the rabbit whole. He then turned back into his house cat form to burp up a few pieces of hair. He can be a little scary. Ochako thought back to the first day where Mineta almost became his snack. Without a doubt, time skipped to 10 at night. "Alright Uraraka, let's see what it looks like." "I'm not coming out." Izuku let out a sigh before pulling his hat off. "Look, I can't change sizes unless I know what I'm changing and how much. So please at least come out so we can continue. Quote. Promise you won't laugh or something like that. I would never. Trust me, the worst he could do is make a whistle at you. Butters. What? You would do that? Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose before the door opened. Does this look weird? Izuku looked over to see his brunette goddess in a skin-tight hot red outfit that emphasized her curves to him. What do you think? Izuku could only stare with a nosebleed for Butters to make a smart-aleck comment. He likes it. I bet he'd like it better on his bedroom floor. Oof. The cat quickly got a cane to the side by Izuku as he continued over to a small window. Alright, tonight will be the strongest connection you can have to the spiritual realm. So you should be able to read the future with it. Come over and place your hands on mine. Ochako did as her friend and teacher requested, unsure what else to do. Clear your mind of all thoughts and calm your nerves. Let the feeling of the crystal ball be all you feel. Both began to calm their nerves with the strange sensation of something swirling around them. Now, open your eyes and look into the ball. Focus on a future you wish to see as a generic, such as perhaps a firstborn or a lover for the future. Once you see something, tell me what it is. Ochako did this with noticing smoke coming into the orb. When it began to clear, she started to notice something. I'm seeing something. Good. What do you see? She looked close to describing what she saw. I see a boy. He doesn't look to be much older than 6. I also see what looks like a mountain of flesh coming at him. It's about to kill the boy. The vision stops to become clouded again. I can't see it anymore. This is a premonition, meaning the future up to that moment will be decided through transactions that are bound to happen. The fact you had seen it means that what is going to happen next will still be up in the air. If proper steps are taken, the boy's life could be saved. Ochako began to look at the crystal ball once more to notice a little girl with snow-white hair and ruby-red eyes. I see a little girl now. She's about the same age. But I feel something similar to fear and severe pain given by a single person. If you can feel this, it means the child will have a significant connection to you later. I see her running in an alley completely in fear of someone walking after her. She's begging, pleading, and even somewhat demanding someone to come save her. She then knocks into someone before the man chasing her catches up and tries to take her back. The image becomes cloudy again with Ochako a little fearful of the girl. Quote. That wasn't good. On the contrary, this is good to know since she will have a significant connection to you in the future. It can help you understand how to help her. Ochako thought on this before agreeing and heading on to the next and final fortune they were going to read. The crystal ball began to show a dark room with Ochako laying in the bed. She seemed to not be fazed by this until taking a moment to realize she was not wearing anything as far as she could tell, with bed sheets covering her unmentionable parts. Love you, baby. Love you too, my goddess. Ochako became red while seeing an arm covered in scars wrap around her waist. She began to see green hair on the top, but immediately stopped before the vision became more incapable to watch for her. What did you see? Ochako stopped before thinking what she saw. I saw me naked in a bed with someone. Can you describe who? He seemed to have green hair and scars over his hand, like something happened to him. While explaining, Ochako noticed what looked like similar scars to the man in the vision on Izuku's hand. She believed she was hallucinating before rubbing her eyes to realize she wasn't dreaming. Hey Midoriya, why do you have scars on your hand? Izuku looked down to see nothing. I don't. That moment, something clicked with the two of them. Ochako, you have a special gift. I do. Yes, it's called the gift of viewing pain. It allows one to see pain others may have, with it varying depending on how the pain looks. Wait, but you don't have scars from what I've seen of your hands prior. It's the full moon, sweetie. It allows you to do and see things you won't know about normally. The brunette's mind went to the scars and the green hair to make her ask a question. Hey Midoriya, what do you think of me? You're a nice girl and an eager learner. That's not what I meant. I was meaning, do you like me? Izuku walked over to kneel to Ochako's level. And if I do, what will you do then? Ochako started to move her hands to grab the back of Izuku's neck. Well, I think I might like you. This comment made Izuku turn red before Ochako started to lean towards him. She placed her lips on Izuku's cheek with a huge blush on it. Sorry if that was kinda not want. Izuku returned the favor with a kiss on the lips. He let go about 20 seconds after to see Ochako very confused. So does this mean we're, a couple? Would you mind being with the likes of me? It's not that. I mean I'd love to be with you and all, but I was assuming you wouldn't. Izuku kissed her again with Butters now making noises at this. Go Izuku. Get that tail. Izuku looked at the pesky cat with a face that screamed, shut the fuck up, to Butters. I guess this does make us a couple. Ochako held a red face while Izuku lifted her up bridal style. Seems someone is going to go to sleep happy. The two got up to walk out with Butters looking at the crystal ball. Heh. Izuku's got himself a maid now. I wonder when they'll mess around a little. The cat walked out while smiling knowing his master would get to taste some of his goddess soon. Butters, if you stop with the teasing I'll get you a mate. Deal. The morning after Izuku and Ochako's reading and them officially becoming a couple came with the duo enjoying a little breakfast before their work downstairs had to be done. So I was planning on working a specific potion today if you were interested in helping. That sounds fun. I'm in. They both smiled as Butters was laying on the table irritated at the two for some reason. Oh gag me with a spoon. Where's the sexy stuff? Take him on the table right now. Violate her with your cane. Do something to make the two of you being a couple more ranchy. Butters was quickly smacked over the head by Ochako using Izuku's cane to prove she was rather irritated. Why do we have to do that kind of stuff when we just became a couple? I'm with her on this Butters, bad kitty. Butters sat on the table in silence until the two finished and went downstairs to start the potion. As they did this, Izuku explained what he was putting in and why it was important in the potion for the cauldron to begin boiling. Alright, this is gonna be a good one. Ochako watched carefully in excitement as well. This looks so cool, I wonder what it's gonna do. As the cauldron stopped bubbling, Izuku looked at it calmly while looking at Ochako. Well, it seems we're having some technical difficulty. Boom. A massive explosion was seen with both Butters and Ochako not sure what happened. Midoriya, was that supposed to happen? The smoke started to clear with Izuku nowhere to be found. Midoriya, down here. Ochako looked down to see a child no older than 5 that looked exactly like Izuku. What the heck? Just relax. For the simple explanation, I was hit by a potion that reverts someone to a major turning point in their life. Mine just happens to be when I was 5 years old. Ochako stood there silently before answering. So I'm dating a 5-year-old now. In physical appearance, yes. However, I'm still 15 technically. All the potion did was push me physically back in time for a period of time. Butters took it upon himself to look at Izuku with a smirk. You're a lot cuter in this form than before. This was immediately met with a punch by Izuku on the feline's head with Ochako asking a serious question regarding the situation. So how long are you going to stay like this? The potion wasn't meant to be over half a day, so I'd say I should be back to normal by 8 p.m. tonight. Until then, I'm stuck looking like I came out of a daycare. So remind me why you wanted to make a potion that regresses someone to a young age. I wanted to make it so Kachan would be embarrassed in front of Yutsushimi. I'm getting the vibe he likes her and wanted to make him show his asshole self. Probably would have worked if you used yak butter instead of cow butter. Butters states while looking at a book and the butter packaging beside them. They're the same damn thing. Quote. Not according to the potion. Butters starts laughing while Izuku looks over him in a threatening manner. So you can get pufferfish venom, but not yak's butter. It's expensive and I wanted to go a little cheaper of a route. Yeah. It costs like 37,000 yen to just get a shipment with us having nowhere to put the extra when we're done. Geez. Ochako shouts this unintentionally as Izuku walks over to his chair to jump up before sitting on it. So, what are you gonna do now? For the most part, I'm just gonna have to deal with being the size of a rugrat for a while. Not what I want to, but I have no other choice. Izuku grabs a book to start reading on another spell while Butters gets a brainstorm. Hey Ochako, any chance you could help us for today? What do you mean? Well, Inko isn't going to be back until this evening, so it's gonna be a hassle for Izuku to manage by himself the way he is. I'd help, but I'm a cat and I'm limited to what I can do. Ochako thinks on this while answering. I guess I can help. I can't just leave him like this, plus he's kinda cute the way he is right now. This comment doesn't go unnoticed by the green-haired boy as he shows a prominent blush. Shut up. I was cute before. No, you were handsome before. Maybe also a little hot in my opinion. Ochako whispers the last part before continuing. Anyway, now you're small and cute with the ability to pick up. Butters started to laugh at this uncontrollably with Izuku giving him a death glare. Shut up you stupid cat, or I'm making you into a kitten. I'm 6 months old, you can still call me a kitten. How about I make you 3 weeks old? Butters immediately sat straight up while recomposing his face. Shutting up now. Izuku was immediately picked up after this to be held between Ochako's chest with a bit of satisfaction on both ends. I'm taking advantage of this. If I was my normal age right now, I'd die a happy man. Soak it up while you can, you're only gonna have today to enjoy it for now. Izuku's face was turned to Ochako to have it sit directly between her chest for Izuku to mentally think to himself. Suck it ya weird ass midget from the first day, I'm getting more in a day than you'll probably get in a lifetime. The duo walked upstairs for Ochako to sit on the couch to turn the TV on while Izuku sat calmly on her lap with his head resting on her chest. So what do you want to watch? Let's see what's on. Izuku's shadow went to grab a TV guide to see what's on. There's a DC marathon on. Which ones are on at the moment? The Dark Knight should have just started and after that is Batman vs Superman. Heath Ledger rocked as Joker. We're watching that. Channel 139. Ochako put on the movie for them to relax and enjoy a little dark vigilantism of the classic Batman. Butters had also found his way onto the couch to sit on Izuku's lap watching in a bunt position. The small cat seemed to like it in particular when Joke blew up the hospitals in a nurse's outfit for some odd reason. His only response to this is that it was funny and destructive to a point he liked it. Once the movie was over, Izuku had to use the restroom to begin walking off near it. Where are you going? I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be out in a minute. Okay, I'm gonna make something for us to eat. While in the bathroom, Izuku thought of the events that had transpired and how to work them a tad better. There's got to be a way to make this go faster. I'm losing my mind being pint size. This is what I get for being the cheapskate and going the alternate route. He finished in the bathroom to walk out and smell something burning. Ah, fire. He ran in to see Ochako try to put out a fire with a rag to only have that catch on fire. Hold on. Izuku ran over to grab the fire extinguisher his family had to put out both the fire in the pan and on the rag. When it was safe, Izuku looked at Ochako with a serious face. So what did you try to make that nearly burned the house down? Grilled cheese. Izuku bashed his head into the fridge while pulling out the cheese again with a different pan. While on a step ladder, he placed butter in the pan and set the heat at medium to avoid worry of something burning. He started toasting a few pieces of bread on both sides before placing single pieces of cheese on one while sandwiching them together with the other. Do you normally cook at home? Not unless it's instant stuff in a microwave. So why did you think it was a wise idea to do this then? Ochako let a deep sigh out as Izuku listened to her answer. I wanted to try something a little better than the instant to prove I'm worth more in a relationship. Izuku stopped judging his girlfriend to listen to her logic. You're able to do awesome things, can think on the spot, and are strong. I can't even cook anything that isn't cup noodles. I feel like I'm taking advantage of the fact you can do this and I feel like crap from it. Izuku hugged Ochako before kissing her cheek before answering. You don't need to show your dominant side to me. I know you're amazing in different ways. But causing more trouble instead of saying you can't do something makes things worse. Ochako looked away for a second while Izuku tried to reassure her. Look at me right now, I'm a kid because I did something stupid. You shouldn't judge yourself because you can't do something someone else can. Sometimes all it takes is a little learning before you can do something. Thanks. Ochako hugged Izuku while Butters got up to the counter to try and get the food in the heat of the moment. No, bad kitty. Izuku pulled a spray bottle out of nowhere to start spraying Butters in the face. Do I need to go panther on you? Unless you do the Wakandan pose with that, you better be getting off the counter now, furball. Can't get myself some good shit around here. All I get is the lousy cat food that tastes like my butthole. Butters starts muttering to himself while walking back to the couch to take up a seat while being sprawled out. Pain in the ass familiar. You could have just asked, you can talk. I was wondering something regarding Butters for a little while, but how do you get a familiar? You take hold of the spirit of a corpse that was freshly killed. When that happens, you do a special ritual to keep the now reanimated creature as your partner. When you die or the body the spirit possesses can no longer be salvaged, the spirit returns to the afterlife. It's not hard so long as the corpse is fresh and has the least amount of damage. I was the runt of the litter and my mother left me out to dry, and newborn kittens don't live very long without a heat source and food. The brunette started to think on this while asking another. So how can he turn into a panther? I was able to enhance him to do that. To make it short, the familiar is as strong as you and can change depending on your own base strength, knowledge, or will. He was able to do that right off the bat, so you can see what type of person I am. Izuku got off the step ladder before putting it away to relax on the sofa with Butters watching movies. So the process is simple. I wonder if I could have a familiar too. I'll probably ask sometime when we're not dealing with Midoriya being a toddler. Ochako grabbed the sandwiches and some drinks for them while going back to the couch to get comfy. Come here Butters, you poor baby. Ochako says, picking up the cat before sitting down. I'm gonna take care of you as your new mom. She says, rubbing her fingers against the cat's face, getting him to purr. Later that evening, I'm home. Inko walked through the door to notice Ochako's shoes still by the side. Uraraka, sweetheart, are you still here? Yeah, we're in the living room. Inko had questioned what the brunette was still doing here before getting to the living room to see Izuku as a 5-year-old. Izuku, what happened to you? Calm down mom. This is only a rebound of a potion I tried to cut a corner on, with it only being temporary. I should return to normal very soon. As Izuku stated this, his body started growing, with both Inko and Ochako watching before the latter became beet red. See, I'm back to my normal 15-year-old self again. And you're naked. Izuku looked down to realize his mother's words to become red. Smooth Casanova, letting below the belt breathe while showing what you're packing to your girl. Butters had gotten a hit to the head after this before Izuku ran to his room to put on shorts and a shirt to avoid any extra embarrassment. When he returned, Ochako was rather hesitant to look him in the eye. The two sat down while Butters made another remark to Ochako. Should have taken a picture, it would have lasted longer. Butters had gotten a flick to the nose by Ochako this time. Will you two stop that? I'm a cat, not a person, so hitting me and flicking my nose really hurts. Well, I should get going. My mom and dad are probably wondering where I was for so long today. As she was leaving, Ochako gave Izuku a hug and kiss on the cheek. Definitely think you're handsome and more attractive in this form than the other. Not that it was bad, but I'd rather my boyfriend not be someone that makes people think I'm a cradle robber. As she left, Izuku had a smile on his face that did not get away from his mother's eye. So when did you start dating Uraraka? We kinda made it official last night. Butters had gotten on Izuku's shoulders as they went back downstairs to take inventory and make a small call for yak butter, so this would not happen again. At least, not to Izuku. The weekend finally finished for the members of UA, with them all eagerly returning to school. While doing so, a swarm of media came to keep the students from entering easily. Great, a bunch of riff-raffs. Izuku took a deep sigh while holding Ochako close to him. Butters, you mind? On my way. Butters stood on his back legs to make a salute while entering UA's gates before sitting some distance away cleaning himself. Stay close, sweetie. Ochako felt a tint of red being rather close to Izuku as he tilted them back with the feeling of them falling a distance. When they looked around, they realized they were inside UA's gates, with the reporters being behind them. Sometimes it pays to walk with the shadows. Ain't that the truth, mate? Izuku glanced at Ochako's recently acquired koi fish familiar to put a finger over his mouth. People are fine with Butters since I'm already a little out there. But you're going to be just a simple koi fish, Bubbles. So no talking, little fishy. Whatever. Bubbles sat on the rim of the bowl while pulling out a cigar with a damp lighter. Damn it, any of you got a light I can borrow? And no smoking either. Last thing we need is someone asking why a koi fish is smoking a cigar. Izuku pulled the cigar out of Bubbles' mouth for him to spit oil at his face. Shove it up your ass, lad. Butters, do you like koi fish? Not really, I gotta be in a mood to fight for my food. Oh yeah, send a filthy cat to do your dirty work ya piss pot. Yeah, real manly. Why did my familiar have to be an asshole? Bubbles, no words. Bubble bitch. Izuku didn't say anything with the four walking into the school into their classroom. As they entered in, the class took note of Bubbles with Iida jumping up to comment. Uraraka, pets are not allowed in school. Why did you choose to bring your pet fish here? I have permission from Principal Nezu and Mr. Aizawa. Don't worry, he's not gonna cause problems. Many thought with Bubbles being a fish and shouldn't cause any issues. While waiting, Bakugo however started to hear a voice in his head. Oi, ya stupid wanker. Huh, over here ya dumb bloat. Where the fuck am I hearing this from? Are you that stupid you horse's ass? Bakugo began to notice Bubbles looking at him with agitation while his fin was made to look like he was flipping him off. I don't like you. This lass here, she don't like you either. Am I being bitched at by a stupid fish? Who ya calling a stupid fish ya dumb rump roast? What you call me? Bakugo's outburst was heard from everyone with him sitting down hearing many snickers. Ya, how do you like that ya stupid dog? You want a fight? Come into my bowl and I'll show you what this stupid fish can do. What's wrong with my life now? As Aizawa walked in, he began to notice Bubbles to know that what Izuku said to him the day before was correct. Good morning class. Good morning Mr. Aizawa. I went over your battle training results yesterday and I'm relatively content with them. Bakugo, you have talent without a doubt, but do not let it go over your head. Yeah, this stupid ass got his handed to him by me master's lover. Up yours ya stupid donut. Will this be my life now here? Question mark. Being insulted by a fish. Yes it is you muppet. Anyway, we have something that we must do that will affect your time here at UA. This comment made a shiver go down everyone's spines thinking that this was another expulsion thing if they didn't do good enough. You all need to pick a class representative and vice representative. Thank God, it's normal school stuff. Everyone began to shout to be the class representative with it becoming mass hysteria. It was only stopped when Iida had offered to hold a vote to decide. Most saw this as pointless with almost everyone voting for themselves. However, Iida pointed out that those who don't vote for themselves and for someone else would have done something worth the position. People understood this with passing around a few blank pieces of paper to write their pick down. Once the votes were casted, Izuku was the class representative with 3 votes, while a girl with black hair in a ponytail called Momo Yaoyorozu was in second with 2. Alright, WHO voted for the loser. Did you honestly expect anyone to vote for you, ya walking detonator? Butters states this with everyone around hollering knowing Bakugo got pawned by a cat that was still technically a kitten no less. Alright, Midoriya's the class representative with Yaoyorozu being the vice. Time for first period. During lunch. As lunch rolled around, Izuku and Ochako had enjoyed their lunch on the roof for Bubbles to get a lunch cigar in. I gotta admit, that Bakugo is more of an ass than you two warned me. I had quite a bit of fun messing with him so far. Bubbles states this while tapping his cigar on the rim of his bowl. What did you say to him? Izuku looked at the fish a tad annoyed while he explained himself. I just told him what he ought to know by now. That none of us like him. So that's why he interrupted my class. Aizawa came through the door to the roof with Butters hiding behind Ochako. Keep the hobo away from me. Ha 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 ha, you're being insulted by a bloody cat. Bubbles kept laughing until Butters turned into a panther and stared him down. You gonna stop crap talking now or what? Bubbles just stared blankly while making a small coil to answer Butters' question. I rest my case. Butters transformed back into his normal self while being manhandled by Aizawa. Damn it, this is misconduct on a kitten. There's no laws against that. Anyway, I came up here to say I'd rather you not play mind games on Bakugo, fish. He may not be the most pleasant person, but he's still one of my students, which would make it hard to do my job if you mess with him a little too much. Alright then, guess I'll lower the insults on the piss pot. He states this while blowing a bit of smoke out. So why does he smoke? I have a familiar that spits oil that he lights and talks. You're holding a cat that can transform into a panther and talks. I'm gonna be honest, That's probably the most normal thing he does. She's got a point. So when ya two gonna suck face, or am I just destined for disappointment today? Both teens turned red while Butters escaped the dreaded Aizawa clutches to sit on Izuku's shoulder. Whatever you do in your free time, make sure to keep it wholesome at school and to not do something you'll regret. Aizawa walked away with an alarm going off before seeing reporters down below. How did they get in? What do you want us to do, sir? Get to the classroom, the teachers will handle this. Izuku and Ochako did as they were told, with calmly walking down while explaining to any students they saw that it was the media and to not worry, along with spreading the word. Thanks to this, the students of UA were handling the situation rather well, with no significant problems happening. As the class walked in one by one, their teacher began walking in not long after, having quite an irritated look on him due to dealing with the press. Many don't acknowledge it, but the media was one of the main reasons Aizawa became an underground hero in the first place. Since their work goes under the dead of night, most of their actions aren't shown, with the lack of publicity being something their sleepy teacher would rather. Today we will be going off campus to a facility for today's hero training. All Might, myself, and a third person who we will meet there will be in charge of today's lesson. He held up a flash card saying what the day's lesson would be about. Today you will learn about rescue training. In the apprehension test, you learned how your quirks can make a difference in basic physical exercises. The battle training was to show you how your quirks can be dangerous if used on another person. Today's lesson will help you understand how to use them to help people like any normal hero would. He pressed a button to have everyone's costumes come out of the wall. Wear your costumes or your PE uniforms, I don't care. Just meet me outside by the buses in 5. Everyone chose to use their costumes before going to the changing area to get them on. Once done, Iida was suggesting to attempt to put everyone in seat order, with Izuku not finding an issue and accepting it to keep from causing problems. This backfired on the engine quirk user when it was discovered to be the wrong type of bus for this. While sitting, Izuku found himself between his classmates Sue and Kirishima. Hey Midoriya, what's your relationship with Uraraka? Everyone looked over to the frog girl while she asked this. Why the sudden asking? Well, you two seemed close and I didn't want to be rude and make an assumption if it wasn't the case I was thinking. So I thought it'd be better to just ask you before making any further thoughts on this. Izuku had a smug look on his face while answering. Ochako is my student in the black arts that I work with. I teach her some of the things I can do without going to the level of deep stuff I can for personal reasons. Like the fact your spirit friends asked for some crappy payments. That reminds me, I like your ass Sue mmmph. Izuku shut the cat up by placing his hand on Butter's mouth. There's that too, but for an actual relationship. The young witch doctor clicked his tongue twice at Ochako before continuing. I'll leave it to your imagination. Ochako blushed a bit, for many to think this was the case, but to pass on it knowing Izuku was a little too weird for her to date. I wonder if I can screw with them more. The bus stopped with Mr. Aizawa getting up from his seat. We're here, get off. The members of Class A had walked off the bus to see a giant facility with a familiar-looking pro-hero in front of it. Hello hi, woo-woo, 13's one of my favorite heroes. Ochako shouts this with bubbles being held over her head in excitement. Don't drop me, whatever you do, do not drop me. 13 walked over to Aizawa in this time to ask about what was going on. So what's with the fish and cat? Long story. Anyway, where's All Might? The conversation was not very loud, with 13 holding up 3 fingers for only Izuku to comprehend among the students. He must have gone over his time limit. Of all the times. 13 began explaining how the facility known as the USJ was created by him to help heroes and heroes in training prepare for anything they may encounter natural disaster-wise before allowing everyone inside. Many marveled at the way the facility looked, with something not feeling right with Izuku. Could this be it? What's wrong? Ochako noticed her boyfriend's concerned face for him to grab her side. Stay close, something might happen here in a minute or two. She didn't understand but did as Izuku said, for something strange happening with the lights before a giant portal opened in the center of the area. Cool, they even have fake villains here. Those aren't fake villains, Kirishima. They're the real deal. A man with hands on his body came out with several other villains before a being with his brain on display popped out with the strange portal turning into a man made up of entirely mist. We are the League of Villains, and we've come to kill All Might. Aizawa jumped down in the moment to take on the imposing threat. 13. Protect the students. Izuku immediately turned to Iida with a plan in mind. Iida, you're one of the fastest here. Go get help. The engine hero began hesitating since he would leave his friends behind until the man of mist came in front of the entrance. This guy doesn't sit right with me. Hello, we are the League of Villains. We've come to kill All Might, but he doesn't seem to be here. Might there have been a change in the schedule? Ochako began backing up with Bakugo and Kirishima came barreling to the mist villain for him to wrap around everyone in the group. Seems you all will be a nuisance. Now, disperse. Izuku held onto Ochako as they were teleported into a giant pool of water. What the heck? Brace for impact. Both held their breath while falling into the water to be attacked by a bunch of villains. Lunchtime. Butters turned into his panther form to attack one of the villains for Izuku and Ochako to get to the surface. Pant, where are we? Dunno, but we gotta get out of this water now. Over there. Ochako pointed to a boat in the center for both to swim for it. Once they got on, Butters got on to transform back into his normal form. What now? Izuku looked at the area before seeing Sue and Kami with them. Where are we? Doesn't look like somewhere else entirely, maybe in the USJ somewhere. Okay, so how do we get out of this one? Izuku began thinking while Kami attempted to play with Butters. Ah, aren't you just like the cutest thing? Are you a cool cat? She held Butters close to her face. Get off me, ya weirdo. It's bad enough I have to deal with a hobo teacher doing this, now I gotta deal with some street slang skank. ? Izuku couldn't take much more of this to grab his cat familiar before getting an idea. Ochako, can Bubbles turn into a carnivorous fish? He can turn into a great white. Why? I got an idea, but he needs to go into the water first. What are you thinking, ya shrub? You go jaws on these people while we jump to safety. Bubbles smirked in his bowl as Ochako poured him into the water. Ochako, what are you doing, Ribbit? You'll see. Kami began to see a shark fin out of the corner of her eye to dart over and see it submerged into the water. Was that a shark? Everyone looked over to where she was to see a villain come near the boat. Chum time, kids. Before he could realize what was happening, a giant great white began attacking him from behind for the aquatic villain to freak. A shark. Every villain began to hold themselves on guard as the shark kept attacking them. Meanwhile, Ochako started making everyone but her weightless with Sue jumping off the ledge of the boat to the shoreline. Before they reached it, however, Izuku launched a 100% Ofa finger flick to the water and created a whirlpool effect on the water. Ya damned ninny, you got me in this too. Whoops. Fuck you, ya damned ass. You better hope I'm never in the same water as you. Cause I'm coming for your ass if I am. As they reached the shoreline, Izuku immediately felt the pain from releasing a max output of OFA to see his fingers completely broken and burned. Shit. Note to self, never go all out unless I'm able to handle the rebound. As the group got to the shoreline, Bubbles came over in his koi fish form for Ochako to scoop him up in the bowl. So what was with that shark? Izuku and Ochako looked at each other before answering. I don't know. Luck on our end though. If I ever get the chance to talk to these people, I'm saying that they owe me a few fags. Whatever. As the group came to the center, they discovered their teacher being pinned to the ground by some kind of monstrous beast. Knowing exactly what this thing was, Izuku walked over calmly to the three while putting his cane down to make a clunk in an attempt to get everyone's attention. Good afternoon, sir. Izuku Midoriya at your service. Izuku bowed for a man with hands to look at him with confusion. What are you doing, little brat? The black magic user began cracking his knuckles while answering. Taking down a prick who thinks it's fun to play with forces they shouldn't. Now, allow me to show you why the dead should stay dead. You think you can take us on? Nomu was made to kill All Might, what hope do you have? Them's fighting words, bitch. Butters shouted this with Izuku glancing over at the trio. Get Mr. Aizawa out of here, I can handle these jokes of villains. We're jokes, huh? Let's see how long you say that when you're on the ground beaten bloody. Nomu, kill the boy. The blue-haired man shouted at the beast known as Nomu for it to charge. Hey, so basic. Izuku remained where he was with his shadow moving forward to grab the Nomu's feet to make it fall to the ground. What's the matter? Trip over your own 2 feet. Izuku smirked at them with Shigaraki losing his sense of composure. Move now. Sue and Kami ran over to their teacher with Ochako staying where she was. Get out of here now while you have the chance. I'm not letting you face whatever that thing is alone. Sigh alright, but be careful. Ochako glanced over to the beast seeing some abnormal thing connected to its back going upwards. When she looked above the Nomu, she saw what looked like a man mummified chained to the monstrosity, scaring her a bit. What is this thing? Dunno. All I know is it's something regarding the dead. Izuku picked his cane up to walk over near the beast. He swung at it in the face making the cheek burn. The monster screamed in pain with everyone surprised this happened. What did you do to Nomu? When you work with the dead, you look for ways to damage the chains for the brought-back soul without any issues needed. The metal of this cane is made of a pure silver that has been blessed with some incantations that disrupt the connection between a soul and its possessed vessel. Amazing. That's bloody brilliant. So what's your name, friend? Why do you care? Everyone has a story. I also like to know who I'm going to take down today. The man began smirking before answering. Tamura Shigaraki. But that won't matter in a few moments. You'll die anyway. The Nomu began to attack Izuku again with oil being spat at it making the beast slide around. Nicely done Bubbles. Izuku looked over to the koi fish as he held a smirk. Ya got a light lass. Bubbles looked up at Ochako who brought out a gas lighter. The fish attacked with oil again for Ochako to light it on fire, burning the beast with the oil that was already on it catching. That wasn't so hard. Oi piss pot, where's ya ultimate weapon now? Bubbles shouted at Shigaraki in confidence before seeing the beast come at him and Ochako. As it came to them, Izuku went in front holding his right arm to brace the punch. The act made it cave in shattering the bones like they were nothing. Ah, he was pushed into Ochako with them falling into the water near the flood zone. Where's that smart attitude now? Nomu, and them. The two saw the Nomu run over to them with Izuku unable to move his right arm. He held his cane up prepared to fight for the beast to come at them. Master. Butters came in front and transformed into his largest form he could become. A saber-toothed tiger. As he transformed, the enlarged teeth sank into the Nomu's arm, ripping the limb off with one bite. The only person around here that can piss off my master is me. Butters kept his onslaught going with yanking the best apart limb from limb. Unfortunately, it kept healing itself for the enlarged cat to keep ripping already torn limbs off. In his blind fury, Butters didn't see the Nomu grab its fang to stop him while holding him up by gripping his stomach prepared to yank it out from the cat's mouth. Butters. Izuku ran over in pain with his cane in his left hand jumping up to the monster's head. Nobody beats on my familiar but me. Izuku slammed the bottom of his cane in the Nomu's brain while using 5% OFA to force it deep inside. The monster screamed in pain as it tried effortlessly to pull the cane out of its head. In the act, Butters was dropped for him to rip the arms off with the beast finally falling over and stop moving with Izuku's purification of the body completed. Okay, that's pretty awesome. Ochako watched from the side as the soul that was chained to the Nomu was released and ascended into the sky. She didn't understand it completely, but believed the soul went to heaven. Izuku found his way up while Butters pulled his cane out of the beast's head to give back. You're next, Shigaraki. The hand villain started scratching his neck violently after witnessing what he just did. You cheated. You cheated. You cheater. He came at Izuku in blind rage without noticing Bubbles and Ochako getting back up with the fish shooting a slick bit of oil where he was running. This made the villain slide upwards falling on his back. In the act, Izuku was able to steal a piece of his hair to place on a voodoo doll he made quickly with his shadow. Leave now, or else. I'm not running from a few brats. Shigaraki came at Izuku with him holding the doll in a position with its arms reached out. What the? Tisk, tisk. Tisk. You should have ran when you had the chance. Now you're my puppet. Izuku's shadow began twisting the arms to make Shigaraki move in a similar fashion. Ah, what are you doing? ? You're gonna twist my arms off. If you can't touch something, then that quirk won't work. In fear of his leader, the Warp Gate villain flew over to Shigaraki with hopes to pull him out of there. We must fall back, Shigaraki. Kurogiri, stop him. The mist man known as Kurogiri teleported them away with Izuku stopping what he did. Good riddance. He stated this before falling over in pain from his arm. Izuku. Ochako ran to him with Butters kneeling down hoping to help. Get him on me, he needs medical help. Ochako did as the giant cat said while holding Izuku on the large familiar herself. The doors shot open with All Might appearing first with many of the teachers. Get out of the way. I'm taking Izuku to the nurse's office. This was shouted by the brunette as she raced on top of Butters, who was in his enlarged form, to the school hoping to help her teacher lover. Just hang in there, Izuku, I'll get you fixed up good as new. Few hours later, Izuku began to wake up with the smell of disinfectants entering his nostrils. Ugh, what happened, Izuku? Ochako immediately hugged the greenette with him wincing in pain at the fact his arm was bumped into. Ow, sorry. Ochako sat back down in her chair as Izuku propped himself up to speak with her. What happened after I passed out? The pros came and made sure all of our class was safe. They also arrested all the villains except that Shigaraki and Kurogiri guy. Thanks to Butters, we were able to take you to the infirmary rather quickly. Though we did get a lot of fearful looks while storming into the school with him in the shape of a black fur saber-toothed tiger. I honestly think I saw one kid pee himself when he saw Butters. Ain't that the truth? Butters jumped on Izuku's bed with some bandages on his stomach before sitting in Izuku's lap. How ya feeling, bud? My guts hurt cause that stupid thing wanted to touch where it shouldn't, and my one tooth nearly came out from the grab. He did crack it though. Ouch. We'll get that fixed up later. No need, Sonny. I was able to do that as well as heal some internal damage to your not-so-little friend. An elderly woman came into the room wearing a doctor's coat to sit in a chair. Your arm did have some damage done to it thanks to the impact. You're lucky there isn't serious damage. She handed a few candies to Izuku and Ochako before handing a few cat treats to Butters. Thank you, ma'am. Not a problem. As they sat there, Izuku began to remember what happened to his teacher. Is Mr. Aizawa going to be alright? He suffered some damage to his skull and a few problems with his arm, but he should make a recovery. Unfortunately, he may have some trouble with his quirk for some time. Izuku let out a sigh before having his shadow grab his cane. I appreciate everything you've done till now, ma'am, but I must be on my way home. Izuku started to stand while heading to the exit. You really shouldn't be walking about, Sonny. You had a lot of stamina drained from you to heal enough of your arm. Izuku struggled with his cane for Ochako to go under his arm to act as some support and someone to help hold his weight. I'll make sure he gets home safely, recovery girl. Why thank you, dear. They started walking away but were in ear range to hear one final comment. Ah, the joys of being young and in love. Both went a little red before walking out of the nurse's office to head home. By the way, we don't have classes for 2 days. They said it was to help Ua handle the whole "we were attacked" thing with the press. I can understand that. Izuku glanced over to smile at Bubbles and Ochako. I guess I owe you two a thank you for the help. I might not be here if you didn't stop that Shigaraki guy. Ah, it was no biggie. I was just repaying the favor. Buy me a few of nice cigars and we're even. Deal. They continued walking to the station where the group of 4 were able to relax with hardly anyone on the train. Ochako watched as the sun sunk beneath the city line with a smile. It's beautiful. It really is. Izuku held his arm around the brunette as she nuzzled her head in the nape of his neck. Didn't know you were this bold. This comment made Ochako blush madly. It's not like that. I just. Izuku held his head on top of hers with a smile plastered on. I don't find it bad. To be honest, I'm really happy you're this comfortable around me. Growing up, people kinda didn't feel so calm around me to the point they'd do what they would have to if they had business with me and leave. It's not a significant thing you may be doing, but I appreciate the fact you're this comfy around me. Ochako started to yawn a bit while agreeing. What can I say, you're a nice guy, Izuku. Nicer than anyone can tell. She started to doze off with Izuku smiling at her innocent-looking face. She's so cute when she's tired. He gave her a small peck on the lips before laying back himself. Butters, wake me up when we're near our stop, right? The cat laid with his ears perked up hearing all the stops before he'd have to wake Izuku and Ochako from their nap. At the Midoriya residence, when the four got to Izuku's home, they knocked on the door for Inko to come out and nearly go insane seeing Izuku walking home the way he was. "Izuku, my baby, what happened?" Quote, "I look a lot worse than I am, Mom. Some guy thought it would be a good idea to mess with Ua. Thanks to the four of us, that's not an issue anymore." His mother immediately helped Izuku to his room with Ochako assisting. He quickly found himself about to fall asleep again to yawn and say goodnight to Ochako while apologizing he couldn't see her out. She understood, remembering what he did for her today before Inko and her leave Izuku to sleep. When they got to the kitchen, Inko stopped the brunette to speak with her. "Uraraka, sweetie, what happened to Izuku today?" She gave a sigh before answering the worried mother. "A group of villains attacked today. Izuku knew of this somehow, with it thanks to him we're even alive right now." Inko was amazed before asking about his injury. "What happened to his arm? Me and Bubbles were trying to back him up and this giant undead monster thing came at us. If Izuku didn't take the blunt of the hit, I might have gotten a punch through my stomach. And I'd be sushi." Bubbles added his part for the concerned mom to smile a bit. "At least I know Izuku is trying his best. But please, try and help him not do reckless stuff like this. It's hard on me when he does and I see the after effects. I promise I will. It hurt me when I saw him like this as well. What about me? I nearly had my guts ripped out and almost lost my favorite tooth. Don't I get some love? Sorry Butters, I forgot to mention how it was thanks to you that we were able to stop that Nomu or whatever they called it today. Thank you. Oh my, thank you for protecting Izuku, Butters." Inko stated this as the cat held a confident smirk before getting water sprayed at him by Bubbles. The two smiled at this before Inko got up to start making a little tea and a small thing to place in the fridge if Izuku got hungry during the night. "Would you like anything to drink, Uraraka?" "No, I'm fine. I should actually head out so my parents won't worry." Ochako started to get up before picking Butters up into her arms to give the cat a well-deserved belly rub. "Thank you for everything today, Butters. You really helped us." "Oh yeah, right there. That feels amazing. I'll make sure to stop by tomorrow to give you a nice thank you gift while checking in on Izuku." Butters looked at Ochako with a smirk. "I see why Izuku likes you so much. To be honest, I'm actually liking you more and more by the day." Ochako laughed at this while leaving with a hug being given to Inko before she did. As she left, Inko gave a small saucer of warm milk to the cat in his small bowl. "I think you deserve this after the abuse you had." "Why thank you, Inko. You always know how to make me happy." Butters went right into his treat while purring for Inko to watch and smile at the little cat's excitement. This continued for an hour or so before Inko retired to her room. Around this time, Ochako made it home to go directly to bed after telling her parents she was helping someone to their home for them to be rather happy she was this kind-hearted. As she laid in her bed, she thought about the visions she had in the Moonlight reading to finally put the pieces together. That jerk, he knew this was gonna happen to some extent. Sigh, I'm way too tired to be mad. She starts to fall asleep knowing she's going to lace into Izuku tomorrow when she sees him. The day after the incident at the USJ, the teachers began heading out to explain that they were going to become a move-in school. From what was rumored, the school had been questioning whether they should have become one for some time to give a little convenience for specific students that needed to travel a distance. The afternoon after being told this, every student moved into the dorms with everyone noticing how huge the dorms are. "Alright, now I need you all to abide by the curfew laws of 10 p.m. along with handling yourselves as students even when you are not in class. You're all still on the school campus, so keep that in mind." Aizawa states this while opening up the doors to a rather large home. Whoa, everyone was amazed with Ochako in particular spinning around seeing the size of the common space alone. "I live in a mansion." She would have fallen over if it wasn't for Izuku catching her along with Butters balancing Bubbles' fishbowl on his body. "Guess I'm stuck in a fishy situation, huh Bubbles? If I could interact with everyone around, I'd kick your ass right now for that comment." The first floor is where the kitchen, living room, and bathing areas are. Though everything else is shared, the baths and restrooms are separated by gender. Dang man, Kaminari snaps his fingers at this for Jiro to stab his eyes before continuing to hear Aizawa speak. The 2nd to 5th floors are divided by sides. Boys are on the right, and girls on the left. Only way on either side is through the common space here. Aizawa started to leave before remembering one final thing. Midoriya, Uraraka, both looked at their teacher who passed them 2 keys. The request you both gave for a workspace in the dorms for your research into the occult was accepted. The door over there leads to the basement where you can access through those keys. Only you two have those among the student body, so don't lose them. He left after this with everyone going to start unpacking. Out of curiosity, both teams checked their workspace to see what they were dealing with. As they unlocked the door, they saw the specified boxes Izuku asked to be placed upon acceptance inside, as well as a work area double what they were used to. Now this feels professional. Let's get our dorms set up before coming down here to get this ready. Gotcha. Few hours later, everyone was relaxing in the common space of the dorms, finishing their setup of their home away from home. Trying to get a bit ahead of her supernatural studies, Ochako was reading a book on spirit mastery, with Izuku having a similar mindset with potions for special traits to be altered in humans. So, who wants to do a room grading contest? Ashido shouted this, with some people being kinda interested in this. The rules are simple, we see all the rooms with us voting after. Winner's the one who has the most votes. Many agreed, with the inspection starting on the boys' side with Izuku's room first on the agenda. For the most part, it really didn't scream, "Witch Doctor," to everyone seeing posters of All Might on the walls and a bunch of hero analysis books above the desk. What did catch some people's eyes were some books of the dark arts on a shelf nearby. I expected creepier. Same. You all should see the basement. The creepy stuff is down there. This comment put a thought in everyone's head to see it after this. Every other room was kinda normal, with only a few being sorta out there. Some were shojis, which had almost nothing, Todoroki's, which was a completely different style, and Shiro's, which was quite exotic for a guy. Finally, they came to an end on both boys' and girls' sides, with everyone turning to Izuku and Ochako. Quote. Yes, so are you gonna show us the basement, or not? I don't think that's a good idea. There's a lot of stuff that's either very fragile or very dangerous to mess with down there. Oh please, like you could hurt any of us. Not like you can do better, piss pot. This man moped the floor with something that coulda killed All Might. What good are you ta him? Shut the fuck up, fish. Everyone looked at Bakugo, as only him and a few people knew what happened. Bubbles flipped the blonde off as Izuku mulled over letting everyone in. Sigh, okay, but on the condition none of you touch anything that is inside. Some of the things are kinda delicate and can actually mess you up if you tamper with it. Deal. Everyone states this as Izuku opened the locked door. Welcome to the land of mystery and wonder. The young witch doctor bowed as everyone looked in awe. This place is so cool. Ashido looked around while seeing a ball of green light. Oh, what's this do? As she looked deep into it, a spirit came into view to scream at her. Ah. She jumped back and flung a cauldron on Butters. Can someone get this stupid thing off me? Ochako pulled the giant potion container off the cat as he got on the table. Remember how I said, some of these things are fragile or dangerous? That's the latter. Needless to say, Ashido got the message first. Check this out, I'm a mage. Kaminari put on Izuku's mage hat, with him quickly pulling it off. Again, I said to not touch. What's this thing do? Turn me into a newt? Bakugo joked while holding a vial of something in his hands. That's poison dart frog venom. I'd be very careful with that. Yeah right. Everyone looked over, with Bakugo not listening. I'm serious right now. I don't like you, but I don't want you dead. Put it back. Oh, so scary. The blonde put the vial back, with Yaoyorozu noticing a shelf of different vials with names on them. Euphoria. It's a potion Izuku said makes women become extremely aroused. The girls all looked at him with a serious look while asking, why do you have that? To make a long story short, some guys I know and buy stuff from me can't. Please, they're girlfriends if you catch my drift. I give them a diluted version of that, and it acts as a way for them to increase their arousal while in moderation. If something like that were to get into a woman's pores as the pure version that's in there, let's just say they wouldn't be wearing anything right now, it would be that stimulating on their bodies. So what? They'd ruin their clothes. Izuku rolled his eyes at Kirishima's lack of understanding. It means, they'd get off having their clothes on. Ooh, ew. Most girls thought of this before commenting with a disgusted thought. The creation user backed away from the vial with her hands up, not wanting to touch it. So would it work the same way on a guy? Hagakure asked this with curiosity as Izuku reaffirmed them. No, this works with altering estrogen levels in the female body. If it would affect a male, it would need to alter testosterone. So no, makes sense. But why would someone wish to alter the testosterone factor of a man? Don't ask that question, Iida. I get more than enough customers that do request for something like that. Izuku looked at his vials before realizing he did need to make some of a potion tomorrow. So what else do these things do? Shiro began looking at a potion while picking it up out of curiosity. Extract of cat. That wasn't fun having him mess with me to get. Butters comments with Shiro simply placing the vial back on the shelf, not wanting to mess with it. Are we done here? The more time you all are in here, the more a chance something's going to happen. He's right, I'm out of here. Ashido left with the girls behind her, with most of the guys doing the same. Freeze. Everyone looked to see Kaminari grabbed by Izuku. What? Amulet. Now, I don't have anything. You want me to turn you into an actual sparking rat Pikachu? Kaminari sighed before handing a small amulet with a skull on it. This talks to the dead. I wouldn't mess with it if I was you. And what makes me so sure you're telling me the truth? Izuku was about to say something before getting a strange request from a spirit. Quote. Butters, you wanna do this one? Gladly. The small cat sat near Kaminari, making him look down. Hey there, Butters, what's shakin' ahhhhh? Kaminari screamed as Butters latched his claws deep into the sparking blonde's crotch to go through the shorts. Ooh, that's gonna hurt in the morning. Jiro stated this as the girls and the guys who began holding their own crotch feeling the pain nodded in agreement. After the basement visit, everyone voted for the room they thought was the coolest, with strangely enough the basement winning. Some of the guys voted for it, with Jiro and Sue voting for the spot as well. Everyone started to go to bed after this, with Izuku going down into the basement to work. Izuku, do you need any help? Sure, I was just gonna start a potion that needs to sit overnight. They walked downstairs with Izuku starting the base of the potion while explaining what they're doing. Do you remember the potion I said increases women's arousal? Yeah, well, I got an order that will need me to make a little more. I'm not sure if what I have will handle it, so it won't hurt to refill the stock. I can understand. The two read down the instructions as they placed ingredient after ingredient inside. Once they got to one of the final tools, however, Ochako looked at it confused. Hey Izuku, what does compound of maiden mean? It means I'm going to need you to do something kinda strange. Ochako raised her eyebrow as Izuku explained. I need you to spit in this cauldron. Wait, what? Compound of maiden means I need an internal component that is made by a woman. This acts as a center fulcrum for what the potion should alter. Ochako looked at her boyfriend, still confused. So why spit? Would you rather bleeding or peeing in the cauldron? Or something else? She thought about it a second before answering. Yeah, spit won't hurt. Ochako felt a little disgusted by this as she spat right into the cauldron, a little grossed out by the sound of her hawking one in general. She didn't understand it, but the sound of someone spitting grossed her out to no end. Okay, now what? We stir and wait for a reaction. What kind? We'll know when we see it. Izuku continued stirring for a few minutes with nothing happening. All the while, Ochako went down the list, making sure they put everything in and proceeding to a point she didn't understand why they didn't have a reaction yet. Is it normally this long for a reaction? Not really. Maybe something's going, and that's where this is becoming an issue. Izuku walked away to look at his ingredients as Ochako looked deep into the cauldron. Why isn't there a reaction yet? She looked deep in to notice small bubbles starting to form. Is this the reaction? The bubbles immediately multiplied, with a giant burst happening in Ochako's face, blinding her for a second from the smoke. Ochako. Izuku rushed over for the brunette to start coughing. Cough cough, I'm okay. That just surprised me a bit. Come on, let's get to bed. That was what we needed, so now all we need to do is wait. The two got out while locking up, with Izuku escorting Ochako to her room. Are you sure you feel okay? I'm worried that the explosion caused some kind of side effects with you. I feel fine, Izuku. You don't have to worry about that. I just worry. I'm sorry. Ochako kissed Izuku's lips as they stood in front of her door. If something happens, I'll tell you. All right. Izuku hugged his girlfriend before giving her a kiss of his own as a way of saying goodnight. Ochako entered her room to rest while Bubbles was also a little worried. That potion was meant to affect women. Be careful. Relax, you weird reference to an Englishman. I feel fine. For now anyway. Not every potion is instantaneous and you know that. And that's why I told Izuku I'd tell him if something happened. Whatever. Night. As she fell asleep, Ochako didn't realize that something was without a doubt wrong with her body, but as the potion in the cauldron needed time to become what it was, so did the compound in Ochako, with her dreams being rather lucid that night. Izuku. Her mental mind began to dream of her beloved boyfriend taking her in a similar fashion as what she saw in the crystal ball slightly. The feeling of his warmth embracing her and filling her mentally and physically in something she could not believe. Slowly but surely, her body longed and desired her lover's touch. Eventually, her mentality began taking a physical representation to a point she could barely stand it much longer. I need Izuku here and now. She spoke these words in her sleep as said Greenette was enjoying some rest on his end. Izuku began waking up with him feeling a bit heavier than he would normally feel. That's strange. I feel as if something is weighing me down. Hey Butters, did you transform on me while asleep? Izuku asks before lifting the covers up to notice Ochako atop him wearing only one of his shirts from what he could tell. Oh Ochako, what are you doing in my bed and on top of me? She opened her eyes to show an even deeper blush than she'd regularly have. I don't know. I just wanted to be near you, Izuku. For the first time in years, Izuku's mind went blank realizing these words came out of someone he loved. Hey Midora bro, why is your room smashed open? Kirishima walked into the room in probably the worst time as he noticed Ochako on top of Izuku with her legs spread open to keep Izuku from going anywhere. I'm gonna leave now. He walked out as Izuku came back to reality to get up with Ochako wrapping around him kissing his neck as they walked out the room. Once they came downstairs, they were met by their classmates with Ashido having a cheeky grin on her face seeing Izuku carrying Ochako on his side. Seems someone had a good night's sleep. She states this while silently laughing to herself. Knock it off. I've got more issues to deal with. Okay, but why is Ochako latched around you like that ribbit? Ochako looked at everyone while having a smirk on her face. Can't I smother my boyfriend in affection every now and again? What? Everyone was amazed at this comment as Ochako began leaving hickeys on Izuku's neck. Okay, seriously, why is she acting like this man? Shiro was beyond confused with not many far from him as well. The only satisfaction Izuku had was not seeing Kaminari, Mineta, or Bakugo up yet to tell him this issue wasn't going to become larger with the egoist or perverts learning why. Last night, me and Ochako were creating a potion that had to sit overnight to become right. I'm sure most of you remember that potion to excite girls more. Most thought what he was meaning before remembering the container of euphoria. So what happened? Jiro questioned this as Izuku explained the incident. Well, when we were doing this, the potion had a delayed reaction with Ochako not realizing what was happening. To make a long story short, I think she got a blast of the pure stuff that didn't activate until some time ago. Nobody believed this as Ochako moved her hands under Izuku's shirt to feel his body. Izuku, you're more muscly than you let on. Alright, can we stop her before this goes into some kind of porno in the common space? We've got two options of how to stop her. The first is to wait for the stuff to naturally leave her system and her estrogen levels return to normal. How long would this take? Iida questions this as Izuku explains. The dilution takes at least 24 hours with a small dose. However, this is the full-fledged tool, so it'll take about a week alone from the amount I'm thinking is in her system. Okay then, what's the second? Izuku looked at Hagakure before speaking. How do you stop sexual frustration in the easiest way to explain? Everyone ignored this comment, not being so pleased with this remark. So it's either deal with this or hear something we'd rather not. Ojiro asks this with a nod coming from the young witch doctor. So there's no other way around it. I shall not allow such vulgarity to happen under this roof. Though we are in a dormitory system, that does not mean we shouldn't act in a proper fashion being on school grounds nonetheless. Izuku, I want to see what you look like down here. Ochako started reaching down Izuku's pants, realizing that waiting wasn't going to work with this. Sorry, but I don't think the earlier one is gonna work. Izuku walked into Ochako's room with him, noticing bubbles inside. There she is. I was wondering where she went last night. Izuku grabbed the fish bowl before placing it outside with Butters, who was looking at them with a smirk. Getting a stiffy from this. He began laughing with Izuku shutting the door on both. What's his problem? Got me, but Ochako is definitely going through some stuff. Butters pulled a box of Kubon cigars out of his fur before placing them on the floor. Carden says they do it. And two say they'll go more than once. You are on, fish. Few hours later, after a solid 3 hours of non-stop climaxing, Ochako found herself naked in her bed, sleeping on top of Izuku, who had his shirt off and was covered in hickeys. What the heck happened? ? Good to see you've finally regained your composure. Izuku started to wake up, with Ochako becoming extremely embarrassed with him seeing her naked. She ran over to cover her body with a blanket before demanding questions from Izuku. Why am I naked? And why are you in my bed? To place it simply, you had the effects of that potion hit you full force early this morning, with me finding you in my bed kinda ready to rape me. She went red hearing this before asking another question. So why are we in my room? To make it simple, I carried you here after you refused to let go. Unfortunately, some of our classmates saw what you were like with me explaining you had to get the pleasure out of you for you to go back to normal. She looked at Izuku again before asking a rather serious question. Did we do it? No, I made it a personal goal to avoid that, knowing it wasn't right to take advantage of you in the state you were in. Ochako sighed in relief, knowing her purity was still there. But we did do other things. What kind of other things? Izuku tasted the inside of his mouth before answering. To make it simple, we did everything that led up to that. Ochako went red before curling herself in a ball. Mom, Daddy, I'm sorry for being such a dirty girl. She started to cry a little before Izuku patted her back. It wasn't technically you, it was your body acting on instincts. Don't take it too hard. In fact, I should apologize for doing those things. The young witch doctor said this with Ochako looking over. Did you like it? Nothing. Ochako hid her head in the covers again, with Izuku grabbing his shirt to leave. I'll be heading out. I've got some other things that need to be done today, so come down to the basement if you're up to it. Izuku walked out of the dorm to see the girls all nearby listening to the conversation. What? Everyone was at a loss for words hearing what he and Ochako had done. Did you jump her bones? Ashido was the first to say the question that was on everyone's minds as Izuku rolled his eyes. No, I didn't feel right taking that away from her when she's not in her right mind. Ochako's still a virgin, at least, in that perspective. He laughed as everyone had a huge blush on their faces hearing the last part. Izuku went down to the basement to place the now completed potion in vials with Butters and Bubbles waiting for him. So how far'd ya go? We didn't have sex, if that's what you two horn dogs are asking. So who wins the bet? Izuku grabbed the 4 containers of cigars to place them in his pocket. I win, asshole. Both stated this as the young boy just continued his work with no problems. The events of the day prior had somewhat left the members of Class A. Among them, the only two that could not forget it was Izuku and Ochako, as they now had found themselves in probably the most awkward situation of their lives. To them, they didn't do anything too far. But that doesn't mean that what happened isn't exactly pure, or messing with their self-morals in a way. You good there, stud? Yutsushimi had asked while patting Izuku's back, seeing him somewhat dead inside. Hello, Earth to Mr. Magic Man. You cool fam. Izuku's head slammed onto the desk with Butters hopping up to poke Izuku's face with his paw. He's fine, he probably wishes he had some gochi the other dammmph. Shut it, cat, before I turn you into amino and put you in Bubbles' bowl. Izuku grabs the cat's mouth while giving an agitated look at his familiar. Butters gets the idea and zips his lip for them to continue to sit in the room waiting for their teacher. I wonder who's going to teach us today. Sue began asking as Iida kept telling everyone to sit down and asking Izuku to intervene as the class representative. He didn't seem to respond however before glancing at the engine quirk user. Iida, you're the only one up right now. Silence filled the room as Iida came to this reality. He quickly found his seat before the door opened to reveal their sleepy teacher covered in bandages. Good morning class. Are you okay? Everyone was somewhat fearful for the underground hero who didn't seem to show all that much emotion. Then again, they couldn't tell since the bandages covered every part of his face except for his sort eyes. It's nice to see you up and about, sir, but shouldn't you rest ribbit? My health is irrelevant. Besides, you all have a more important hurdle coming. Everyone was silent, afraid of what it was. The UA Sports Festival is coming up. As if like lightning, the fear in the room turned into cheering instead. Enough. Everyone stopped however when Aizawa shouted. The UA Sports Festival is an event that only happens once every year. It's similar to the Olympics that people used to watch when quirks weren't a thing. Yutsushimi raised her hand a moment before her teacher looked her way to acknowledge her. No offense, sir, but is this right? I mean, we were totes just attacked by villains. Shouldn't we wait or cancel it? As I said before, Yutsushimi, this is a very anticipated event. People look forward to this every year. Because of this, we can't just cancel it. Also, this is a way for you all to get your names out there. If you do well enough in the sports festival and stand out, a pro hero agency could scout you and offer you a spot for learning under them. However, we aren't going to allow just anyone in the event this year, and the security will be far more than the years prior. This is to make a way for UA to say we have the situation under control and we won't let some villain chumps shake us as much as they think. Adding to this, all heroic classes are cancelled until the end of the sports festival. You have 2 weeks to train, use it wisely. Aizawa walked out of the classroom for the first period to start for the group of students. Time skipped to lunch. Hiroshima began to open the doors to the hallway with a giant group of people in front of them. Well, this is quite unnecessary. Izuku pulled Ochako close to him before falling back and teleporting to the other side of the crowd. Sorry to say hello and run, but me and Ochako have some things that must be done and some forms to fill out, so if you'll excuse us. Quite the trick there. Guess some of you hero course people do have some fancy things to differentiate you from us. A boy with purple hair and tired eyes walked over to greet the two with Butters hiding behind Izuku. This guy reminds me of the hobo. The purpled-haired boy looked at the two before speaking. Must be nice being on the pedestal you're on. It is, but I'm sure you'll find out one day if you truly wish to be a hero. Be careful of your words. Keep this in mind. Members of different courses can transfer into the hero course if they show enough merit in the sports festival. But if they move that person in, someone in the hero course has to be kicked out. Izuku wasn't afraid of this, understanding where he's coming from. I can see your desire to be in the hero course, but be mindful of who you speak to about these things. You may find yourself in quite the conundrum if you say it to the wrong person. Izuku hands a business card to the man before walking away. If you ever wish to learn of some special tricks or to know your future, give me a call. They walked in the direction of Nezu's office while everyone looked completely confused as to what just happened. So where are we going now? I need to put in a few forms for my amulet and Butters. I'll also ask about a form for Bubbles and some potions for you. ... Okay. Ochako seemed a little uneasy for Izuku to take notice. Is everything alright? Did what that guy said bother you? And no. I'll tell you after we exit here. Ochako mentions as they are in front of the principal's office. They began knocking on the door before being allowed in. In front of them was a small rodent creature that smiled happily at them. Why hello there Midoriya and Uraraka, what do I owe the visit? Hello Principal Nezu sir, we were wondering if there is any chance that we could use some special equipment for the sports festival. Ah, I was waiting to discuss this with you two knowing you'd ask this. Nezu motioned to the seats in front of his desk for the duo to sit. It's quite rare for students of the hero course to put in paperwork for tools or equipment, but not unheard of. Unfortunately, I will require you both to have a limit as opposed to those of different courses due to trying to keep things at a fair level. Understandable, sir. I'd only wish to put in a request for Butters, my amulet that allows me control of the dead, and a few potions. Ochako would have a similar thing except without the amulet. Actually Izuku, that's something I wanted to discuss with you about. The young witch doctor looked at Ochako before Nezu spoke. I will allow them as long as you fill out these forms and get them to me by the day before the festival at the latest. In regards to potions, you may use up to 6 before counting it as more than one tool, but they must be non-lethal and reversible if used on people. Is that okay? Very much, sir. Thank you. The two left, grabbing the paperwork to look it over and fill out. As they left, Izuku brought Ochako to a spot where wandering ears couldn't hear them to talk. So what exactly did you want to talk about? She looked away for a second before Izuku grabbed her cheeks to force the gravity quirk user to look at him in the eye. Ochako sweetie, tell me. If there is any way I can help you, I'd do it in a heartbeat. But I can't read your... Actually I can probably read your mind, but I'd rather hear it from your angelic mouth. So please tell me. Ochako took a deep breath before answering. I wanna learn more. I wanna learn as much as you do about voodoo and the dark arts. Izuku had a lump in his throat hearing this. You don't want to do that. Why? Izuku walked away to enter into a shadow in a corner. The path I walk forces me to reside in the shadows. I hide within them and gain power from this. That, however, comes with a consequence. The world you see and the world I see are two different sides of the same coin. You can still reside in the light, but that is no longer available for me because of how deep I dived into what I shouldn't. Ochako didn't understand any of this as Izuku pulled his amulet out. The afterlife is not a toy for you to entertain yourself with. It's dangerous, as are the beings that reside inside it. If you were to learn what I do, you'd need to be very wary of what you do and say. You make one slip up with the large things I know, one error, and you'll find yourself destroyed in heart, body, and mind. That is, if there's anything left to destroy your mind. Ochako began to feel frightened by this act before holding an even more determined face than before. I still want to learn. I don't care what the cost is, I'll do this. Besides, it'll help me feel a little closer to you. Izuku went a tint of red hearing this. What do you mean? You have this aura around you as if you're hiding something. Hiding things from me. I know you don't think it's important, but I feel like I'm not looked at as someone you trust. Izuku froze hearing this before explaining something. Ochako, as human beings, it's natural to keep some things from the people that are close. We may not like it, but we do it knowing that the alternative is far worse. Just as I don't tell you all my secrets, you'll not tell me all yours. It's a form of respect between two people that I won't force you to tell me what you hide as you won't force me to tell. Ochako held her head down before Izuku let a sigh out. Okay. I'll teach you how to use the spirits of the afterlife to help you. But understand this, you're human. You have limits. These limits are what define you and me, and because of our humanity, these cannot be surpassed. This power does not make you a god. Understand? Ochako nodded at Izuku, who motioned her to follow him. When they got back to the dorms, the duo went down to the basement with Butters and Bubbles in tow. Izuku pulled a few books he kept from Ochako out to show her what there is. We'll start off by making a catalyst to have you speak with the dead. Once that happens, we'll begin the process of having spirits help you by doing requests they ask of you. The more favorable they are with you, the more willing that they'll be to help you. But understand that you need to be extremely cautious about this. I understand. Ochako went over to her work area to take out some cleansing salts and a pure amethyst to help them. Glad you understand this. Alright, now what will your catalyst be? Izuku pulled a few items out of a bag. He had to reveal a cane, a necklace, a ring, and a set of earrings. How about these? Ochako grabbed the set of skull earrings for Izuku to nod. Alright, let's begin. Izuku and Ochako began creating a potion to control the dead that the young witch doctor made years ago for himself. Some of the items were rather confusing for Ochako, seeing how they were rather unique in their own way. Alright, time for the final part of this. Can you hand me the earrings, please? Ochako handed them to Izuku, who placed them in the cauldron. One final thing. Izuku handed her a needle. I need a drop of your blood as a median. If this is for you, the blood must come from you. Okay. Ochako took the needle before placing her hand atop the bubbling cauldron. As the needle pierced her skin, Ochako felt a bit of a sting before a drop fell into the pot. It started to bubble purple before overflowing a bit. You may want to step back. This was rather problematic when I first did it. Ochako did as she was asked before waiting a second to hear all the bubbles stop. Quote. Did something go boom? A massive explosion was made, having many of class run over to the door to attempt to enter the basement. Unfortunately for them, it was locked and they were only met with some smoke coming from the bottom gap between the floor and the door. The hell are they doing down there? Everyone internally thought this as everything was silent after. Cough cough, what was that? The potion is complete. Trust me when I say that would have hurt taking in the face. Izuku shivers a bit remembering the painful blast he got as a child, not knowing any better. In the cauldron, the earrings were the only things left for Izuku to grab and pass over to Ochako. Congratulations, you have a median for talking with the dead. Cool. Ochako placed the earrings on before asking a question that had been bugging her. So I gotta ask, are angels and devils actually a real thing? Sadly, I've met the spirits of angels a few times and, let's just say my confrontations with devils weren't pleasant. Good thing I had butters when I did. That thing would have made you a tuna sandwich if I didn't bite the jugular. Butters opens his mouth a bit, showing teeth to spook Ochako a bit. Did I just open hell for this? Depends on how you look at it. Everyone in the basement stopped to look at Izuku. She held a face that said, did I just open hell, or something? This is why I said this isn't easy and very dangerous. Now, let's find some spirits for you to make deals with. What's gonna happen with my life now? Be lucky you ain't in this bowl, lass. I literally had coils when that explosion happened. When did my life become a sideshow pun with a talking fish? The day of the sports festival had finally arrived for everyone. Izuku and Ochako had trained hard along with their fellow classmates in preparation for whatever they would face. Today was the day they'd finally get to show what their powers were capable of to the world. As the witch doctor walked in, he began to explain to his classmates that they were about to go on. Alright everyone, last minute preps. If you're good, then don't worry. If not, well then you may wanna. Izuku walked towards Ochako, Bubbles, and Butters before being confronted by Todoroki. Midoriya, you are the strongest here. Consider this my declaration of war to you. The bicolored teen walked away to confuse everyone. Did you do something to Todoroki, Izuku? I would probably remember if I did. Both question this as Butters starts to walk towards and sits on Izuku's shoulder. Oh well, we're about to start, so it's no big deal. The two didn't fight this as they were beginning to get called down. Alright folks, it's time for the annual UA Sports Festival. I'm your announcer present Mike with a racer head here working as commentary for the first years. Do you have to be so loud? It's annoying. Anyway, here comes the first class to enter the arena. They survived a villain attack and are the eyes of the festival this year, Class 1A. The crowd cheered as the class walked in the arena. Quite a crowd all things considered. Definitely awesome. Meow. The three commented while Bubbles was waiting for his time to shine in the events. The other classes were called out after, with everyone meeting at the center of the field in front of a podium. And now for our referee. For the first years, we have the R-rated hero Midnight. The crowd began cheering with many of the men in the audience enjoying the fact the pro was hosting this. Should someone question Ms. Midnight on what she's wearing? Is that truly proper attire for a high school? Many of the students were rather conflicted about Midnight's attire. Now that's a hot piece of ass. Oi Ochako, I bet you could get Izuku nice and happy if ya dress like that lass. Ochako began to swirl the bowl she had for Bubbles around to make him spin a bit. What are ya trying to do, make me puke? She stopped when Midnight was about ready to start. And now for our first year representative. Scoring the highest in the entrance exams, Class A's Katsuki Bakugo will present the player's oath. Bakugo walked up towards the speaker with many of the other courses showing their spite. Ochako leaned into Izuku's ear to whisper a question. What are the chances he'll say something stupid that'll make our class a target? Quote. I almost guarantee it, almost. Butters asked this while Izuku explained. There's like a 0.0001% chance that he might not, but I'm not holding my breath. Everyone was calm as Bakugo spoke into the mic. I'm just pointing this out right now. I'm gonna win this. That's the speech. Most of Class A shouted this, with the other courses preparing to target Class A because of this. Izuku, Ochako, Butters, and Bubbles all facepalmed themselves, realizing that their ash-blonde classmate did exactly what would make the situation worse than it already was. Now that speech is over, let's begin the first event. A giant reel spun on a big screen behind Midnight before stopping on a spot. And the first event will be an obstacle course. Players will race around the outside of the stadium while overcoming obstacles along the way. The first 42 to run around the field of bounds and come back here will move on to the next round. Quirks are permitted in this. Now prepare yourselves. Everyone got into position while Izuku discovered the real threat right off the bat. Ochako, do you have any way to move around in the air somewhat freely? Sorta. Why? You'll need it right off the bat. Izuku didn't go into detail while preparing for the first event. A counter went down before going green for everyone to start. Once they did, Izuku ran directly to the side of the entrance before pulling his amulet out. Time to start some fun. Izuku created a small shadow to hover on while moving on the side of the entrance. Ochako did as Izuku said and prepared to go into the air. Thanks to a deal she made with a fallen angel, Ochako was able to create shadow wings to fly over everyone. So this is what he meant. Flying over, the brunette saw the crowd of people fighting to get out. Come to think of it, we all entered in one class at a time. Izuku must have found this out right off the bat. Escaping the first obstacle, the two found themselves face to face with a giant set of robots. Time for the first obstacle, folks. May I present to you, Robo Inferno. Izuku prepared to use his witch doctor magic before Todoroki, who was in front of them, froze a bunch of zero-pointers in their tracks. Well, that was anticlimactic. Butters points this out as the bicolored team runs onto the next event. Ochako, stay close. Right. Both Izuku and Ochako ran through the area while using their quirks to smash or float up robots to avoid any dangers. Wow, those two are in sync. Once they got to the next event, they noticed it was similar to a tightrope walk. Got any plans for this? Ochako glanced at Izuku, who was thinking before getting a brainstorm. Butters, can you turn into a clouded leopard? Way ahead of you. Butters transformed into a somewhat bigger cat, with Izuku looking to Ochako. Can you make you and me float? Ochako did this for Izuku to grab her hand and the back of Butters' fur. You know what to do. Right. The cat began fast walking on the ropes like it wasn't a big deal and jumping to the platforms before continuing. Why this cat? Ochako asked Izuku while he explained. Clouded leopards are some of the most agile of the feline family. Though smaller than most, they balance on nimble tree branches and are quite the jumpers as well. Their jumping skill can almost reach 4 feet up in the air, which is impressive for their stature. Wow, cats are so cool, you better believe it. Butters acted a bit cocky with himself as they reached the end of the obstacle to run towards the final part of the course. Once they got to a minefield, they noticed a few people already ahead of them, with Bakugo and Todoroki leading the pack out in front. We'll never get anywhere near them at this rate. You've got any ideas, Izuku? We could do what we did before, but if we hovered or flew near the two, they'd attack us. Also, the direct approach would get us nowhere fast. Izuku and Ochako thought before Bubbles spoke up. I got an idea. The two listened before initiating what he had planned. The shadows they controlled began to twist and form into a makeshift slingshot, with Ochako being held by Izuku. All ready. The young witch doctor looked down to see Ochako a little skittish of what they were doing. You know, I was kinda into this idea at first. But now that it's happening, I'm kinda having second thoughts. Anyway, we can turn. We ain't turning back now, lass. Fire. Bubbles shouted for Izuku to release the lever and send all 4 of them barreling into the air and through the minefield. What the heck is that? Mike shouted, seeing the quartet flying in the air. I'm too young to die. Ochako was heard screaming for her life as the 4 passed Bakugo and Todoroki. Izuku took it upon himself to toss out some pieces of metal he grabbed from the first obstacle to toss in front of the two trying to catch up to them. They both landed on a mine to activate them and send Bakugo and Todoroki back a bit. Hey Bubbles, how are we gonna land? Ochako asked her fishy familiar as he gave a silent laugh. Hee, I didn't think that far ahead. Ah, Ochako kept screaming while Izuku pivoted his body up and over for his legs to go first. He activated OFA in them to land and skid a bit before being directly in front of the stadium. He led Ochako down as the two ran in as fast as they could. And the first two to cross the field are Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka of Class A. Mike shouted as the two entered in. Izuku was slightly ahead to have him claim first and Ochako claim second. Once safely across, Ochako fell to her knees amazed she survived that ordeal. "You okay?" "Yeah, just a bit, stunned is all." Izuku brought her to the side as the gravity user recomposed herself after her little brush with death. Once the final person crossed the finish line, Midnight brought the 42 that passed together in the center again. Now that we have our 42 competitors, it's time for the next round. The reel spun again with Midnight adding commentary. What will the event be? The anticipation is sending shivers down my spine. The reel stopped on a different event for the R-rated hero to declare it. The next event will be a cavalry battle. Players will make teams of 2 to 4 people and run around grabbing headbands of others while protecting their own. Each headband will also have a point system consisting of points given to every player's place in the last event. Midnight showed a score of every person from 42nd to 2nd place with there being a variance of each place by at least 5 points. So the total score will depend on where you were in the last event. Seems like an easy way for those that were at the bottom of the barrel to get back up again. Ochako and Izuku hit the nail on the money to anger Midnight. Let me say it, she corrected herself while explaining the last part. As for the first place winner, your total point value will be 10 million. Everyone looked at Izuku with death stares knowing that he'd be a surefire target to be in the final event. I hate catches like these. You have 5 minutes to make a team. Use it wisely. Izuku glanced at Ochako who was aware what he was going to ask before he did. I'm up for teaming up with you if you are. Took the words out of my mouth. Now let's see about getting at least one more person. The two began walking around before a girl with pink dreadlocks and an army of gadgets came up to them. Hello Mr. 10 Million. It seems you need a partner. She seemed to be a bit too energetic to have Izuku and Ochako a little uncomfortable with this. Yes I am. Also my name is Izuku Midoriya Ms. Hatsume. Mei Hatsume. Inventor extraordinaire. My goal is to create babies that this world will be able to use and shine with. Does she actually mean real babies? Both teens thought this as the girl brought out a couple of inventions. These babies are truly a work of art that will be able to shine brighter around you. Okay, that makes this conversation sound less strange. Anyway, welcome aboard. The three kept searching with many teams already filled. There was one hope that Izuku had that was open. Seems you need a partner. Care to join our group? The person glanced over to Izuku and nodded. It would be beneficial to both of us. The person was none other than their classmate Tokyami. Once the 5 minutes were up, the teams were made with Izuku being the top of their horse while Tokyami was the front and the girls were the sides. Alright folks, time for the next event to begin. You three ready? Yup, indeed, ready. Time to kick some butt. A timer went down with a buzzer beginning. Everyone began going for Izuku's group as he pulled one of his potions out. You may wish to keep calm you two, this potion is quite the special one. Izuku opened it to douse the 4 of them with it. What is this stuff? It smells repulsive. Hatsume and Tokyami had some issues with it before their bodies began to produce steam. Everything to them began to go into slow motion for them to dodge and counter on their own. To the people facing them, it looked as if they were a blur. Izuku, what was that potion you used? Hyperspeed. For the short time of 10 minutes, we all will be moving and comprehending speeds that would be similar to 10 times the normal person's vision is. Drawback is a bit of fatigue after. Hatsume and Tokyami were amazed Izuku had something like this at his disposal. Bakugo came blasting towards them with his screaming being in slow motion. You know, I honestly couldn't think Bakugo could get any more annoying. But he's probably more annoying in slow motion. Ochako positioned bubbles in front of them for him to spring out of the bowl and spit the ash blonde right in the stomach. Since they were at high speeds, the attack felt far stronger to propel Bakugo right back to his team that barely caught him without falling down. This event is ours. Now all we just have to do is be careful of any of the dangerous ones using a quirk that we don't see coming. They began speed walking around the field of bounds, which seemed as if they were sprinting to everyone else to avoid any unwanted issues. I guess we'll win this one no problem. Ochako was happy about this as Todoroki and a group he was in came towards them. Seems he's committed to that declaration, he said. Todoroki had charged at Izuku with his team, or tried to in his aspect, since his team's charge was the equivalence of a slow walk to Izuku and everyone's eyes at the moment. He sent a blast of ice at them for the three on the ground to move to the left with little problem. Izuku glanced down at his watch to notice it's only been 2 minutes since they've started. Well, this is boring. Kaminari started to charge up an attack while Yaoyorozu coated everyone in a non-electric conduction tarp. Bolts of electricity charged at the 4 with the electric bolts actually being noticeable. So that's what a lightning bolt looks like. Ochako, Tokyami, and Hatsume all thought this as a shot of light was zigzagging its way to them. We may wanna get out of the way before that hits us. We may run at fast speeds now, but that doesn't mean we can't get hurt. The group moved rather quickly out of the range of the bolt of electricity for it to stop directly an inch from Izuku's eyes. He hardly moved an inch as the lightning started to stop and recede back to the electric quirk user. Shocking, isn't it? Ochako snorted a bit at Yoshiku's corny joke while everyone else either remained silent or rolled their eyes at the sad joke made. Looks like we've got incoming. Butters said this as Todoroki made a barrier of ice to keep Izuku and his group in. Get ready. The group prepared for whatever to see Iida taking a running stance. I don't like this. Now this is annoying. I gotta admit, this thing you did is awesome in the fact we can move around like speed demons. Hatsume commented while seeing Iida move in a fast jog to them. But the slow speaking is a joke that's not funny. Izuku moved his hand at about half the speed he could to punch Todoroki in the gut as he went directly to him. Due to the increased speed, the punch made the bicolored team feel as if a car just hit him. So how fast of a punch would that be if we were seeing it from normal speeds? That slowed down punch was probably 3 miles an hour, that would be about a 30 miles per hour punch he just felt. Oof. Neither member of the group wanted to feel that level of pain to witness Todoroki wheezing for pain. As the 4 continued talking, Todoroki and his group tried to recompose themselves and think of a counter-strategy. It's like they couldn't even be surprised. Kaminari was beyond amazed as Yaoyorozu realized what it might be. It has to be a potion. Midoriya can create things that can alter the human body. The chances of him using something to increase speed and reaction time is highly possible. Yaoyorozu's theory became even more believable when they heard the 4 speaking to one another. Inaudible squeaking. Wait, why are they speaking like that? If they are only reacting at faster speeds and reaction, why do they sound as such? I have a hunch, but it's most likely impossible to find out without knowing the exact answer from Midoriya himself. Everyone looked at the creation user as she explained. If sound were to move at a faster rate, we would be unable to determine what it says. In the best scenario, we could only determine the sound of specific letters used, with everything else being impossible for us to determine. My best estimate is that they're moving at a speed most likely fast enough that it is impossible for us to surprise, outspeed, or even hear. Todoroki heard this to understand the basics of the scenario. So they're almost impossible to surprise or defeat at the moment. He began looking around to see Bakugo come charging at Izuku, hoping to gain his headband. I've got you now, Deku. This was met by Butters in a basic term, jumping off Izuku's shoulder at speeds fast enough that it almost was as if he teleported to Bakugo's torso and sent the ash blonde flying to the point. Zero was just barely able to grab him. That cat's got some jumping powers. Something tells me there is some form of a drawback to this, however. You can't move at these speeds forever and with no personal problem after. Iida looked closely at the 4 to see what almost looked like steam and sweat coming off of them. That's it. The 3 looked at him as he explained. Their bodies can't handle this speed and will eventually burn off all their nutrients to cause a form of fatigue. That is how we can get them. All we must do is force their bodies to continue using nutrients and the water in them to make their already enhanced reaction time revert back to normal. The engine user tried to activate his engines for them to only lock up on him. I apologize, but it would appear that I can't move for a little longer. As this went on, Izuku's group began to realize some abnormal occurrences to their bodies. Why am I sweating so much? It would appear that I am not exactly in the best shape at the moment as well. Izuku, is this something that has to do with the potion? Unfortunately it is Ochako. The human body is only meant to go so fast. If you exceed it, your body needs to use up more nutrients and water. I'm sure you all are aware of the steam coming off your bodies as well. They looked at their bodies to realize the steam coming off them. The more we move around and use what we deem as next to no energy, the more of our own nutrients and internal fluids we lose. This is predominantly why I wanted to avoid combat, because I knew this would happen. Makes sense. Damn this heat. Butters began to lay on his back on top of everyone's arms. What's with him? Hatsume asked, noticing the small cat beyond exhausted. Cats don't sweat all throughout their bodies. They only do it through the pads on their paws. So Butters will succumb to the heat more than us. Yes. Can someone change my water? I feel like a seared fish right now. Bubbles shouted this in Ochako's and Izuku's heads for them to ignore him trying to beat their heat as well. A few more minutes passed for the final minute of the event to come near. Unfortunately, the young witch doctor and his team weren't in the best shape, running out of the fluids they could sweat out and feel the side effects of the lack of nutrients in their bodies. Pant, how much pant longer until pant were done? Almost. Pant just another minute. The six were almost to the point of losing it to notice Todoroki's group coming at them again. Oh come on. Izuku wobbled on the top before the bicolored teen sent a blast of ice at them. They were able to dodge, but Todoroki came at Izuku again with a staff covered in ice courtesy of him and Yaoyorozu. While swinging it, Izuku grabbed it with his hand for the ice to immediately melt and pieces of ice to fall into Bubbles' bowl. Now that's what I call service. The fish started to cool off a little while fanning itself in the bowl. T thaw HHHHIIIIIIIRRRRTTTTTYYYYYYYCEECCCCOOOOOLLLLLLKKKSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSssss. Just a little more. In a bit of rage Todoroki tried to bl ice to try and stop them. This was only met with Izuku using his shadow to push them out of the way. I don't know how much longer I can hold out. Tokyami was starting to fall to his knee as Todoroki's and Bakugo's teams were closing in on them. All or nothing now. Izuku activated OFA in his arms, preparing for a fight with their senses slowly going back to normal. The three groups were at a three-way deadlock with Izuku about to hit both with different arms, Todoroki beginning to activate his fire, and Bakugo about to launch an explosion at Izuku. Time's up. All three immediately stopped for Bakugo to fall flat on his face. Alright folks, time to tally up the winners. In first, we've got the team of Midoriya, Uraraka, Tokyami, and Hatsume. In second, we've got the team of Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Iida, and Kaminari. In third, we've got the team of Bakugo, Ishido, Kirishima, and Shiro. And in fourth, we've got the team of Shinszo, Ojiro, Aoyama, and Shota. The final event will be declared after lunch, so stay tuned. Izuku and his group were exhausted and gasping for air on the ground, barely able to form a sentence. Here, Iida walked over with a few drinks for the four to practically down them in seconds. Pant, thank you Iida. The young witch doctor said this through pants with butters rolling around on some ice Todoroki had made during the last event. That was quite a spectacle you had done. You were able to move at speeds I could not even move at. Yeah, but it came with a price. Izuku got up to lean his back on an ice wall before watching Ochako jump on the same piece of ice Butters was on and drop a few fragments into Bubbles' water bowl. I could see. Midoriya, could I have a word alone with you? Todoroki came up to Izuku with a rather determined look on his face. Alright, but you need to make me an ice pack first. I'm still overheating horribly. The half-and-half quirk user agreed to make a small bit of ice to toss to Izuku. He wrapped it in a small handkerchief he had and placed it on his head. The two walked to an area that had nobody around for an unsettling silence to come towards them. So what did you wish to speak about? Todoroki remained silent, for this to not exactly sit right with Izuku. If all you will do is just stand there silently, then I have no reason to be here. Izuku was about to leave before Todoroki spoke up. That power of yours, just how did you obtain it? Izuku looked over to his bicolored classmate for some more insight. What do you mean? The potions and everything. How did you learn to do that? The young witch doctor glanced at his amulet before speaking. I was not able to use my quirk during the time most people could. Because of mine coming later than most, I was deemed quirkless. On the way home from my horrid realization, my mother and I had stopped at a library to try and help take my mind off of it. While randomly looking for anything that caught my eye, I stumbled upon a book about the dark arts to find a way to use it. I fully planned on using this power to become a hero. Sadly, everyone still avoided me because they deemed me a freak. Seems life wasn't fair for either of us. Todoroki placed his hand on the scar over his left eye to raise a flag to Izuku. Todoroki, why do you not use your left half? You could have possibly won the last event if you overheated me, so why? Todoroki looked at Izuku before speaking. Are you aware of quirk marriages? For the most part, yes. A foolish thing to do, but you can't blame someone for a greedy pursuit in power. Todoroki went silent again to indicate he wasn't exactly fond of the idea either. I'm guessing this has to do with your family life then. Quote. My father had forced my mother into one because of her power. His goal was to create the perfect hybrid of the two so that he could finally surpass All Might. If I remember, your father has tried for years to surpass the #1 hero and take his place. That's right. When he realized he couldn't, he tried to make someone that could. Unfortunately, he succeeded in the perfect hybrid in me. This led to me being pulled away from my siblings and my mother being pushed to her breaking point. One night when I was younger, she poured scalding hot water over my left side after saying she hated me. I don't blame her even though she did this, but she would have never gotten to this point if my father didn't do what he did. So as a way to stand as my own person, I refuse to use his power and will become #1 using only my ice half. Izuku started rolling his eyes to catch Todoroki's attention. Is there something wrong with this? Many things. Izuku held up his finger before continuing. First, the power you have is yours and only yours. Denying it is doing nothing but crippling you. He raised a second finger up. Second, you thinking you can become the best without using your full power is idiotic and half-baked. If being #1 is something so easy that you can do with only half your power, your father would have become #1 by now. Izuku raised one final finger up. Third and foremost, what you are doing right now is insulting to everyone that is in this arena, every pro, and everyone that wants to be or has ever been a hero. We all wish to be the best we can and are fighting with everything we have. For you to only use half your power is like you are spitting at us saying everything we've worked hard for right now means absolutely nothing. I didn't get as good as I was with my voodoo magic without working hard in both physical and mental aspects. So you thinking that you can become the best without your full power makes me feel like you shouldn't even be here. Izuku walked away, this time clearly angered. I'm done here. I heard what you said and I have no reason to continue now. Goodbye. Izuku went straight to the cafeteria to grab something to eat before seeing Ochako and the rest of the girls go towards the changing rooms. Wonder what that's all about. Yo. Izuku looked down to see Butters with a fish bone in his mouth. You know why the girls are changing. That idiot with the lighting powers said something about the hobo telling them to be cheerleaders. I thought it was bull and so did Bubbles, but they agreed knowing he'd expel them if they don't. Izuku felt conflicted. We wanted to beat the living tar out of Kaminari for thinking such a stupid thing, but he also had the desire to see Ochako as his own personal cheerleader. I may just let this play out to see what Ochako looks like in a cheerleader outfit. A small blush came on the young witch doctor's face as he enjoyed his meal with the image of his girlfriend as a cheerleader being shown in his mind. Izuku walked out of the lunchroom to the stadium to notice something rather enjoyable. What the? Many of the crowd looked and noticed the girls of Class A were dressed in some unique clothing with not many being too thrilled. Looks like Class A is going full on fanservice people. Kaminari, you tricked us. Izuku internally laughed at this, noticing that everyone fell victim to the class idiot and perv's antics. Yaoyorozu in particular felt horrible due to the fact she went the extra mile to make the cheerleader outfits for everyone. Sorry Yaoyorozu, but this was kinda your fault for falling for something so obviously a rouse made by Kaminari. Izuku glanced at Ochako, who was a little embarrassed showing as much skin as she was. He went beet red seeing his goddess in an outfit as such, wishing to engrave the image forever in his head. Before continuing though, Izuku went over to Kaminari to punch him in the face. Ow, what the hell man, that was for putting Ochako in a cheerleader outfit and tricking the other girls. Oh come on man, you know you liked it. Kaminari stopped when Butters lodged his claws in his face. Ah, get this crazy cat off me. Saw that one coming. After dislodging Butters' claws from the idiot's face, the top 16 stood in the center of the stadium with Midnight on stage. And now for the final round. We will be having a one-on-one battle with the matches being done at random. Before the R-rated hero could continue her explanation, a hand was raised to show Ojiro with a bit of dissatisfaction for some reason. Excuse me, but I think I need to drop out. Everyone was confused as he went into why. You see, I don't feel right being where I am due to the fact I remember nothing for most of it. It isn't fair to those that worked hard to lose where I didn't and won. But wouldn't this mean you'll lose the chance of being scouted as easily? Hagakure was worried for her friend as he felt a fight between what would help him in the long run, and what would be something he'd be unable to live with. I know, and that's why this makes it difficult. I could just accept it and have a good chance of getting more people interested in me, but my pride wouldn't allow it. As he spoke, another person of the finals had second thoughts about being where he was to comment. I think I should withdraw as well for the same reasons. Midnight looked at both, making certain this was what they wanted before giving her verdict. Are you two absolutely certain this is what you wish? Both nodded for her face to turn to a much calmer demeanor. What a lovely show of chivalry. It really turns me on. Did she just say this turned her on? Many of the members of UA began to question the reasoning on how Midnight still has her job at this point in time. Ojiro and Shota withdraw. This means we'll need 2 people from the 5th place team to come into the final event. Midnight turned to the group for them to suggest members of the 6th place team do this since they've fought throughout most of the event while they just stuck to the side. This was allowed for 2 members of Class B called Shiozaki and Tetsu to join the group to become the 16 that they needed once again. They all began to draw lots with the places they obtained in the last event, deciding who would draw first. Once this was settled, the matches were listed above for all to see. Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinszo. Shoto Todoroki vs Honta Siro. Abara Shiozaki vs Denki Kaminari. Mei Hatsume vs Tenya Iida. Mina Ishido vs Yuga Aoyama. Momo Yaoyorozu vs Fumikage Tokyami. Eijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. Katsuki Bakugo vs Ochako Uraraka. Uraraka, who the hell is that? Ochako looked at the ash blonde amazed and somewhat insulted that she isn't even looked at as someone worth him remembering to make Bubbles say something. Oi pisspot, what ya doing insolin me mistress like that? I'll bloody tear ya limb from limb if you don't remember her soon ya ninny. Bakugo looked behind him for the brunette to shiver and Bubbles flipping Bakugo off with both his fins. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this. Bring it on ya premature exploding bitch. Shut the fuck up you stupid fish. Everyone looked at Bakugo as he was shown fighting with a fish that had virtually no way as they could tell to understand him. Dude, you're fighting a koi fish. Chill out. Shut up shitty hair. He can talk and just is playing the part he is. Everyone looked at Bubbles, who pretended to be a mindless fish blowing bubbles in his bowl. The only 2 that didn't believe Bakugo needed help were Izuku and Ochako at that moment, since they knew this was Bubbles' handiwork. The 16 went their separate ways to prepare for what their matches were, with some joining the side games the school offered for a bit of fun, calming their nerves in silence for what had to be done, or making strategies in Izuku's case with Ojiro, who explained what the Shinszo person could do. Time went by with the field being cleared and a massive amount of cement being poured into the center and molded into an arena, compliments of Cementos. Once everyone was back in their seats, Mike began to announce the final event for everyone to hear. Alight folks, time for the final event of the day. In this, players will face one another trying to throw them out of the line of bounds, getting them to surrender, or incapacitating them. The crowd cheered for Mike to announce the first round. On my left, He's the voodoo master of Ua. Give it up for Class A's Izuku Midoriya. Izuku walked in with a bit of satisfaction before asking Butters to remain outside the field of bounds. And on my right, a guy that for some reason been invisible until recently. Give it up for Class C's Hitoshi Shinszo. The two got into positions with Shinszo starting to speak up. That tail guy was an idiot. Throwing away an opportunity like this for something so stupid as pride, he's such a fool. Begin. Izuku was enraged with this comment to use his shadow powers to grab Shinszo and cover his mouth with a giant hand. I could care less if you think that something like pride and honor is idiotic. To be fair, I think he was a little foolish as well to throw it away like this. But there's one thing about Ojiro that you must understand. He's a kind man that would never accept something free. Everything he's done up to now and obtained was because he worked for it. Izuku showed his eyes fueled with hatred and anger. And I refuse to let some arrogant jerk make a mockery of someone else's moral code. The hand threw Shinszo into a wall, making a loud thud and forcing everyone to wince at the pain he had. Shinszo is out of bounds, Midoriya wins. Everyone cheered with Shinszo getting up agitated at himself. Pride and respect don't always go hand in hand with what one could do to better themselves. But if you give up on your self-morals to gain what you want, then what makes what you did to get where you are worth it? You'd have lost your self-respect for something that is hollow. Choosing to keep his mouth shut would have helped him more. I do agree with what you're saying. But Ojiro would have rather worked to gain what he did instead of being given the freebie. Shinszo ignored Izuku as he walked away. Have some respect and motivation in yourself. It'll go a long way. He didn't seem to accept it as much, but the purple-haired boy gave a thumbs up before flipping Izuku off. Guess it got to him. Not greatly, but enough to get pissed at me. Izuku put Butters on his shoulder before walking to the stands to watch the next match right when it started. This ended quickly with Todoroki freezing Zero along with half the arena and Midnight in ice. The crowd tried to comfort the tape user as Todoroki unfroze him. While he did, Izuku noticed a pained look on his face to realize he wasn't happy. Did something happen? Time skip to the final match. Alright boys and girls, time for the final match of the first round. On one half, we've got the girl that can make anything float. Class A's Ochako Uraraka, and on our right, the explosive teen WHO has an attitude to go with it, Class A's Katsuki Bakugo. The crowd cheered with Bakugo speaking up. Let's get this straight round face, I'm not going easy on you. So why don't you pack up your shitty little fish and your lame-ass potions and crap to get off this stage? I'm not afraid to hit a woman. Good, neither am I. The crowd began to hoot at this to make Bakugo somehow more angered than he normally is. Begin. Ochako ran in with Bubbles popping his head out of the fishbowl to spit oil at the ash blonde's face. He dodged and gave a right hook to Ochako, nearly scorching her and turning Bubbles into boiled fish. I said I'm not afraid to hit a woman, said I. He let loose another attack to almost hit Ochako again before she jumped back thanks to her shadow making something to jump off of. The female witch doctor apprentice smirked as she brought out a potion from her pocket. She then tossed it at Bakugo for it to entirely miss him and fall right under his feet. Your aim sucks, bitch. Who said you were my target, douche? Bakugo glanced down to see his feet were covered in some kind of pink substance keeping him from moving away. He started to blast it with the fluid only solidifying even more. What the fuck is this shit? A special compound that gets stronger the more moisture is taken out. So the more you blast it, the stronger it gets. Bakugo grumbled before smirking. So what? You might have stopped me from moving, but that means you'll have to knock me out in order to win. Even if you could use that lame-ass quirk of yours and your shitty spells or whatever they are, that doesn't help against me. A small vein was shown on Ochako's head. So you think I'm weak because I can't beat you in strength alone, huh? Ochako started to crack her knuckles while holding a sadistic smile. You don't know anything about me. Ochako used her shadow powers she recently obtained to show to hands coming out of Bakugo's shoulders. They immediately started punching him over and over again in the face with him not wavering. The ash blonde tried to blow them away, but the blasts did almost nothing as they merely went through the specters. They're shadows. Unless you have a shadow to attack it, you won't be able to destroy them. Ochako pulled another potion out of her bag to further embarrass Bakugo with it. How do you have Deku's powers? Exclamation mark. Quote. It's simple. I got friends on the other side. She's got friends on the other side. A chorus of disembodied voices says as she walked up to his face with the arms holding his back. Now this isn't going to last for long, but it'll be long enough where you'll lose. What the fuck is that she? Bakugo immediately smelled the contents to feel his body grow smaller. What the hell is? His body began to fall into his clothes with a small bump being inside them. Ochako pulled the clothes off the bump to show a baby not any older than a year old with ash blonde hair and red eyes. Awaba. Well, that worked better than I hoped. Midnight came over to see Bakugo as an infant to question it. What did you do? I just turned him into what his attitude is like. A whiny little baby. Ochako picked Bakugo up to see chubby cheeks on him. A chubby one to be precise. She started to pinch his cheeks with his mind being the only thing that wasn't reverted back to that of his infancy. When I get back to normal, I'm gonna fucking kill you round face. Bakugo is no longer able to battle. Uraraka wins. The crowd cheered as Ochako gave the infant Bakugo to Midnight, who began treating him like a baby to add insult to injury in his case. She walked back to the stands to see Izuku right before he had to walk out to get ready for his fight against Todoroki. Nice trick with the baby spell. Thanks. He'll be like that for the next few hours. The two looked over to see Bakugo in a harness on Midnight's chest, looking like he was ready to blow up any minute. Oh, this is too priceless. Both laughed at this, with some of the class snickering at Bakugo's karma catching up to him at this moment. Izuku began to walk towards the entrance to the arena with his match starting soon. As he did, a giant man with flames coming out of his body. Endeavor. Nice to meet you. Izuku calmly said this for the number 2 pro hero to glance down and scowl at Izuku. You're that kid with those idiotic tricks up your sleeve. He's just getting under your skin, ignore it. From what I've seen, you have a quirk similar to All Might's. You'll be the perfect testing subject for my masterpiece. So long as he gets rid of this rebellious phase of his. This comment angered Izuku, understanding that the flame hero was actually a root problem of why Todoroki chooses to deny himself. Seems the apple doesn't fall far from the tree with you and him. Excuse me, the amount of hot air you both blow out is enough that I'd rather shut the both of you up just to stop a global warming issue. Endeavor was about to turn and grab Izuku, but Butters turned into a tiger to stand between them. Wanna try him? I'm sure he doesn't take you trying to hurt his master. The young witch doctor kept walking away while smirking. I may have a power like All Might, but I'm not him. The same goes for Todoroki and you. So stop treating him like some kind of item and just accept things as they are right now. Endeavor glared down the small boy before walking away. Butters returned back to his fun-size form to walk near Izuku. What do you have in mind for helping him? Let's just say, he won't have the chance to refuse himself if things go the way they should. The two walked into the area for Mike to start shouting. Alright folks, time for the first match of the second round. On my left, we've got the little witch doctor himself. Class A's Izuku Midoriya. And on my left, he's the son of the number 2 pro hero. Also from Class A, Shoto Todoroki. Izuku looked down at Butters and spoke through a telepathic connection he has. Stay back until I say anything. The cat nodded to sit near the edge of the ring to watch. Begin. Without any warning, Todoroki shot a wave of ice at Izuku for him to cover his hand in shadows. Smash. He sent a finger flick to the ice for it to shatter, and the shadows on the fingers being ripped off, with some sting being on the finger itself. So it worked for the majority. Using my shadows to cover my limb to absorb the shock, so when I abandoned my restraint was able to make the chances of my bones breaking to a minimum. It still stings, but it's better than the bone breaking. The question is, when will it be too much? Todoroki shot another barrage of ice at Izuku for the same attack to happen with the same outcomes. That one hurt more than before. Todoroki shot one final blast, for this time the attack Izuku made being able to break the finger he was using. That's 3 now, so that means I can use the same attack on a single finger up to 3 times until I can't anymore. That means I can use up to 27 attacks before I'm in trouble. I can do this. Izuku noticed Todoroki start changing up his tactics a bit to come close towards him to counter with another blast to shatter the ice and force the bicolored team to make a wall of defense. Just what do you plan to accomplish, Todoroki? You're holding back for yourself and only yourself. Stop going the stubborn route and use what you're gifted with. Todoroki got up to use another blast of ice for Izuku to open a vial and pour it on him. This is insane, folks. The ice hit Izuku, but for some reason, steam was being produced to surprise everyone. You feeling a warm spot, Aizawa? Knowing Midoriya, he's got something brewing inside him. A hole of green fire came out from the ice and started walking towards Izuku. This somewhat surprised everyone for Todoroki to question. Just what did you do? It's a flame-coating potion. For a total of 10 minutes, whatever has this potion on it and is exposed to room temperature will reach flames as high as 600 degrees Celsius. Any ice you try to use will instantly vaporize. The temperature was starting to get to everyone in the stadium a bit as they were sweating from the heat. Geez, what exactly is Midoriya's skin made of? Kirishima asked as he begins to pant for air. Some of the drinks the class had were either evaporating, or the entire cup was melting as a whole from the heat. That's a dangerous potion Izuku used. From what I've learned of it, Izuku would never use it unless he had no other choice. Since he's doused himself in it, he is unaffected, but everything and everyone else is a different story. That is alchemist's fire. Can someone turn on an AC please? Ashido shouted as some of the empty seats started to catch fire. Just how hot is this right now? From what I can assume, Kaminari, his flames are equivalent to ones reaching that of heat even Endeavor can't control completely. For now, I don't think the stadium could manage for much longer. Holy fuck, it's like being in a crucible. You can say that again, we're in a goddamn forge out here. Kirishima and Shiro comment. Suddenly Kirishima's shirt starts to singe off of him. Crap, this is too much. Quickly, ditch the clothes. I'm going to make something to withstand the heat. The cotton in your sports uniform is going to ignite. If Yaomomo is telling me to strip, then I'm more than ha-ha. Kaminari says before spontaneously combusting. While everyone was dealing with this the way they could, Cementos brought himself, Midnight, and Bakugo, who was still a baby in a harness, on the R-rated hero out of the area, with many of the spectators running out, ditching articles of clothing to avoid the heat. What the hell are you trying to do, Midoriya? This is too much for anyone to withstand. I don't care. Right now, I want you to understand what I'm trying to put across. Denying a portion of your strength will make you weak, and you will die if you refuse to use everything you've got. You're going to kill people even if I do. Then smother my flames with yours. It's your fucking power, you fool. Not that charcoal-brained oafs. Izuku began walking towards Todoroki, melting the ground as he walked. The pure heat began to become unbearable for the teenager as the heat began to make him hallucinate. In his mind, he noticed his mother in front of him saying something. Mom. The images of his past began playing through his mind with a comment of his mother playing. You are not a slave to your lineage. Why are you a hero if you're giving a half-assed resolve? Why are you even here? Something inside Todoroki began to unleash, for his left side turning into a blaze. Outside, people were able to see things happen on a screen. No way, what's going on? Jiro asked for Ochako to realize now what he was planning. This whole time, Izuku was trying to force Todoroki to use his fire half. But why go to such lengths? Yes, Shoto, Endeavor shouted, seeing the act happen. There's my answer. Have you finally accepted your purpose? Endeavor kept walking towards the stadium until the flames of Izuku were too much to handle. Unfortunately for the flame hero, Todoroki couldn't hear this as he began smiling. So this was what you were after? Trying to help me. Methods aren't exactly the best with me, but I wanted you to understand that you aren't a slave to your lineage, the best part about the fire. It was all an illusion. Izuku says, snapping his fingers. The melted portions of the arena and stadium returned to normal. Then what was that potion you used? Potion of fire resistance for what you're about to do. Izuku says with a giant grin plastered on his face. Damn it, Izuku. You and your illusions. You just want any excuse for me to strip, don't you? Ochako shouts from her spot in the stands. Ochako. Most if not everybody is now naked because of his stunt. I think you're dating a pervert with 50,000 IQ. Momo says, hiding behind a fire retardant blanket. Don't blame me for what's about to happen then. I mainly did that to prepare them for the fireworks. Todoroki let loose a massive wave of ice with his fire half activating. Meanwhile, Izuku had Butters cover himself in shadows and grow to an enormous size before charging. The two collided with a massive blast happening to send them towards the edges of the stadium. Once the smoke cleared, Midnight rushed in with most of the people who ran out under the belief they actually were catching fire. She witnessed both boys out of the ring. To announce the winner, she had to decide by who was still conscious. Glancing at Todoroki, she realized he was out cold. Meanwhile Izuku was struggling to stand up to show he was still conscious. Both left the field at the same time. Due to this, we must decide this by who is standing. Due to Todoroki losing consciousness, Midoriya wins. Everyone cheered as Izuku stood up panting with Butters limping a bit. You okay? Yeah, just hit the wall a little too hard. Let's get back to the group and face the music. Izuku laughed at his familiar's act before realizing he's probably got a lot of people mad at him for his little act. Something tells me the girls may kill me. Izuku walked down the halls and up the stairs. When he did, he noticed all the girls in Class A and B looking at him with an irritated look. You're dead, Voodoo man. One of the Class B students that had long green hair shouted this as the rest were ready to join in on the beating. Okay, before we go for the kill, maybe we should hear him out. An orange-haired girl from Class B commented this for them to listen closely. The fire thing was all in your head. You see, that was an illusion that made you all believe I was actually creating fires so hot it was doing what it was. Over the top, maybe. But I didn't intend for you all to be pulled in. It was merely an addition that I didn't plan for. I would never do anything so perverse as that. Excuse me. Ochako looked at Izuku for him to correct himself. I would never do anything perverse as that to anyone except Ochako. Everyone looked at Ochako for an answer as she simply answered knowing that the cat was out of the bag for the most part. We're dating, and he's seen me naked before while also fooling around with me a bit. Not proud of that last one since we're in high school, but that's where we are. Ochako walked over to her seat with Kaminari and Shiro looking at the girls and smirking. This was cut short by Ochako using some shadows to pierce their eyes, aiding in some satisfaction for the girls and completing a contract. Izuku walked over to sit by her and try to calm his girlfriend's rising anger. Ochako, sweetheart, I promised that I wouldn't ever try something like that again. She gave him the silent treatment and turned her head away from him. Please smile for me, my dear. You know how I love that smile of yours. So you're a pervert that loves to make me strip and watch me smile. Joyous to know I'm dating someone like that. She smirked a bit at this with Izuku not seeing. You know I'm only a pervert to you. I'd only do those things to someone I'd truly care for. He leaned close to her and whispered in her ear. Such as hold you as mine and prove to everyone who you're dating by covering you in kisses. This made Ochako blush a bit before pushing Izuku off her. Why, you perv. As I said, I'm only a perv to you. The brunette started to laugh a bit before looking at her boyfriend. Is that really the best pickup line you've got? So cheesy. I have more, but they're not able to be said without some form of warning by the author if you'd prefer that. This comment made Ochako turn red before hiding her face in Izuku's shoulder. Dummy. The two sat back and watched the next round of fights go on until Ochako's for her to head down and face against Kirishima. The second round was coming to a close with Ochako able to win her match against Kirishima by simply touching him with her fingertips, sending him outside the ring before releasing the redhead from it. Thanks to this, both Izuku and Ochako had made it to the semi-finals and were ready to face off against each other with just one final match to win. Right now, Izuku was sitting inside the waiting room preparing for his match against Iida. He began to think of any possible way he could face off against the engine quirk user. If I think about this, Iida has the ability to move around at immense speeds and react rather well during it. The major issue is the recipro burst or whatever he calls it. The speed potion I had was a good countermeasure, but now I need a new idea. Izuku kept thinking of a possibility to succeed before the door opened to Ochako walking in. Trying to think of an idea to win, the young witch doctor came out of his train of thought to see his girlfriend sit down in front of him. Iida's speed is an issue. Strength-wise isn't a problem, but I can't succeed if I can't land a punch on him. Good point. Do you have anything that can work against him this round? Sadly no. The best thing I had was the one potion we used to win the last event. They kept thinking before Butters hopped on top of Izuku's shoulder. You can use me if anything. The two thought about this before they heard Mike on the announcer. Will the first two semi-finalists please report to the field? That's me. I'll see you later. Izuku gave Ochako a peck on the lips before heading out. As he left, Bubbles came out of his bowl with a cigar in fin to smoke. Why don't ya both hump already? This soft crap is pissin' me off. The brunette pulled the cigar out of the koi fish's fin to put out in the bowl. Oi, no smoking inside a room. Bubbles crossed his fins in anger and muttered to himself in annoyance. On the field, the first semi-final round was starting with the crowd cheering. Alright boys and girls, time for the first semi-final round of the day. The crowd cheered with both Izuku and Iida entering in on opposite sides of the stadium. On my left, we've got the little witch doctor himself, Class A's Izuku Midoriya, and on my right, he's the younger brother of the engine hero Ingenium. Also from Class A, Tenya Iida. The crowd cheered with both preparing for the match to start. Begin. Right off the bat, Iida came to Izuku with his engines revving as fast as they could. Recipro extend. He came charging at Izuku with Butters coming out in front. His body slowly changed into a massive tiger to take the blunt of the attack. Ow, that hurt. Trying to avoid the massive beast, Iida goes under Butters to get near Izuku. Unfortunately, the witch doctor was no longer near Butters. Up top Iida, Izuku was sitting atop the tiger form of Butters for him to try and catch Izuku. This only led to the engine quirk user's legs being grabbed by something. Looking down, he noticed two arms of shadows holding his own shadow for some reason. How is this even possible? Shadows represent the person. What the person does represents what the shadow does. So why can't it be vice versa? NNGH. So I am trapped because you told my shadow to stop. Quote. More I stopped your shadow and that stopped you in accordance, but it isn't exactly far off from what you're implying. Iida's legs began to stall out for the time he had to defeat Izuku coming to an end. That trick of yours is an amazing trick, but it's a double-edged sword that'll make you a liability if you fail to do what you do. Izuku came off Butters to charge his fist with 5% of OFA. In the spirit of this, I'll at least try to save face for you by giving you a punch that'll make you lose by being sent out of bounds. We might be opponents, but I don't want you to be looked down on because you made this miscalculation. Izuku socked Iida in the gut to send him out of bounds and onto the solid ground. Iida is out of bounds, Midoriya wins. The crowd cheered before Butters came down to give Iida a hand up. As he walked away, the engine quirk user felt nothing but embarrassment as he made a fool of himself in his eyes to both any scouts that wanted to recruit him and his own brother who he idolized. You did your best, man. Don't let it get you down. A defeat is only a defeat if you don't learn something from it. This helped save some of the engine quirk user's pride as he walked away without as much disappointment as he did prior. Butters soon transformed back into the small cat and returned to Izuku's shoulder to lay around his neck to relax. Lazy cat, all you did was turn into a tiger and you're this worn out. You should get some more exercise. The duo passed Ochako on her way out to the stadium, who congratulated them on the win. Izuku thanked her and mentioned that he was keeping his end of their deal and now it was time for her to keep hers and win against Tokyami. Alright ladies and gentlemen, time for the second semi-final match. On my left, he's the man with a shadow that comes to life. Class A's Fumikage Tokyami, and on my right, she's another witch doctor with friends on the other side. Also from Class A, Ochako Uraraka. She's got friends on the other side. A disembodied choir of male voices echo Mike's announcement. Ochako let out a deep sigh preparing for what she was up against. Just focus, Ochako. He's weak against light, so you need to find a way to use that to your advantage. Begin. Tokyami started off with sending Dark Shadow out to attack. The brunette tried to evade it and tried to head in towards her bird-headed classmate. Sadly this didn't work as his quirk came back to push her back. Should have guessed that wouldn't work. Ochako looked at the options she had for a chance to win. On her body, she had 2 potions, her earrings that he had to commute with the dead, and Bubbles who could probably make an oil trap if Tokyami was close enough to the boundary line. Right then and there, the brunette had an idea. Bubbles, shoot some oil at Tokyami. The fish nodded before getting up to the rim of the bowl to spit oil at the bird-headed boy. What's she doing? She's having the fish probably make a ploy or something for a countermeasure. Aizawa stated as Midnight and baby Bakugo watched. On accident, a stray spray of oil came at Bakugo to cover his face in the black fluid. In anger, he tried to shout at the fish who flipped him off with nobody but the infant noticing. What are you up to? Tokyami asked before noticing a tentacle of shadows covered in fire coming near him. He dodged this with the flaming shadow limb touching the oil to light it on fire. Looking back at Ochako, he noticed a vial in her hands that was empty. Izuku might have used a fake fire potion, but this is the real deal. True alchemist fire will burn until the potion duration is up. Not even holy water can extinguish it. The heat was unfortunately getting to Tokyami and the light coming off the fire wasn't exactly helping Dark Shadow either. The trick was pushing the bird-headed boy to a corner with the constant shooting of oil and lighting it making Tokyami he pushed to the line. When he was nearing it, Bubbles shot a blast of oil at his feet for Tokyami to slip and fall out of the line of bounds. Tokyami is out of bounds, Uraraka wins. Giving a nod to Bubbles, the fish puffs up like a puffer fish sucking in all the alchemist fire and oil before swallowing it. The fish lets out a comically loud belch after drinking the flames and oil before pulling out a new Cuban cigar and lighting it. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The conclusion of the semifinal round. We will take a 30-minute intermission before the final match. The battle between Loves and Battle of Black Magic. The Witch Doctor versus his apprentice. Midoriya Izuku versus Uraraka Ochako will begin at 3 o'clock. Get your snack and use the bathrooms now. You won't wanna miss this. Present Mike shouts into the microphone before being tackled by Aizawa and repeatedly hit with the cushion of one of the chairs they were sitting in for his volume. This is sure to be interesting, don't you think? Todoroki asks, turning to Izuku who just shrugs at this comment. If she uses everything I've taught her then she could probably beat me if I don't use my quirk. I also don't necessarily want to fight her. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I find it funny that someone from 1A is so pathetic to lose to a girl. Ho! Monoma teases before being bitch slapped by a shadow. You were saying, Izuku says with a smirk while Monoma rubs the mark left on his face and slinks back to the gremlin hole he crawled out of. He does have a point, Midoriya. It may not look appealing for a teacher to be beaten by their student. Yaoyorozu pointed this out as Ochako came up to see Izuku thinking of what to do. She got an evil idea as she sneaked behind him. This is payback for stripping me before. She got behind Izuku and raised her arms up. Before she did anything, Ochako shouted at Izuku and leapt at him. Ochako tackle. She ounces Izuku to drop him to the ground face first. Ow, what was that for? Izuku stopped when he felt his pants fall low to show his boxers to everyone. What the hell are you doing? This is for payback from stripping all of us down to our underwear. Izuku scowled while having his skeleton face boxers shown to everyone to have them snicker. Oh please, you all had your underwear shown to everyone. Mind you, Ashido's velvet red lingerie might have been attractive to most, but I'm sure she didn't want to show every. Stop talking, damn it. Ochako slammed Izuku's head down into the cement. Why do you say these things? What, are you jealous that you didn't wear cute underwear for me to comment? Oh, Ochako slammed Izuku's head into the cement again to stop him. At least you're not Midnight, whose spandex actually melted from that fight with Todoroki and she still hasn't noticed it, I'll say. I'm kinda happy it did. Kaminari says, holding a pair of binoculars to his face. And that's why I'm better than Kaminari and some of our other guy classmates. Ochako sighed, understanding that he did have a point. Though Izuku was a perv and did things that she couldn't stand at times, he literally could be much worse and had the ability to do worse. Just save your lover's quarrels for your actual fight. It's best you two go get something to eat or to get water back in your systems. We have been doing a lot today, so you are probably dehydrated. Todoroki reasons for getting the two to stop their quarrel and get up off the floor. They walked out to the stands before noticing Iida telling the teachers that he had to leave early and ran out of the area. What was that about? Let's find out. Izuku and Ochako head over to Aizawa, who was heading back to the announcer booth. What's going on, sir? Ochako asked for the scruffy teacher for him to turn towards the duo. Iida had to leave for family problems. Don't concern yourself with it since it isn't your business. Aizawa walked away, leaving both teenagers confused. Any idea what it could be? Izuku shrugged at the answer before replying. Could be almost anything. Maybe a sick mother or a nasty accident. 2 please. Izuku asks a vendor for 2 orders of yakisoba to pass Ochako, who looks at him a little agitated. Does everything with you have to be so goddamn morbid? Slurp, do you want me to lie to you and say it's probably nothing? Well, Ochako stops herself, realizing that what he said kinda does have a point. If it wasn't something major, Iida probably wouldn't have left. Best thing it could be is just someone of the family was badly hurt. Worst case is a death in the family. The options I gave were probably the best they could be, all things considered. Good point. Come on. It's almost time for us to head over to the waiting rooms. Ochako started eating her food while heading back towards the stadium with Izuku. Time skipped to the final round. Alright folks, time for the final round. Let's make some noise. Does everything out of your mouth have to be so damn loud? Mike stopped hearing Aizawa's question before slowly heading back into what he was saying. Anyway, we have our final 2 competitors coming in now. On my left, he's the little witch doctor who's shown us his black magic up till now. Class A's Izuku Midoriya, and his opponent, the woman WHO, has been taught every trick in his book and can make anything float. Also from Class A, Ochako Uraraka. Both smiled, holding their final potion in their hands before hearing the loud crow give them the all clear to start. Begin. Izuku right off the bat started using OFA through his body to charge at Ochako. She then used her quirk on her clothing before sprouting black wings to send her up above the field. Butters. Using his master as a springboard, Butter jumped up and transformed into a panther to bite off the right wing and bring Ochako back down to the ground. Before she could react, Izuku came over to attempt to capture Ochako in a shadow lasso. Ochako used the shadows to evade him and turn up beside Izuku. Not bad. Holy snap folks. These 2 are pulling out everything in their book. Izuku began to snap his fingers for an army of hands to grab onto Ochako's body to try and hold her down. Why do I feel like you're going to have one touch where they should? Where the hell do you think you're grabbing, creep? ? Quote. One of the hands had come behind and grabbed onto Ochako's butt to make her heel come back and hit the shadow hand. Trying to keep Izuku from moving, the brunette used a bunch of shadows in the form of tentacles to wrap around him and keep the young witch doctor from moving. Me perverted. Come on Ochako. We've both seen enough hentai to know where this is going. Don't you say PASSTIME for people as a way to insult me, pervert. With a vibrant flash coming from Izuku's eyes, the shadow tendrils are turned into nothingness, freeing him from the binding. So what now Ochako? In the time it took Izuku to do that, Bubbles had used his oil to light the shadow hands on fire and free Ochako from her binds as well. Ready for round 2, Ochako came towards Izuku low to the ground before holding a potion in her hands. She charged at Izuku with it, hoping to get it in his mouth. He was able to stop it from getting inside before holding his potion in his hand. Opening the vial with his teeth, Izuku spat the cork out of his mouth and smiled at Ochako. I think this'll do for all of us Ochako. He was about to blow into it before Ochako was able to get free and kick Izuku in the groin. Knowing you, that's probably something to make me all lovesick. All the men in the audience looked to notice Izuku's groin having some painful treatment to it before holding his crotch in pain. I thought you wanted to have kids one day. He groans in a slightly higher pitched voice. Oh please you big baby. If I really tried to make you not able to have kids, I would have taken a sledgehammer to them. We can always adopt too. Everyone winced in pain hearing this before they watched Izuku recover from the pain. Annoyed and rather weak in the legs, Izuku activated full cowling before getting on Butters, who transformed into a cheetah for speed. Bubbles. Make a big fish and fast. The koi fish transformed into a whale shark in order to stop the attack. Oh snap folks. The fish turned into a giant whale. It's a whale shark, idiot. Whales are mammals, whale sharks are fish. As the 2 had their own little biology lesson, Izuku and Ochako began trying to punch or kick one another before trying to get their vial into the other's mouth. Eventually, the 2 were on the ground trying to keep the other from shoving the potion in their hands down their gullet before they noticed a giant puff of pink smoke. Coughing and sputtering as the smoke clears away from them, Izuku and Ochako swing their hands in front of their faces trying to get the vapors of the potion away so they can breathe. As the smoke clears they see the other with Izuku being over top of Ochako. In less than a second, their pupils turn to that of pink hearts before they attack each other's lips with a ferocious and hungry kiss. Confused and beyond confused, Mike tries to add some form of commentary to explain what's happening. Midoriya and Uraraka began a make-out session. My best guess is either they both had the same potion or whatever it is, or the two merged to make one that increased their desires. Either way, this is the final result. The two continued to suck face with Butters putting bubbles back in his bowl before pushing him towards their masters who were making out to the point one would argue they were fighting over a scrap of meat. Are they going to stop anytime soon? Midnight asked with baby Bakugo looking at the two teenagers blankly. Izuku made his where it'll only last a few hours, or he gets his rocks off. Butters cleared his throat at this before continuing. Also Ochako only knows the love potion that he used well enough to make on her own. So all we've gotta do is just make sure they keep it in their pants and they should be fine after tonight. Midnight let out a sigh before calling the match. Neither Midoriya or Uraraka can continue, the final match is a draw. There was a silent clap as most were not exactly happy about the public display of affection, but curious where the two lovers call it quits. Butters pulled them out however on his jaguar form when they tried to get past first base. A few hours passed after the end of the sports festival with things being relatively normal. Well, as normal as having a witch doctor and his protege initiate an all-out tongue war on the battlefield to the point the ones familiar had to yank them off before the ratings of M would have to be on the broadcast. Since Izuku took the initiative, he made a hormonal balancing potion as a way to avoid any dangers if something got out of hand. Right now, the duo is sitting on the side of the couch watching the replay of their match and seeing Butters take them out before things were too intense. We truly made a show for everyone, didn't we, Ochako? Ochako just watched in shame as she was doing such acts in front of everyone, not counting the fact that it was live streamed. I can never show my face in public again after that. The door soon opened to Midnight walking in with a baby Bakugo still in a harness. Glad to see you're both up and about without the other on top of you. Baby Bakugo simply looked at the two unfazed with Yutsushimi coming in. Oh, you are like, the most uber adorable thing I've ever seen, fam. She lifted the baby blonde out of the harness to look at him. This seemed to anger the blonde for some reason to hold a scowl. So how long is that going to still last? If it's the potion I'm assuming Ochako used, it's going to finish any minute now. As they finished speaking, a large puff of smoke came that was by Yutsushimi that covered Bakugo. When it cleared, it showed the clearly angry ash blonde back to normal and well, let's just say he wasn't wearing anything to cover up. Finally, I'm fucking back to normal. Bakugo looked in front of him to see the fawn-haired girl looking completely blank at him. What the fuck are you looking at? She glanced down a bit before going red. Pervert. She gave him a solid slap to the face before running upstairs to try and unsee what she saw. Looks like there's a full moon tonight. Izuku said this in a bit of a stifled laugh while seeing the ash blonde completely exposed to the elements. Screw you all, I'm getting something to wear. He walked up the steps before passing Kirishima and Kaminari coming down. Both stopped to notice Bakugo not wearing anything, making both question why. What the fuck are you two looking at? Bakugo walked away still mad for Izuku and Ochako to finally let out their laughs without any form of stopping themselves anymore. So somebody wanna explain to me why Bakugo's not wearing any clothes? Kirishima asked the two laughing on the sofa with Butters answering. The potion Ochako used on him wore off just now. Because of that, he turned back to normal with the clothes he had being ripped apart because of the sudden change. Makes enough sense. Kaminari plopped down on the couch watching the scene of Izuku and Ochako being dragged off the field to get an idea. Hey, any chance one of you could make me one of those potions? It would come in handy to number, both answered in unison for the lighting quirk user to try and change their minds. But you didn't even know what I was going to use it for. Juro, Izuku, Ochako and Butters answered one after the other with bubbles coming out of his bowl to spray the electric quirk user with water. Great, even the fish is against me. It's not like I'm asking for something to make her sleep with me. Yet, Izuku had enough of this to roll up a magazine beside him and hit Kaminari over the head. Bad hormone-driven teen, he gave up and walked into the kitchen to make something to eat. If you want to get with Jiro, make her interested in you. Best advice I can give you as a woman. You don't need a love potion to make her fall for you. If anything, if and or when she finds out you used a love potion on her, she will outright kill you. Ochako spoke up for Kaminari to give a thumbs up. So have either of you seen Iida? Hiroshima asked for the green-haired boy to answer. He left before the final match. Some kind of family emergency or something. Mr. Aizawa didn't give us a significant answer. All he said was it was a family emergency and not to bother with it. As they spoke, the door opened to show Iida rather distraught. Hey man, we were just talking about you. Hiroshima spoke up for the engine quirk user to completely drown him out. Iida, Izuku spoke up and tapped his shoulder to get him out of his thoughts. Huh, are you okay? Why yes. He started to walk away before stopping. Midoriya, do you take requests for special potions and things that are somewhat unique in nature? Depends on what they are. What did you have in mind? Iida looked to the basement before asking. Could we discuss this in privacy? Izuku nodded for him, Ochako, Butters and Bubbles to open the basement for them to walk down into it. When they were away from prying ears, Izuku spoke up. Now why did you want a special potion and in what form would it be used? Iida held his tongue for a minute before answering. My brother. Today during the sports festival, he ran into the hero killer. Oh my god, is he okay? Ochako freaked a bit. He's alive but, Iida didn't want to say the last part, but it was important for this. During the attack, he suffered an injury on his spinal cord where the doctors say he won't walk anymore. Iida began crying while hearing this. Please Midoriya, if you have anything that can help him, I'm begging you to use it. Izuku let out a sigh before answering. I can't. Why? You can do so many different things, why can't you heal my brother? Is it Moan? It has nothing to do with that. Then what? Let me ask you this, what do you think someone who needs to pay for all the things he does in some fashion can do for something that not even doctors can fix? If I were to attempt it, then blood would need to be spilled. Then I'll do it, Iida. Ochako was afraid of how far her friend is going for Izuku to reason with him. Let's say I do this and your brother walks again. When he finds out someone has to die for him to do what he does again, do you think he'll be happy or look at his life and feel ashamed that a life had to be lost for this? What happened is a tragedy, but I won't get involved because things will be worse. I can offer potions to help with blood flow for him, if anything, to help keep your brother from having long-term issues, but I can't work miracles without someone paying a very heavy price. I'm sorry, but there's even lengths I don't want to go and I need you to respect that. Iida was distraught but somewhat accepted this as the final outcome. He apologized for his outburst and thanked Izuku for his time before going upstairs. So what exactly could you have done? Blood magic. It's a powerful magic that can work miracles and even bring someone that's on death's doorstep back to life. That's amazing. It would be if you didn't need to kill someone to use it. I know how to activate it, but I've never done it before knowing what has to be done. It's a form of necromancy. Izuku went to the table and began making a potion for blood flow. There's one thing you need to know about this world, Ochako. It's not pretty when you see what it can do. I have learned of witch doctors, dark mages, and even occultists who wandered too deep into this world and bit off more than they could chew. When this happens, they lose all their humanity to never be able to call themselves human again. They've even tried to summon eldritch abominations and even Cthulhu on a few occasions. The brunette didn't like this answer as it meant that if she wanted to give someone the chance to help someone in means medical science can't, it would mean that someone may have to die in return. The dark arts aren't something to play God with. They're dangerous and shouldn't be taken lightly. Sometimes just one stupid decision can stray you off the world we reside in. Izuku held his head down, remembering something that happened in his past. While they spoke, Izuku's crystal ball started to glow. What's going on? The spirit world is telling us something. Izuku pulled the crystal ball to the center table for everyone to see. So what's the problem? Something about the dead or some wanker trying to pull one over on us? Hold on, the image is becoming clearer. As they looked inside the glass sphere, they noticed a city on fire. Looking deeper, they saw 3 creatures, each bearing some resemblance to the one that attacked the USJ. What city is this? Izuku looked around for any form of evidence where they're watching this unfold. When they saw a business, Izuku realized this was Hosu City. Seems Hosu's going to be in a world of trouble. The scene then went to an alley with a man in a hero costume on the side with a stab wound in him. Isn't that the pro-hero native? He looks like he's seen better days. Before concerning yourself with yourself, go rescue others. The two heard a dark voice to see the image of the hero killer on top of Iida with a katana embedded into his arm. Becoming seized with hatred for your enemy before your eyes merely to satisfy your own selfish desires. That is the act farthest from the title of hero. The image showed Stain pulling his katana out of Iida's arm before licking the blood to show the engine quirk user unable to move. The dark vigilante then adjusted his weapon towards the teenager's neck. Do not worry, however, you shall be an offering to the new world where things will be just and right. Iida was beginning to cry while shouting at the hero killer in anger. Shut up, shut up, no matter what you say, you're still just the criminal that hurt my brother. Stain's blade came down for the image to stop. Iida, Ochako panicked to try and grab for the ball. All she saw after was her reflection in the glass sphere. What was that? A warning. Due to my connections with the spirit world, they sometimes give me warnings that can help save a life or several. If something is not done, the worst outcome we see on the crystal ball will happen. Izuku stayed while putting his phone away that he pulled out to videotape the entire foreshadowing of Hosu City's attack as well as Iida's brush with the hero killer. Let's go. Where? To Nezu's office. At Nezu's office, the duo found themselves sitting in the principal's office with All Might and Aizawa present. The three watched the video from start to finish to understand what's going on. I can see why you wished to show this to me, Mr. Midoriya. This is troubling news indeed. With your permission, sir, I'll grab Iida right now and, I wouldn't even bother Mr. Aizawa. Even if you ring in Iida for his act, you won't change what you've already seen. Izuku cut his teacher off for everyone to look at him. Why, do you have some way to see the future we can't? Can someone get this hobo off me? Butters shouted while in Aizawa's hands getting a belly rub. Let me elaborate what this vision means. What I am given is a warning of what will without any doubt happen. Depending on how things leading to that point play out will depend how the final outcome will be. So to clarify, even if we warn Hosu about what we discover, the city will be set ablaze by the monsters known as Nomu. We can warn and reprimand Native and Iida, but that won't mean they won't end up in the alley with the hero killer. So we can't do anything to stop this. Then we need to accept that 2 people along with others will die. All Might asked as Izuku corrected him. I never said they were going to die. I just mentioned that they'll be in the alley in that situation. There is a chance we can stop and save both Iida and Native as well as reduce the number of casualties in Hosu. Aizawa spoke up next after Butters found his way out of his clutches. Okay, then when is this going to happen? We're not going to be able to keep high alert on a single city or a pro and student forever. The fact the vision was so clear and vivid leads me to believe that it will happen within a few weeks at the longest. Few days at the shortest. Would there by any chance be something where the students would be out and on the city streets with little to any supervision? Nezu realized now what time it would most likely be to say it. The work studies. I'm sorry. During the sports festival, offers are given to the students of UA where we allow them to learn on the field under pros. This would most likely be the case. And with this, Iida can choose a pro that resides in Hosu or close enough where he can find an exact vengeance for his brother. Snap exactly, Mr. Aizawa. So how do we prevent young Iida from doing something that will kill him? Once again, All Might, that part will play out. My best suggestion is doing something where he can be monitored and we can stop him from doing something he'd regret and not be able to fix with what little time he has. I will discuss this with the police in Hosu to be on high alert on the week of the work studies as well as request a few pros to assist in patrols during the evenings. That should at least help with civilian casualties. We will discuss more about the matter of Mr. Iida and Native at a later date. Izuku and Ochako got up to bow at the small rodent before taking their leave. Butters jumped on Izuku's shoulder while they did and stayed as far away from Aizawa as possible. As they returned to the dorms, the matter of how to save Iida still weighed heavy on their minds. They began working on a few potions as well as making all their debts with their spirit companions square from the day. Hey Izuku, is there a way that we can keep an eye on Iida with some kind of spell? If we know he's in trouble, then that can save us a problem altogether. Not exactly, but I can create an item that can tell us his general direction as well as his state of health. Besides that, I honestly don't have anything I can do for that. Izuku opened a book as well as grabbed a few pins and started making it. After a few abnormal items thrown in, they only needed one final thing. Now we need a piece of Iida's hair. Way ahead of you Izuku, Butters stated while running up the stairs. There was a silence before the sound of their friend shouting in pain came with Butters returning with a pawful of hair. I only needed a few pieces, not enough to make a bald spot. He didn't let me near his hair without a fight. Everything was quiet until Bubbles began uncontrollably laughing. Ha 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 ha, bet that hurt the robo-freak. Good on ya Butters. Ochako grabbed his cigar to put it out in the fish bowl before passing it back to the koi fish. Oi, I was smoking that. Getting back on topic, Izuku did what he needed while placing a few hairs of Iida's in the cauldron. The mixture started to bubble up before creating a small explosion, covering the room with a somewhat dense smoke. Cough cough, did it work? Ochako asked while Izuku pulled the two needles out. They began moving upwards towards the stairs as if someone was suspending one side in the air. It worked. Now that finding Iida won't be an issue, the serious situation of how to stop him from dying comes into play. Izuku thought about this the best he could with the most logical move of action he could think. Maybe I should look into doing a work study with a pro in Hosu, or at least work with a pro that will take me to Hosu to help prevent this. The day classes returned to normal, Izuku and Ochako kept a relatively close eye on their friend Iida due to what they saw. It was raining rather hard for the two to notice their classmate not his normal self in any means. This worried them since they wouldn't know when they would have to keep him from fighting the hero killer. Eventually, the door to the classroom opened for Aizawa to walk in. Good morning class. Good morning Mr. Aizawa. He trudged from the door to his podium, as if there he was wading through 10 feet of snow and a foot of mud, and stood in front of the podium rather annoyed. Today we will be doing something that will affect your futures. Everyone held their breath before Aizawa spoke. You all need to make hero names. Instantly, everyone roared in a cheer before being silenced by the angered teacher. These are important for the draft that was done during the sports festival. As such, you all will be doing a work study with one of these said pros who scouted you next week. He turned to the side to show a board of names and numbers beside them. Izuku Midoriya, 4072. Ochako Uraraka, 3669. Shoto Todoroki, 2490. Momo Yaoyorozu, 596. Fumikage Tokyami, 360. Tenya Iida, 301. Katsuki Bakugo, 290. Denki Kaminari, 272. Eijiro Kirishima, 68. Honta Siro, 14. Ha, 69. That's hilarious. Bubbles began laughing while telepathically speaking to both Izuku and Ochako. Someone explained to me why I haven't dropped his bowl yet. Ochako was unsure why her familiar was this much of a pain in the ass to her, but continued listening. For those that didn't get scouted, there will be a small handout of 40 agencies for you to look through. The ones that are up here will decide through their choices for a work study. Keep in mind of your quirk as well as what you may wish to do as a pro. For example, if you're more suited for rescue operations, then a rescue agency is probably your best bet. Now on to the hero names. Helping me today for this will be Midnight. The door opened again for the R-rated pro to walk in a rather sexual manner. Hero names can't always be changed and can sometimes be permanent. So make sure you pick the right one or there will be hell to pay later. She started handing out whiteboards and markers for people to write on. When thinking of a name, it's sometimes best for you to think of your quirk or something that can be original to you. The class began thinking for 5 minutes to go by, with the first being Aoyama to stand up. His was instead of a single word, an entire sentence. Strangely enough, Midnight allowed it with a small adjustment for it to be more a phrase than the sentence itself. The next was Ashido, who was rejected due to the name giving the theme of a villain and possibly copyright being used in this name. One by one, Each member of the class began giving their hero name with only a few left. Yutsushimi was the next up to place her idea up for everyone to see. The illusionist hero, Mabaromikami. Kami showed the class her board showing her name. Kita a mouth full. I like it. Midnight comments before motioning to Kami to return to her seat. She skipped back to her seat with Bakugo going next. King Explosion Murder. That's too violent. Fine. Lord Explosion Murder. Again. Too violent. After Bakugo's veto of his name, Ochako finishes coming up with her own and heads up to the front of the class. The Gravity Hero, Uravity. Hers was accepted for Izuku, Iida, and Bakugo to be the only ones left. When Iida went up, he chose his own name as a hero name like Todoroki. This Izuku believed was a way to explain he will do something that will be better if he doesn't have an actual hero name for. On his board with a few cartoonish drawings of his silly hat and voodoo dolls was his hero name. The Witch Doctor. Baba Yaga. Izuku said, giving a little show of moving his hand in front of his face, showing the makeup of a witch doctor present. Why that man? Kirishima asked, wanting Izuku to explain. Well, I'm kinda like the boogeyman the way I use shadows and stuff, so what better word than something that means a creature that lurks in the shadows. It's also a way to pay homage to a vigilante and tragic hero in the movies that is known by that name and of a different one. John Wick. This was accepted for Izuku to smile a bit. Before he got to his seat, however, Butters was picked up by a set of hands. Oh come on, hobo man. We go through this every day. He looked up to see the hands were actually Midnight's. By the end of your time here at UA, you will purr when I pick you up, kitty cat. Because who is the most adorable thing in the world? Yes you are. Nimari cooed as she rubbed her face against Butters' head. I like you more than the hobo. Mainly cause you smell less like a wet dog. Butters exclaimed. Nobody understood the interest in Butters that the pro had, but for some reason the cat didn't have as much of a problem with Midnight cuddling him as Aizawa. I half feel bad for Butters. Later that day, Izuku and Ochako were downstairs in their workplace going over their offers. For the most part, they were able to isolate the ones that were in an area of Japan that would make it next to impossible for them to get to Hosu, as well as any that wouldn't be able to fit a certain credential they had. So as of now, we have 4 for you that are at least in Hosu that would fit what we need to go into the city, and 6 for me. Izuku looked at the offers to see they were mostly no-named pros that would be almost useless if things hit the fan. Guess we're gonna have to pick the best out of these if we're gonna do this. Ochako looked at her stack and back at the 4 relatively bumped. She without a doubt had better offers and wanted to get a name for herself by being with a top-tier pro, but she also wanted to help her friend and would feel guilty if she didn't do anything when she could. Izuku wasn't exactly that far off from her, since he did hear some second years say their picks had to be better this year because of how bad their previous work study ended. The two immediately hear the door to the basement open for them to look up. Coming down the stairs was Nezu with a smile on his face. Hello Mr. Midoriya and Ms. Uraraka. How is the work study picking coming along? The mouse bear cat man greeted as they entered his office. Both held an irritated look before Izuku answered. We were able to narrow our search down to a few, but well. I understand. They aren't the greatest of choices. He got up on a high chair before pulling out 2 papers along with a small envelope. With me, I have 1 more offer for each of you. Both to the same agency that was also informed of the impending doom of Hosu City. Have any of you heard of the pro hero Sir Night-Eye? Izuku nods. Well, I had asked for his assistance in this matter and told him that there is a situation that requires his specialty for it. I had also explained what you both can do for him to agree to give you both a chance for a work study. Both looked at each other for them to nod. We'll take it, they both say in unison for Nezu to smile. Fantastic. Now on to the second half. I had discussed what you had seen Midoriya to the hero board. As such, I was able to attain this. Nezu gave the small envelope to Izuku for him to open it. The contents of the envelope was an ID hero card with Izuku's name and hero name on it. Due to the situation at hand, the board was able to allow you temporary provisional authorization. This will allow you to get involved in crimes where you would need a provisional to use your quirk as a form of assistance. However, this requires you to return the license after the work study, as it is void after. Thank you, sir. Izuku bowed for the small rodent to smile. It's not that big of a deal. Anyway, I am off to continue my work. Papers don't grade themselves, you know. When he left, Izuku looked at Ochako, who had the same idea. Night-Eye, here we come. 1 week later, the members of class were standing in the center of the station plaza with their teacher giving them a few final words of advice. Now remember, none of you have authorization to wear your costumes out on the streets without permission from your pro. Don't lose them. Yes, sir. Everyone started to walk away with Izuku putting his cane up to stop Iida for a moment. Iida, a word. The engine quirk user stopped for a moment to listen to Izuku. Whatever you're planning to do, I can't stop you, and I know no matter what I say, you won't change your mind. What do you mean? You can drop the act. I know why you chose your work study, and let me just say this, be careful. If things go very south, the chances of you surviving aren't that high. These were the only words Izuku said, with him and Ochako walking away to their train. While sitting down, Ochako began to ask her boyfriend, mentor, about why he said what he did. Why didn't you tell Iida exactly what was gonna happen, or just not say anything at all? You think he'd listen to either one of us, and besides, it's gonna happen even if we did say what was ahead of him. The two sat in silence with Butters in a carrier, annoyed he had to be transported like this. Can I at least have something a little more comfortable than a blanket that you have from your childhood in here? You're a cat, Butters. Don't speak and cause more problems for us. A kitty. A small child came over and stuck her fingers into the cage, poking the small cat's eye in the process. When I get out of this, I'm clawing your eyes out, you dick. Try me. The feline familiar and master had a small argument as the child kept jabbing Butters, much to his dislike for most of the ride. Meanwhile, Ochako looked up whatever she could about Sir Night-Eye and maybe something they could have to get the upper hand for what they're facing in the near future. I wonder what Night-Eye's like in person. He always has such a strict face when in the public. As the train stopped at their destination, Izuku and Ochako got off with their things and familiars to begin walking up to the sidewalk from the station. When they got to the agency, they were met by a girl that had blue skin and a darker blue hair to match. You must be the two work studies I was told about. It's nice to meet you. I'm Bubble Girl, one of Night-Eye's sidekicks. Hello, Bubble Girl. My name is Izuku Midoriya, or Baba Yaga. And my name is Ochako Uraraka, or Uravity. So Baba Yaga and Uravity. The woman smiled before noticing the animals in their possession. So what's with the cat and the fish? I have a name, ya damned overly sexualized character. Butters shouted, clearly still annoyed by the act on the train. Holy crap, it talked. Look, lass, can we just walk in and talk to this Night-Eye bloke now? Bubbles got on the rim of his bowl while lighting a cigar. Not wanting any more questions without answers, the sidekick let the four in and led them up to Night-Eye's office. She knocked on the door for a man's voice to allow them into the room. There, they discovered a slender man with an abnormal hair color and a pair of glasses. Midoriya and Uraraka, I presume. Yes, sir. It's nice to meet you. Can I get out of this damned asylum now? Butters was about ready to go postal inside the cage before Izuku finally conceded and opened it to release the small cat. Thank you. Butters sat on the floor with the pro looking at the small animal. If you so much as shred up the sofa, I will throw you out to the alley cats out back. I am an alley cat, you stupid ass. Don't be rude, Butters. Try me. He pulled his right paw up and released his center claw as a way to flip Izuku off. Anyway, Nezu had informed me of the two of you for the most part, as well as your foreshadowing of the events of Hosu. He said you saw beasts similar to the one that attacked the USJ not that long ago. Yes. To make a long story short, these creatures are not natural in nature and alter the natural order of life and death to the point I'd take great satisfaction in making sure these things go back to being dead and putting the monster responsible for this in a dangerous hole filled with the souls of these damned creatures. Night-Eye pulled his glasses off to clean them before speaking. Bubble Girl, please leave the room for a moment. She agreed to have the five alone. To make it simple, I'd rather not have you of all people here, Izuku Midoriya. I feel as if you shouldn't be the one to hold his power. Ochako didn't understand this since she wasn't aware of what they meant, but Izuku knew loud and clear. No matter your beliefs, this was his decision. And though you may not see eye to eye with this, you unfortunately must accept that. But I did not come here to be lectured on someone else's decisions, and I'm sure that's beneath you. So I'd like to discuss the situation in the best way we can save our friend and stop Hosu from having as many casualties. I'm sure you can agree that that's the important thing right now." Both glared at one another with the tension starting to scare Ochako. "What are you both talking about?" Ochako questions with a raised eyebrow. "Did you ever consider what would happen if the one you wanted was given his power? In 2 months' time a young child will escape from a Yakuza and run right into the one you wanted to be the successor. He will return her from whence she came and you will conduct a raid on the base. That raid destroys the successor's quirks, both his own and the gift, and costs you your life. You're not the only one with foresight, but you're one who's just as blind as us all. You only focus on a single timeline and not take into account that every single decision we ever make changes that outcome. There are an infinitesimal amount of universes where every single decision we have made, will make and could have made takes place. You need to broaden your sight lest your own blindness be your undoing." Izuku retorts. Night Eye brought his glasses up a moment before asking another question. "How does your future sight work?" "I have warnings from the future. One of which was this exact moment I said. What I see through my crystal ball is unchangeable and will happen. Unlike yours, which you watch one thing from start to finish for you. Mine shows me a certain outcome that can be changed if I ask questions and act differently. You've even seen All Might's death. One of them at least. I have seen more than the heinous one you've foreseen. I saw the one where he passes peacefully in his sleep next to the woman he loves, where he is ancient and has lived a fulfilling life. You saw the one where he fell to the successor of All for One." A silence remained between the two as the future sight hero accepted this. "I can debate this all day, but you are correct. It's not worth the hassle. So let us begin with where we are at Hosu. Glad to know we're on the same page." Night Eye replies before pressing his fingers together and clearing his throat. Shortly after, he picks up a teacup and sips the contents before motioning to them to have a seat. "I'm so lost right now. What does All Might have to do with this?" Ochako kept asking for nobody to answer. "It's not important at the moment. Also, you'll understand when I explain further. Hopefully." Izuku points this out for her to only be angrier that they won't say what they mean. As of right now, the more pressing matter is the fate of a certain Native American-themed hero and your classmate. Midoriya Izuku will tell you of one for all at a later time. Now, you and I need to put our eyes together on this one, to find every detail of where this encounter with Stain and the Yakuza takes place. Ochako accepted this for Izuku to pull out his crystal ball and for them to begin setting up. As they did this, Night Eye explained, as of now, the residents of Hosu will be asked to leave the city for the week, as well as initiate a curfew for all jobs to stop after sundown. This will limit the amount of people in the city as well as deter people from going out at a later time, so they can keep the threats of the general populace down as low as they physically could without destroying the lives of the people around. Now that we're up to speed on that, I'll try and get what I can for information I can regarding certain people. But first, do you have a picture of the Yakuza head I can use? Sometimes having some kind of image of who I'm looking into helps." Izuku asked for Night Eye to give the picture of a man with a plague mask and a green jacket to him. Now comes the next part. Ochako. Izuku gave his hand out for Ochako to place her own in it. He then asked Night Eye for him to give his own for them to make a small circle around the small glass sphere. "So what will this do?" "Shish, I need silence." Izuku shushed the pro as he spoke. "Ancient spirits from beyond, I ask for your assistance in this matter to locate and tell us the future regarding the man known as Kaichisaki." The crystal ball began to light up with a purple glow before showing an image to everyone. It was Kaichisaki inside a lab working before the sound of something outside stopped his work. "What was that, sir? Heroes are here in Thraya." A dark specter pulled the man informing Overhaul away to have the man prepare for the worst. "Whoever you are, show yourself. Now." He pulled his glove off with his assistant beside him holding a gun with strange darts inside. Suddenly, several shadows came out of nowhere to engulf the light in the room and put the two inside in a bit of a frenzy. "Whoever this is, do not think I will not hesitate to kill you." He put his hand to the ground for the sound of earth to move around them. "Overhaul, calm down, sir." The lights came back on with none of them seeing where the intruder was. "Damn it. Grab the kid and let's go, Chrono." "I think that's not possible anymore. The two turned around to see Izuku sitting on the chair behind them with a small child in his arms. "It's okay, little one. You're safe now." She seemed very frightened with the young witch doctor glaring at the villains. "Who are you?" Chisaki spoke with venom before Butters came behind them in the shape of a tiger. "Just a witch doctor, with friends on the other side." "He's got friends on the other side." The crystal ball stopped for them to take a moment to process this. "Now that I hadn't seen before. Perhaps we can determine what happens at a later date. I hope he dies." Butters jumps on the table a little satisfied with his acts in this. "Perhaps we can look into Hosu next." Night Eye brought out a picture of the city for Izuku to ask the spirit realm for a bit of information on the future of Hosu. As they looked in, they noticed the fires of the city as well as the creatures that Izuku and Ochako already saw. "Try to find anything that can tell us a date." The three looked in the picture before seeing a date on an electric clock nearby. It spoke of a date 3 days away as well as an exact time of 9 p.m. "This helps now." The scene then went to Stain standing in front of several heroes giving off a killer intent. You're all fakes. I'll never be beaten by the likes of you." A dark presence was felt to make everyone freeze in their tracks. "There's only one man that will kill me. He is the only true hero in this society." Stain then shouted to the heavens in his act with a smile. "All might is worthy." The crystal ball cut off after for them to be silent. "So we have a date and time for when the attack on Hosu will happen. That gives us time to prepare." Night Eye pulled out his phone to begin making some calls. Meanwhile, Izuku started thinking of ways to counter Stain and make decisions on where to go with this. "What should we do now?" Ochako asked for Izuku to pull a small booklet he had out. "We go shopping for supplies. Then allow me to have my intern to help with that. He should be here soon." The door immediately opened up to a blonde guy that looked like Vault Boy from Fallout with a smile on his face. "Yo, nice to see ya, sir." "Mirio, perfect timing. I'd like you to run a few errands with these two." "No problem. I guess we're gonna have to go see what we need." The blonde gave a horrible joke for only him to laugh. "I already know I'm not gonna like this guy's sense of humor." Izuku and Ochako thought this in unison, somewhat dreading their run for supplies. As the group of 5 walked or was carried down the street in Butters and Bubbles' cases, the Tagata began to speak to the group. "So what's with the cat and fish? They part of your quirks or just pets you two keep?" "I ain't some filthy pet, ya damned wanker. I'm my lass's familiar." Bubbles shouted in annoyance for the blonde to start laughing. "That's some awesome ventriloquism you've got. If heroism doesn't work out for you, that's always a door you can go through." It almost sounded like the fish actually talked. "That's because he actually talked." There was a silence before Tagata laughed again. "Ha ha ha ha. That's hilarious how dedicated you two are to your—" "The fish, I talked." All 4 shouted for Tagata's face to go from hysterically laughing to that of stunned surprise. "So the fish talked." "Yes, and I can talk too." Butters, getting annoyed at trying to point out this is possible, explained this is actually a possibility. "Ah. Wah. How? It's a long story. All you need to know though is thanks to some special assistance from us, these two can talk as well as transform into other members of their species family category." "Does that include extinct and mythical?" "I've been half wondering that too." Ochako asked, not completely certain herself if this was possible. "Extinct as long as it resides in the family classification of the creature, they can transform into the species. Mythical not so much since the species has to exist in the first place. Ironic since none of this is any means normal to begin with, but some laws of nature do have to be followed." "Okay, I think diving deeper into that isn't important. Anyway, what are we getting exactly?" Izuku looked down the list he wrote before stopping at the entrance to a below-ground shop. "We should be able to get a good amount of what we need here. Ochako, can you help find this stuff with Tagata? A few of these things aren't exactly stuff you'd like to show somebody that doesn't know of the world we live in." "Fair enough." Ochako was given a list for them to walk 2 different directions when entering the store. As they looked, Tagata started asking about the items. "Hair of a rat, bones of a crow, sea urchin poison. What exactly do you do with these things?" "Make potions. Some you drink, some you pour on yourself, others you pour on others or get them to ingest. Like the ass Bakugo." Bubbles started laughing for Tagata to start looking around. So I'm in a shop with a bunch of people that use some kind of voodoo tricks. Tamaki and Najire will never believe this. He turns a corner before seeing a jar of eyeballs to spook him a bit. Geez, this place gives me the creeps. The eyes start moving to all stare at the blonde to send a shiver down his spine. Hey Midoriya, Uraraka, you mind if I wait outside until the two of you are done? Sure, we can handle this ourselves. Ochako waves her hand in a way to state Tagata could go ahead with him, practically running out the door with the set of eyes keeping their line of sight on him until they couldn't anymore. A half an hour passes before the two exit the shop to see the blonde not exactly fond of his interaction inside the shop. You got everything. Izuku held up a bag with almost everything checked off the list. All we need are a few things we can get at a grocery store. Since there won't be creepy eyes staring at you, you can go in and get those. Tagata laughed a bit before asking. You saw that, didn't you? Definitely a fun thing to behold. The group went towards a local convenience store where they would get salt, iodine, rubbing alcohol and a few over-the-counter painkillers to the request. As they left, Tagata was curious what all the stuff was for, to only get that they were for a potion that would make someone's bodily functions slow down, as well as a few to help reaction time and fill out a few orders Izuku had. This was a bit of a surprise since Tagata didn't know people actually requested for some potions. While walking past an alley, a small girl came running out of the alley to bump into Izuku. Are you alright, my dear? You really took a tumble. Izuku and Ochako looked at the child to see she had white hair and red eyes. The more unique thing about her though was a small horn on the side of her head growing out. When Izuku tried to pick her up, the small child flinched to make the group start to wonder about her. It's okay. I won't hurt you. You should be more careful, Eri. Wouldn't wanna cause trouble for others now, would we? A man with a plague mask and a green jacket came out of the alley to scare the child, called Eri to violently shake in Izuku's arms. Izuku and Ochako knew this man as Overhaul. This is not normal. I'm sorry. My daughter was throwing a tantrum before to force me to scold her before running off. I hope she didn't cause you any troubles. None at all, sir. An honest accident. Nothing you should worry about. Izuku took the lead with Ochako going over to try and talk to the girl before Tagata kept his hand out to keep her. Wait a second. If I remember correctly, you're part of the Hasaikai group. You're quite famous around here. The blonde tried to find some way to ease up the man's guard for it to not work. No matter what he said, Overhaul never stopped being on edge. However, Izuku used this time to speak quietly with Eri. I know you're in danger. Please just let me help you. I can't take you away from him now, but I can use my powers to find you later with more people. But I can't do anything unless you trust me. Can you do that for me, sweetheart? Eri looked up at Izuku, who tried to keep a calm facade while speaking to not draw any unwanted attention for her to nod. Anyway, let's start heading back, Eri. Eri held onto Izuku tightly, afraid to walk away before the man spoke up again. Eri, let's go. She was shaking in fear before letting go of Izuku and walking back to stand by Overhaul's side. Sorry to get you involved in our little family drama. Oh no, sir. You don't have to worry. Take care, Eri. I hope to meet you again under better circumstances. When they left, Ochako tried to head into the alley with Izuku holding her arm. Why are you stopping me? Because it won't end well. And how do you know that? Izuku shushed Ochako before explaining. Things need to play out certain ways. If we were to pick a fight with Overhaul now, then all we're working towards is in danger. You and I both already know of the raid and that it will involve Eri. However, I can't guarantee she won't be put back in that hellhole if things succeed or fail for us. We know that Eri will be secured during the raid that will happen, but nothing else is set in stone. She will be inside the facility I will be in, and going after her now won't change that part. All we can do is allow them to peacefully leave without causing more trouble for Eri or ourselves. I don't like it as much as you, but this is the best we can do right now. Ochako held her head down in agitation, knowing she let a girl that needed help go back to a tormentor. I hate this. I do too, but would you rather there be an opportunity where we can definitely succeed, or one where we may but still put the child back in the arms of the tormentor? She needs help. That I'm not going to lie and say isn't true. But doing it now won't work. It'll only cause more problems for us in the end. The issue unfortunately is that we can't guarantee we'll be able to for a while. Not necessarily Tagata. Izuku snapped his fingers for a few shadows to move around and show the faces of people. You see, I gave Eri a friend to help. This friend will tell me everything we need to know as well as give any information we need to put evidence enough to give a warrant and to find the Hassaikai. The best part of this is, this friend shall hide in the one spot they can't be seen. Inside Eri's shadow. Oh, something tells me we're gonna have blood in the water. Bubbles laughed at this before lighting a cigar. In due time, Bubbles. In due time. The group began walking back to the agency with Ochako's mind still worried for Eri. At the Hassaikai base, Eri was put inside her room and locked inside while Overhaul and his men worked. Due to her little adventure, the villain wanted to make sure his key component to his plan, as he said to her, would never leave again. Sitting on the psych ward hospital-looking bed, Eri curled up with a pillow, scared of the moment the door opened again. However, a small light was shined in the room with the image of a shadow presenting itself to her. She panicked and hid before feeling a hand on her head. Looking up, the shadow tried to give the calmest look it could while changing its head to resemble Izuku's. Why, you're that nice person's P-power. The shadow nodded before hearing Eri's stomach growl. Sorry. The shadow thought for a moment before holding a finger up to mean, one moment, and slid under the crack of the door to the room they were in. A few moments later, the shadow came back with a small ham and cheese sandwich, an apple, and some milk in a bottle to wash it down. Gee, thank you. She started eating it before having tears fall down her face. The shadow tried to make sure she was okay before getting a reply. I'm okay. It's just that. You're so nice. Hick, nobody's been this nice to me. The shadow patted her head while feeling as much sympathy as it could before hearing Overhaul and someone talk about their plans. It tried to explain it would be back before going under and hiding in the villain's shadow to hear of his plans to flood illegal drugs into the country before giving a final product that was made of Eri's blood. The shadow listened carefully while pulling out a tape recorder Izuku gave it before attaching itself onto Eri. It had a job to do, and that job was to make things as easy as possible to open up a hole for Eri to escape from as to Izuku's request. Back at Night Eye's agency, Izuku and Ochako began making a few potions to handle the dangers. Alright Ochako, time for some of the final ingredients. Izuku pulled out a pocket watch and some fossilized amber to place inside. As they did this, Night Eye, Bubble Girl and Tagata watched from behind, curious to what they were doing. So what are they making? I'm not fully sure. The potion started to bubble up before making a large explosion that nearly set off the smoke detectors. When it cleared, Izuku pulled the pocket watch out for Bubble Girl to walk up. Okay, so what did you do? Made a time-stopping watch. It will only work for 12 hours, but that's more than enough time to do what I plan to happen. Which is? Izuku smirked while answering, lowering the casualties of the attack on Hosu and the raid that will happen on the Hassaikai. Now I think you're pulling our leg. Tagata couldn't believe something like this would happen before Izuku held the watch up. Want proof? He pressed the button for everyone to think that nothing happened. I think you've lost your mind, man. Perhaps a little, but I didn't lose my belt. Izuku held up in his supposedly empty hand 3 belts that were used by the onlookers. Night Eye's pants dropped to show a pair of shorts, Tagata's showed striped boxers, and Bubble Girl showed a T-string that was sky blue. Ah, the blue woman immediately covered herself before being tossed her belt again along with the other 2. That wasn't funny. Both Ochako and Izuku started laughing a bit before answering. It's kinda funny. Anyway, now we should be able to hold off most of what will come our way. Look out, Stain. We're coming for you next. The days leading up to the Hosu battle passed rather quickly. Thanks to working hand in hand with the police, they were able to silently inform the residents of the city that as of 7 o'clock on the evening it was supposed to be attacked, all residents would need to evacuate the city in a calm and orderly fashion to only leave the heroes inside. This would solidify the level of casualties to be primarily heroes if there were any. The next step they'd do in order to avoid dangers was have the heroes be informed as well as gain aid from agencies that would be able to handle the threat coming. This was where Endeavor's agency came into play. He would make an entrance into the city around 9 when everything would start going underway, with the pros being told of this that they'd need to only hold out against the villains and minimize damage until then. There was, however, one pro who was not informed of this. Manuel and his intern Iida. Since everything mattered on his part happening to take on Stain, they made sure he wasn't aware of what's happening and kept in the dark by all the pros. Right now, Izuku, Ochako, Night Eye, Bubble Girl and Mirio are sitting on top of a roof counting down the minutes before the chaos finally begins. This is painful to do. I understand, Ochako, but there's nothing we can do. Izuku pulled out his necklace to look at it and take a breath. Right now, patience is our key to victory. When things happen, we follow Iida and make sure he doesn't get into trouble. When he takes on Stain, we'll strike when the incident in the vision happens. But couldn't you avoid that altogether? Togata asked. Not exactly. Unlike Night Eye's where there are tangents. My visions aren't ones where the tangents play a vital role yet. It shows small things that happen, such as the attack on Hosu as well as the attack on the USJ and even running into Overhaul before. Granted that last one was one Ochako had, but that's besides our point. The important thing is, no matter what we do, the events I foresaw are going to happen. I also checked the future when the events of Hosu will happen before we acted as well as after. I can tell you for a fact that the events he's saying are going to happen since I've seen two different futures with both having what he said still occurring. This implies that the future he saw is far more accurate than mine. Night Eye chimes in to surprise his work-study student and sidekick. So even if we do something, Hosu would get destroyed and that classmate of yours will be beaten by the hero killer. I've tried stopping the future from occurring in the past and each time what I saw came true. Best this gives me as a warning of what's to come and gives me the ability to alter the future in some way, shape or form. Togata gave a look as if he didn't understand before laughing. That's really cool, man. It clearly went over his head. The sound of something blowing up brought everyone out of their conversation to see a Nomu fly over the city about to attack a pro. Guess it's showtime. Baba Yaga, your friend is on his way to face the hero killer. Now is as good of a time as any to go and begin the assignment. Yes, sir. Izuku grabbed the watch from his pocket to give Ochako. He then quickly explained how to use it. This stops time, and this starts it again. Use it to save pros that are hurt and avoid getting into danger yourself. Says the one going after a dangerous villain. Good point. But in all honesty, please be careful. I worry. Izuku held Ochako's hand in concern while she gave him a small kiss on the cheek. I won't do anything I'll regret. Just come back with Iida safely. I will. The scene was rather heartwarming to the point that Bubble Girl somewhat envied Ochako for having someone like that in her life that worried and made sure she'd avoid any danger. We need to get this going. Baba Yaga and Uraraka, as of now, you both have authorization to use your quirks. Both teens looked at the pro and nodded. Yes, sir. Izuku and Butters went charging into the area Iida was seen traveling towards while Ochako and Bubbles went down towards the ground. I wonder what this'll be like. Chances are we'll have to save a bunch of bloats from these stupid things. Bubbles began tapping a cigar he was smoking on the side before seeing a pro about to get a fist from one of the Nomu through his chest. Stop. Ochako pressed the button on the watch for everything around her to be frozen. The only ones not affected were her and Bubbles, mainly due to being in direct contact with the brunette while the watch was starting. So this is what having no time feels like. It's like something out of a movie. While in the timeless zone, Ochako heard no sound, felt no warmth from any heat source. Insects that were in the air while she started it were even suspended as if they were on a wire or something. I know this might be a bit crazy for y'all lass, but maybe we should take the lad out of danger. She came to reality to run towards the pro that was about to get hurt to drag the frozen person out of the way. That should do it, and just for safety measures. The brunette pulled a potion out of her back pocket to throw and break on the ground. Or so she thought. What the? The potion she had didn't break when it hit the ground, but instead suspended like it was almost nothing. This is probably cause of the time freezing. Don't worry about it, right? Ochako moved as far away as possible before looking to make sure of any other heroes or civilians that might have not left yet. I think I should be good to let go of the time stop now. Ochako pressed the button for the pro beside her to begin screaming. Ah, the pro looked around trying to find out what happened. What happened? It's a long story, but now we need to focus now. Can you still fight? The pro got up for the Nomu that attacked him to find his feet unable to move the potion Ochako through was able to break and transform the liquid inside into a compound stronger than diamond. Try getting out of that ya bloody wanker. Did that fish just talk? Yes. Now time for the finishing touch. Ochako handed Bubbles to the pro before pulling out a small dagger made of the same compounds as Izuku's cane. Looking at the sickened soul inside the monster, the brunette saw a man that looked ashamed of his actions and wanted atonement for all he's done. I know this hurts. I promise I'll try and make this as painless as I possibly can. Ah, she ran up to the beast before slamming the dagger down at the monster's shown brain. With Izuku followed Iida to an alley where he witnessed his friend easily be outmatched by the hero killer. As with the image from the crystal ball, Izuku watched Iida fall to the ground and seemed to have no ability to move. Before concerning yourself with yourself, go rescue others. Becoming seized with hatred for your enemy before your eyes merely to satisfy your own selfish desires. That is the act farthest from the title of hero. The blade was then pointed at Iida's neck with the villain prepared to kill. Do not worry, however, you shall be an offering to the new world where things will be just and right. Iida was beginning to cry while shouting at the hero killer in anger. Shut up, shut up. No matter what you say, you're still just the criminal that hurt my brother. I need to move. Using his shadow, Izuku almost teleported out of nowhere to hit Stain in the face with a fist. Good evening, hero killer. What a pleasant surprise this is. Stain wiped the blood off his cheek before seeing shadows pull Native and Iida away. Who are you, boy? Me. I'm just a guy who's got friends on the other side. He's got friends on the other side. The hero killer immediately came charging at Izuku for him to dodge and use his cane as a sword. Unlike most, I'm not some kind of fool that will underestimate you, boy. Do you truly wish to walk down this path for the fakes? Izuku stopped to push Stain out of his way before answering. Yes, as a hero, it's our job to stop villains and save those that need it the most. People have their motives for being a hero, whether for financial gain or glory. Though at the end of the day they are still helping people. If you really wanted to change the world, then why not turn your wrath on the villains that taint it? A smile crept on Stain's face before answering. Nicely done, kid. You've passed. His katana, however, remained pointed at Izuku. If it was only the villains that were the problem, then they would feel my blade. However, these heroes that use the name for fame and fortune outshine the real ones. The true heroes that are willing to die for others and fight for those that need it are overlooked due to this and cannot be seen by the people. You must understand that the world we live in is full of fakes that don't deserve this title. What I am doing is just what is needed. Even if I am the villain in this, I am doing it for the people in this world. You just don't get it. Fine then, if you're going to keep doing this madness, then allow me to show you some madness of my own. Very well, I will forewarn you, boy. I will not treat you as a child. You will be no different than an enemy in my eyes. Stain charged at Izuku with the katana being thrown at the young witch doctor's face. This was blocked by his shadow that knocked it upwards. What Izuku didn't realize though was the dagger that was sent at him and nearly had it lodged inside his right shoulder. Should have figured he'd have more than one weapon. Butters came out from the top of the building to immediately start attacking Stain. The small cat turned into a tiger to keep the hero killer on his toes while Izuku threw two potions at the dark vigilante. The first missed its mark, but the second had a small bit splash on Stain's leg. It seemed to do nothing as far as the hero killer could tell to continue his onslaught. He jumped over Butters to start attacking Izuku for them to continue their blade to cane battle. This boy is impressive. A shame we cannot understand the truth of the world and see eye to eye. I thank you for the compliment, but it is you who are blind to the world's problems. With a flick of the wrist, Izuku disarms the katana from Stain's hand. In the same motion he clicks a single button on the handle of his cane, causing the sides of it to snap off, revealing a long thin blade of a rapier. The shadows that cover the majority of the alley suddenly stretch and wrap themselves surround Stain's limbs, holding him still. I'm going to explain this in a way you can understand. You see these heroes. What do you think they're doing? Pretending they care. Abo, Stain was slapped by one of the shadows that were covering the alleyway. Every hero in Hosu right now, not counting the ones you've cornered, are fighting to save this city and protect what the people in it hold dear. Now, Does that sound like someone who pretends they care about hero work would do? Who do you think even started all this chaos while we're on the subject matter? The villains did, but the heroes are just as negligent. Oh really? Did the heroes violate human rights to create genetic abominations to assault the civilians and innocents living here? Did they start these fires? No. Then why are they your enemy? Their motives for being a hero may be for self-benefit, but they're still helping everyone. Ingenium himself rushed into a situation where he knew he could possibly die to save one of his sidekicks. That doesn't sound like a pretender to me now, does it? I believe you need an awakening, my ninja-themed acquaintance. You are just as blind to the bigger picture as everyone else in this place. You are only making it easier for the villains to make things worse. Eventually you would have realized that that is the case, but you still continue this crusade, as you call it, on people who are doing the right thing. The only people who are deserving of death are those who create destruction and chaos for their own enjoyment. Some men want to see the world prosper and become better by any means, much like you and I, but some men just want to watch the world burn. So, I ask you, which group are you truly in? For a better tomorrow, or for a scorched earth? Izuku gave a solid punch to Stain's face before having the shadows wrap around him. I apologize for the punch, but you desperately need some sense knocked into you. You still have to atone for the lives you've ended, however I hope you can realize the truth. If you'll excuse me, I have your mess to pick up. Izuku started to leave before hearing Stain speak up. This mess. It was from a man that I only aligned with because we both knew the status of how the world sees heroes must be changed. I have seen heroes who have unfortunately let villains kill people or killed innocent people themselves and get no blame for it. You say that all I do is harm others and cause more chaos. But the heroes I have killed have done nothing but give themselves to the fame and glory that comes with the title, but never truly lives up to it. Izuku let out a sigh before sitting by Stain. I don't disagree that there are heroes out there that are only in it for fame and money. I've seen some heroes in my time that honestly shouldn't be in need to understand the responsibilities of their actions. However, doing this as an act of violence does not make it better. All you are doing is offering empathy towards these pros that are not worthy of it. Izuku had the shadows let Stain go before holding the vigilante's katana out. Heroes do things that help people. Villains cause pain and suffering to those around. Now there are 3 monsters out in the city right now causing that pain and suffering that need to be taken down. So you can either fight them and at least show the world you were trying to do things for the greater good, or leave here and be looked at as nothing short of a villain. Stain grabbed his katana to look at it for a moment before answering. Back with Ochako. That should do it. Ochako jumps away as the bulking monster she was facing falls down and dies with the soul of it being freed. Now for the other 2. While speaking, the winged Nomu picks the brunette up and starts carrying her over the city and up near the building rooftops line. I got careless. Now what? She was about to try her luck cutting the leg of it off before a dark figure came and stabbed the monster in the head, effectively killing it. On the fall down, the figure grabbed Ochako and landed before letting her go. Seems have made it just in time. The shadow of the figure became visible for it to be Stain. The hero killer. Ochako jumped back before noticing Endeavor taking the final Nomu out with Izuku landing beside Ochako. Seems things are done here. Every pro immediately surrounded Stain, preparing for him to pick a fight and try to flee. In the heat of the tension, Stain dropped his katana to the ground and held his hands up. I surrender. He gets on his knees with his hands behind his head while admitting to his own crimes. I have killed heroes, injured many and caused extreme danger to those that were not meant to have this. If you deem it fit, punish me as a villain. Nobody could understand, but they quickly placed quirk-canceling cuffs on Stain and began taking him away. As they did, Night Eye and his agency reunited with Izuku and Ochako. What of Native and your friend? Safe. They're at a hospital now getting checked on. Any dangerous injuries on either of your ends? Both shook their heads no at the pro. Then, mission accomplished. We'll be heading back to my agency now. Come along. Izuku and Ochako followed behind Night Eye, with Izuku turning back and noticing Stain being put in a police cruiser. The nightmare of the hero killer is over and everyone that fell to him can rest easier knowing he's no longer an enemy. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.